Noticed when I was watching the VOD, but it seems like the center staircase is missing a set of stairs. I believe it. The center staircase only had 2 stairs at one point heading down to the ground. One was in the, like, there's 4 staircases, but each and every one of these was set up to a different idea. So right now, all 4 of them connect up. These 2 end here, and then down here we just have the 2. And even then, the 2 that end there, I think I'd had to fix one of these. Because before they didn't go all the way up. If that's what you're talking about. Yeah, hell yeah, fucking Boris. Help me with this shit. This drives me bonkers. I've got like hearing loss. I can't earball this. I don't know if that's the term. I cannot earball this. So I have to go off of all the little graphs and everything. So when everything's like, hey, guess what, dumbass? You're peeking the fuck out of it. I'm like, okay, I guess I'm peeking the fuck out of it. I'll try changing my settings. I change my settings. Someone's like, why are you whispering? Why the fuck does every single measuring device known to man tell me I need to crank it down when every single ear known to God says I need to crank it up? Right now, the Adobe mic check setup says that I'm okay, but I'm like at the edge of the little happy bar for doing audio, which would imply that I need to lower the gain till it's in the middle of the band. And if I do that, then everyone says I'm way too quiet. I don't know. Yep, it's usually an encoding issue. It's a term now. Happy bar. Yeah. I don't know. If it's OBS, OBS needs to stop. Because they piss me off. I got way too many other things to do this without OBS getting in my damn way. Is there a way to see if there's a filter? Do I have an over... No, I have no filter on right now. There's no noise suppression and no compressor on for audio filters. There's nothing on. They're there but off. I'll even delete them if I need to. I have no clue why OBS says I'm super fucking loud and then it sends it out super quiet. Normally it's a Windows update that breaks. I just stop updating Windows. Anywho, we begin. Hello, chat. Does anyone remember what the hell we left off with? I remember that we were making good progress, but I'd done a 10-hour stream and it was time to go to sleep. I believe we now have enough for everyone to be sleeping in here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, and 3/4. Let's say 22 minus 1, right? 22 times 4 is 88. Minus 1 is 87 people. That could be down here. 87. And then we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 and a half. 12 and a half times 4 is 48.50. So that's 137 between the two of them. We only need to account for about 130 pop. So I can remove about 7. I could remove this 6 already and not have a problem. I could start, destroying these rooms up here. But we don't have the space for them down there. Either way, that does mean that, they don't have beds in them anyways. That does mean that what we can do is we can go down and everything's been made into a bed. People are starting to get bedrooms out. We went up in the castle. I believe all these rooms have been designated one way or another, so this should be gelling well. I was thinking, I believe, of putting another temple on the outside here. Perhaps. We got the barracks moved in. Trying to remember, I feel like there was some project we were going into. Oh, yes! We're doing the floor and we had to move everyone out because we're at the basement. It just is, like the thing I'm describing literally just is where we are. We have to move everything to the castle now. So we will start uninstalling whatever we can from over here and start having at it. Delete all these old furnitures. We will either destroy them or sell them at some point. Get them out of here. We don't need them. We could free up some stones. I'm not worried. The hospital is the one thing I do have to worry about. This is an armor, weapons, and ammo stockpile. Just not really well thought out. I could in the short term transfer them over here. I didn't create, like, this is probably supposed to be an also circular area like this, and this is supposed to be where the storehouse is. That could free up some blocks, but it's not going to free me up a lot. Though if I did take this inner chunk and switch that to, say, you know, sandstone or something else to represent the actual castle, you know, it would be a nice little designator. That would free up more stones, but not necessary right now. So what I will do is we're going to take this that was a meeting area and destroy it. And I'm going to treat this as one big stockpile for now. We'll just drag you over. Do you as a custom for weapons. Just all weapons, all ammo, and all armor. See if that'll work. Transfer those over. What were you? You were an armor pile. So I'm just going to start deleting these. Just delete you, delete you. One way or another, it'll be brought over. Not a worry. Ignore that for now. This booze pile, I don't like. I really don't like that booze pile. Though the stockpiles we do have, we don't have much room to be dealing with it. Some of these probably need to start getting moved so I can start dealing with stuff up here. Like, we don't need bauxite. Bauxite, you know, I've had people tell me that I was saying it wrong. We don't need that there, really. The iron can go away, and the bar pile can already be shrunk, because that's no longer the bar pile. We have a couple of bins of iron. Here's how I'm going to fix the iron. I'm going to use it real quick. I'm going to go up in here, and we're going to order... How many bars of iron do I have? We'll just do iron bolts. How about that? I'm going to go to the iron, not the steel. The iron. Why is platinum here and iron up there? Iron, lead, platinum. Did I really put platinum here and iron over here? I feel like iron should have been by the coal for... Must have been what I did. I don't know why I did it that way, but I did it that way. Okay, all those irons are forbidden. You will now make ammunition out of iron, so I can use up that iron. Iron bolts on repeat. Can't be many. You don't have a stockpile link, do you? You do not. Do you have a stockpile link? You do not. All right, use up that iron, get those boxes out of there, then I can just flat out delete this. Or at least shrink it. Ash will get moved somewhere else. I'm going to delete your space by a ton. Make sure you still don't say any boxes or barrels or bins. Get that out of here. This should be freed up for stone. The bauxite should be getting the other treatment. That stone stuff probably needs to start coming over here. If we could get it up to where we are starting to just stockpile the stone here, we're probably going to have a much better chance of getting anything done. So this... All of these need to start getting redone over here. Because this is where we're getting the stone from now, not over here. So this is the source. There's no reason to come up through here, bring it over, bring it down, store it here, do something, bring it up, bring it over, bring it down. They should just start being in the castle. The stone movement is going to be our big issue today. That's going to take up the largest amount of dwarven time. We do have some pins and pastures and other things that need to get handled, but in the short term, I'm not that worried. This stockpile is a stockpile of cloth cloins, leather sheets, and weapons. No, that needs to get sorted. This is why we're having confusion. Down below, I believe I've cleared out the bedrooms. I cannot clear out the graves. These got locked because the dwarves were going over to grab shit and I didn't want them to. So let's make sure we unlock everything, so that the dwarves can go back to moving and hauling whatever it is they need to do. The emergency well system is fine. These structures I'm not worried about. We will need to recreate them, but there's nothing major we need to move. Same as that. We just have some meeting areas. They can get deleted. These bedrooms should have been gone a long time ago. I knew something wasn't feeling right, and it's because I did in fact still forget some bedrooms. And it looks like they never got a cabinet anyway, so they weren't stockpiling their clothes the way they were supposed to. So getting them out of here and into another location might assist. Start uninstalling all their stupid furniture. Get that out of here. We don't need you. This is an old idea, and this area is going to be very weak once we start punching through the ceiling. So not a secure place to live. But it's time to engage the enemy. The giantess Eleb Salilimi Onali has come. A gigantic creature resembling a human, although almost unparalleled in size. Gotta do a bit of cleaning first. 88, assume 20% are married and will share a bed. 100% are also probably kids. 100... Yeah, something around that makes sense. I just bite the bullet and just assume one for everyone. Damn it. You like, whatever. Mr. Mantium, all your... That's what it was. But I do remember at the end of that ramble, I told Mr. Mantium that he needed to give me his bank account information in the meantime, and he didn't, so it never happened. Oh, well. You know, opportunities missed. Good afternoon from the grindstone. You Dolomite not, you Dolomite. I already get what's going on, but you Dolomite not believe me? Dolomite. You don't. I would, you do not. Dolomite. Dolomite would make sense as don't, but not Dolomite not. I'm gonna take out the not. You Dolomite believe me. Or no, so might. You're going for might not. You do might. I get what you're saying. I get where this is going. I don't like the Dolomite part of it. It's too much. You Dolomite not believe me, but I shall say you've got a nice fort, Gabro. It's in a paraclass of its own, and I marvel at its greatness. It's the schist, and I feel light. It'll definitely be the site of legendary stories. Just chalk it up to your amazing skill, and I'm certain I know what I'm talking about. Now I've got to jet because it's getting slate. Just don't take your fort for granted. I like it. It's just Dolomite at the beginning. It's too many words. Too many syllables. I'm firmly committed to the bit. I do like it. Hankosha, I do like it. I just feel like we need a different word for Dolomite. The problem is it's got 3 syllables, right? If you're going to be using words to replace other words, the syllables have to either match or you can only have one not correct syllable. You have Dola. Those are 2 not correct syllables. That's the issue with Dolomite. Other than that, that was wonderful. Kind of rough, kind of rocks. Yes, I have engraved the bedrooms in the castle. I'd help, but jail is for cool people. Boo. Aw. Hold on. I just remembered I need to have the channel redeems on as usual. Twitch channel points. Show the editor. Drag the editor over here real quick. Switch you back to chat. Lower you. Drag you over. Say I want to see the request queue. Drag the request queue over here. Then switch you to this. We'll try for that. Hello, there we go. And I still have the one from 2 days ago about the statue. Anywhere outside that elf raider might see. Oh yeah, there's an elf raider. Oh yeah, we're getting attacked by a damn giantess and I forgot. Well, she's dead. There's no winning for her. She's way too far out there. She announced her presence when she was nowhere near civilians. I don't know what she's expecting to happen here, but she ain't gonna win. This is gonna be the age of no giants anymore because they're all going to have been removed. We're gonna take out their bloody kneecaps. All right, first one into the fold is Hellfire Skyrim. And there's already a pool of the giant's blood everywhere, and Hellfire Skyrim hasn't been injured. The pool grows wider. We now have a 10-foot wide pool of giant blood. Another 5 foot, and it never even got the chance to connect because she's already dead. So that assault is over. We don't have to worry about that anymore. Bye, giant. I don't know what your plan was, but you were bad at it. Shale got used. I remember Shale. I think I remember Shale. Oh, maybe it was Slate. Maybe I'm thinking of Slate. No, I shall say. Dolomite was the closest thing I could get while still limiting myself to stones. You're right, that's a tricky one. Perhaps, even though the proper thing of it would be a capital D, perhaps a lowercase d, capital M on Dolomite might make it read better. Remove these. Crow. Crow might. Might not. Crow. Crow could maybe do a could, but that doesn't make sense in a sentence. Beast stream and best stream. Yes. All right. Where were we? Before I forget. There was a plan, chat. Wasn't there? The food stuff needs to start getting fixed at some point, but for the most part right now it's good. This needs to get moved over. I was clearing out the bedrooms. Have I told them all to go away? The bedrooms that is. No. Hopefully when they claim their new room, they'll be able to transfer the clothing over and we won't have to worry about all this. All right, let that clear out. And then most of this was just for digging holes, so there isn't really an issue until here. Because I forgot we had a stone stockpile for the metal ores down here. And we have some noble rooms. Now, there's probably someone who's claimed some of the noble rooms despite not being a noble. So that's a slight issue too. What is this? I made a temple down here. I don't remember making a temple down there. That's another temple I got to pay attention to. There are a couple of those things. Now, luckily, whatever we're having right now with the frames, it's not too much of a loss. These stones will need to get moved up, though. So, two things of import. This stockpile down here, wherever it was, we need to turn that off. I'm going to go to this stockpile, delete the pile, and then for now, I'm going to forbid all of these ores. Try that again. I'm going to forbid all these ores, just so we don't waste time trying to bring them back up. I just don't want anyone bringing anything down there either. Meaning the only other stockpile we have is this pile. This is the one we have to worry about. Now, I need to make sure that these don't come over here to this pile anymore, if we happen to have them. We could start moving a bunch of them back. Again, I'm not really too big of a fan of doing quantuming, but it's the only way right now for me to sort with this small castle space I have. So we're going to have to. I have to remake the stone workers, and I made them out of limestone, copper, and pig iron. Okay, new idea. I'm going to remake the workers, the stone workers. We're going to make them out of iron, pig iron, and steel. That way there's like a progression and it maybe makes sense. So I'm going to do it here. This one will be iron. Wherever iron is, as soon as I find it. That's right, I banned iron. Hold on, the iron is banned because I was trying to get rid of all this. And I believe we've done that. That worked wonderfully. You can now get shrunk. Since I don't need like half of that crap. I don't even think I need that space. You get shrunk. Good job. That worked faster than I thought it would. We're going to unlock the iron again. There we go. Iron is unlocked, and I already forgot where I was. Let's map this out. Let's say that there's going to be one on each side plus a thing. I'm going to do those as like the little individual twos, right? So we'll say that there's one here. And 1, 2, 3, we'll say that there's one there. One of those two squares is to represent the minecart for quantuming. If we were to do it like this, there's a method to my madness. One, two, three, four, five, six. Come on, work with me. 7. No, this one's 6. This one is 7. We'll drag you up. Because I need to see where my spacing is. Is that 9? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. No. Because what I want is I want this kind of down and out of the way. We're gonna need the actual feeder stockpile afterwards. I need to make sure that that one doesn't cause any issues. Because remember, we know that they can't overlap real well anymore without overwriting for some reason. You got to be careful about everything. Okay. We'd have our 3 workshops in the middle. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. We would need our feeder pile now. So if we went out 3 on either side and drew this up like this as our feeder pile. If we need more in the short, we could use that to shrink down, but in the short term, we'd probably need more because of the sheer amount of stones are going to be moving, right? This is our feeder pile. However, we're going to create more. I think the wheelbarrows usually go to the top positions. We're going to do that. And that extra space is going to be to try to be for our wheelbarrows. And later on, we'll shrink this as necessary till all the stones get compressed down into here. This works for the most part. I'm surprised I actually got it to really fit. 5 in every direction. Other than that, I'm going to click accept. So, got to order those workshops. Iron. Pig iron. And steel, because that looks nice. This will allow every stone that is not a metal ore. Metal ores go somewhere else. Actually, quite frankly, I'd almost prefer it didn't have clay either. So, you know, whatever, no clay. No clay today. We're going to do this to start moving everything over. These all need to be shrunk. I just needed that for the spacing. There's nothing graphically to show you that you clicked on another one, other than the name up top and the stockpile number. Slight pain. Now, the more readily usable, like something you're going to be using a lot, should be in the middle. That way it's equidistant to every workshop. The less it's used, the more towards the edge it should be. And then this way we can sort everything out. We will also have to start getting rid of the old routes, the old hauling routes. We're not going to need them anymore. And also, I don't want that many routes hanging around in the UI, causing problems and confusion. So, in the meantime, what I'm going to do... Boom. This one's been turned on. None of these have been turned on yet. Good. Just this pile? Yeah, no, it's just gone. There you go. Problem solved. How many do we have up here? This is what? 3, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17. So 17 by 2, 34. This one will allow 34 wheelbarrows. And this way we can have the... Ooh, no stones yet. Don't bring the stones over. I want the wheelbarrows first. Because I want them to take the top slots. I think that's how this works. And then we'll build up the wheelbarrows and then set it loose on grabbing the stones from the other area. I believe we have some wheelbarrows set aside, but maybe not a lot. So, here's what I got to do. I got to forbid all the not... See, like this? No, lock, unlock, dump. Willow was our light wood. So if it's not willow, don't use it. See, this one's filled with limestone still for some damn reason. I'll unlock you. Why are you also filled with stone? What is the point of a wheelbarrow if they keep shit filled in it when you're not using it? We will probably need more. Like this, you got nothing in you. No, you're getting dumped. No point to you. Willows are all fine. They pass by chance of being willow. God, I wanted to get rid of you. Okay. I don't think we have that many. We're going to order about 20 willow wheelbarrows. Let these get set up. This, because someone pointed this out to me in a video. Someone was talking about, oh, no, they went to the left one first. I didn't think that one through. This does work if you have a lot of them. So we're going to make sure we have a lot of them. I have a question. So there is a learning curve. Keyboard only is kind of impossible, but not really. First of all, for the majority of what you're doing, you can get those controls back. You go under settings and game, and you turn on keyboard cursor. Hold on, did that actually set? Keyboard cursor, yes. And you do that. Now what you will have, you got your old keyboard cursors. They're still there. The only problem is some of the... Do you see that? Some of the UIs are now different, so the keyboard cursors don't make as much sense, but they're still there. The problem is I'm hitting X. I'm in this menu. I have to hit M again and again, or right click. I don't know how to get out of the menu. Escape. And then I need to hit X. It used to be D for designation X. Now you have to get out of that entire menu. So for the most part, the old system is still there if you have the patience to switch the keyboard the keyboard shortcuts back. That's kind of the big issue. They just changed all the keyboard shortcuts around. The old shortcuts made sense for anyone who spoke a language. No, the old keyboard shortcuts made sense for anyone who spoke English. And the new keyboard shortcuts are designed around a mouse control, which means they had to move the keyboard shortcuts, so now they only make sense to people with extreme dyslexia. I don't know. That's kind of the issue right now. It used to be if you would just think of the first letter of the word, you could click that word, and 96 times out of 100, like Zitchin and stuff, it was usually a Z if it wasn't the right letter, would be what you had to go with. But now they moved them around to handle other stuff, and it don't make no sense. So you would have to switch them all back, and you'd have to change up how the keyboard does its screens. You would have to switch it from WASD to the arrow keys or something, and it would work fine. The reason why it is quote-unquote impossible right now to play keyboard only isn't even the normal ways you're playing. It's for things like, okay, hospitals, in order to get the keyboard cursor to go up, you have to be doing something. They got rid of the investigate this square key. Like that, if that key was back, most everything would work, kind of. But they got rid of the what am I looking at key. They got rid of the K, which is obnoxious. They got rid of look. So now you have to click down. Oh, did I freeze it by hitting K? Don't hit the letter K. I don't know what K does. K is stocks. Okay, it lags. I was going in the stocks. Half my point proven. You'd have to go down here to Z. Hold on. Does that? Hold on. Let me make sure I'm not lying to you. Game, keyboard cursor enabled, done. Z to look. And this right here is where the issue is. It's the K menu. What used to be like the K or whatever, where am I looking at menu? It's now the Z. It's not even the Z menu. But if you want to do a hospital, you can't go to a bed and look at the hospital information again. Anything that's in any of these areas, the keyboard cursor doesn't show up. That's what the issue is. So once you're putting it down, I believe, nope, not even then. That's kind of what your issue is, unless it got turned off. Nope, it's on. They'll restore the keyboard functionality the way it was, or someone will mod it in. It, for the most part, can be restored to the way it is. There's just a few things where the new UI that it wasn't well designed to handle that system. Thank you for following, Vonch. Vonch. It's a new learning curve, but it's a new learning curve that only really affects players that have played the original Dwarf Fortress. So, and it's not quite as bad as the original learning curve. So it's a bit of a pain. I still get confused on the UI from time to time. But in the long term, it's not much of a problem. Look at all your stupid stone. Why were you never used correctly? K for quit. More. The FPS froze too. Yeah, going back and forth in Classic Premium is confusing. Did looking at the stock storage... So, I don't think so. I'm going to tell you the truth. I think right now the stock screen is a bit laggier than it used to be, but also not really. The issue with my stock screen is, if you remember before, we would have this issue where you could just load up a stock screen and start going down. And if you went to, say, corpses or fish or something that had like 10,000, it would go, and it would like hang for 4 seconds and then show the screen. My stock screen just lags the fuck out entirely because now that we know what K is actually doing and the game's not frozen. I hit stocks, by the way. The problem is it's loading me into ammunition. And for some reason, where before it used to be some massive number that would cause the lag, now it's like if you have anything above 200 or something, it causes the massive lag. Either that or it's counting every square. I'm thinking it's because I have ammunition there. But you'll notice now, like, no, I can click to the bigger numbers. We're not getting a spike of lag when we click the numbers. So it used to be that, no, stocks weren't this laggy. However, every time you went into something that had like 5,000 or more, then you would lag as it loaded that one. But just loading it up would be no problem, right? Like, okay, cool, whatever. They've kind of taken all of the loads for every individual one and compressed it into one load for the stock screen. That's what that is. It is a, it's like that load for some games or like generating shaders or some shit. Instead of just waiting for you to load the trouble stock individually and having a lag each time, every time you click stocks now, it has to generate the shaders for the entire stock screen. I know they're not shaders. It's a metaphor. It's a comparison. Metalhead Fusion's being taken by a Fey mood. So that's the issue with stock screens. Yes, it is far laggier than it used to be. But that's because it's preloading everything. Whereas before, you could just go into the stock screen and you'd have one or two critical things where if you went down to it, your game would like freeze for a bit while it loaded that one category. How am I never in this mouse? I got to slowly move my entire desk over to rotate the mouse so I'm in the middle of it. The camera. You had a standing army of around... So first of all, a standing army of around 15, quite frankly, is almost like a standing army of 10. Like the army of 5, I don't like the halvesies or the little micro ones. They do well, but you're going to expect lower numbers from those dwarves. I have nothing really to back that up except how the game feels like it handles squads. So take that with a grain of salt. 1. 2. Is your standing army your standing army? My army, for the most part, doesn't do anything except training. I specifically have them training. This does 2 things. It's not just that they have some skills in legendary. It's that they're all always geared, and for the most part, they are all always together because you want them to hit the enemy in a singular chunk as much as possible. If you look back 2 sieges, I kept trying to cancel the attacks to try to get the dwarves in front to pull back to the dwarves behind to send them all together at the same time. If you only have 15 died to 50 though? That's the one that gets me. Like, you would need gear, but if they're all legendary and everything else is the same, 50 dying to 50 is a bit not great. He began his construction, so he's good. He won't go crazy. Sandhills Bill! What were you fighting? Like, how did they die? Do you know? I just poured a bunch of water on myself. Apparently I have a drinking problem. But no, what I do for big sieges is I just make sure I have my dwarves trained at all times, ready to go. They're active right now. That's what they're doing. Where are they? Like, they're all in gear and ready to go fight. They just spend their time doing combat drills, individually or with a team. They don't do anything else. So they are ready. Like I said, you want them to hit the enemy at the same time. The big thing is, as weird as it sounds, you want to make sure that they're flanking. It's a question of effort. Same as RPGs. The number one resource is the action economy. Okay? Let's say you're in arena or whatever. 6x6. And you have a dwarf here fighting a bad guy there. What do you have? You're going to have one dwarf doing his skills and attacks, trying to fight the other guy. But your dwarf, you know, ignore everything being even. Your dwarf is losing some stats, some stamina with each swing, with each dodge. He's getting more and more tired. If he has two, it's not even like they get a bonus to attacking. It's he's increased his effort by at least 50%. Assuming he only attacks one guy, he's now doing the actions of him attacking, the actions of him dodging that enemy, and the actions of him dodging another enemy. Not great. So even with this, the dwarf might be able to handle 10, like a dwarf at skill. Let's say you would expect him to take out 10 people before he dies of exhaustion, all things being even. Before he dies of exhaustion. These are made up numbers, but let's say he should be expected to do that. If you were to have two dwarves like this and they're attacking at the same time, it's not 20. Like, it's not like, okay, you have one dwarf, he does 10, you have two dwarves, you do 20. No. Because now if these two are attacking one dude, they're likely to get him removed faster so that his numbers aren't counting. In the grand scheme of things, when you have an issue like the two on this, they're all having to dodge all of these numbers. So they're still getting really tired. You could have 20 dwarves, but if only two of them are getting up here, by the time you get to the last one, you might have 20-1, but this dude's so tired and exhausted, he passes out. Them passing out is what's going to kill you in sieges. Like, yeah, your enemy's going to get, you know, lucky hits and stuff, and that blows. But you'll notice if you're fighting big numbers, or if your numbers are outnumbering, if the enemy is outnumbering you, the problem's going to come down to even your legendary dwarves, if they're wearing steel and they're not constantly training in their armor, so they don't have their stamina really high, they're going to go out there, they're going to alpha strike, they're going to be bop, 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 and like your first two dwarves are going to take out 30 of the enemy, if they can, and then it'll say, collapse due to exhaustion. Martial trance doesn't mean you're going to win. I'm skipping over a lot of how it works and oversimplification, but just think of it this way. Martial trance is a temporary boost with a massive stamina cost. Again, for the thought experiment. If you have 10 dwarves attacking and one gets there way before everyone else, and he goes into a martial stance and he kills a bunch of them, but he's still in combat when he's done with it. It's not like it's a permanent, it's a boost. It's for a boost of speed, not a constant increase to your maximum. So once that's over, if he's still in combat, like he's expecting the game, the dwarf in a martial trance is expecting to not be in combat when that martial trance ends. So you can have a bunch of them entering martial combat, and it's not like they're down permanently, but they need a second. Like they need a new thing where like they're moving to a next group around the corner or something. Because if they're still in combat, they're going to be very tired. And if they get too exhausted, overexhausted, fatigued, they pass out, they're unconscious on the ground, the enemy just stomps on their head. If your guy is unconscious, your enemy basically gets to choose what he wants to hit. And that's always going to be lethal. You don't want that to happen. So my only real way around it is I try to fill them up. That's why when I have my squads, I have at least half their guys training at all times. Once I get to a full squad, though, it goes from 5 to 7. Maybe you want to do 8. You know, it depends on how much free time you think they need to do their other drives. But I try to make sure that other than whatever they need to do, they're all just active in training. You want their stamina up. Stamina is key. Like, this all comes down to action economy and stamina. You want your dwarves to hit the enemy at the same time, and you want to make sure they have the fucking stamina, because that stamina is their health pool. It's like in a Hearts of Iron 4. All your military has their health, but they also have their... It's not motivation. They have the other stat. The other stat's the actual health. When that goes down is when they retreat from combat. Just because they got more health, who cares? They're not going to be able to fight in combat anymore. That's their health. The actual health is just how long until they declare that they're dead and you can't use them anymore. The other stat, in this case, stamina, when that hits 0 is when they're not fighting anymore. And you don't want someone not fighting in the middle of combat. It doesn't make sense. Morale and organization. Thank you. What is your position on siege weaponry? In-game IRL? What do you mean? Metalhead Fusion has created Nemim Salir Kol Aned, a cherry wood crown. He offers it to the treasure. He offers it to the page of raptors. Namir Salir Kol Aned, Lonely Adores, the Wheel of Sports. Worth 2,300 dwarf bucks. This is a cherry wood crown. All craft dwarfship is of the highest quality. It is encircled with bands of cherry wood and cushioned galena cabochons. I don't think screw pumps work anymore, Vonch. Quite a few versions ago, Toady, the Great Toad in the Sky, the Great Toady one, made it so screw pumps didn't increase your strength anymore. Yeah. To do. Shock, it would be a tactics thing. I need to work on line of sight and have them going together. A wooden crown? You have to design with line of sight in mind. Well, it's probably well polished. I was asking about siege weapon in your game. I'm kind of like to be good at, but it seems like more trouble than it's worth. It's not more trouble than it's worth, but it's a commitment is the issue. It's... Before I say something and have someone question me on it, in theory, siege weaponry is not in theory, siege weaponry is not a mutually exclusive tactic. In practice, you have to design around siege weaponry, and wherever you're using siege weaponry, you're not using something else. So that's the one issue with... I love it when when I do siege weaponry, I really enjoy siege weaponry. But let's say this is ballista, right? We have a ballista line, and the way this is set up is up here. We have that. We have your very simple back and forth path. Or if you wanted to be really mean, what you actually have is you don't have a back and forth path with fortifications. What you have is a really long bridge, and you're risking them dodging off. Like, this is holes over here. Let's say that this is over an air gap. Like, this is also a possibility or something. If you're doing this, you don't want anyone ever walking in front of it. So you either need a design ability or you want to forbid them, say, being on the left side. Left side's the danger side. This is like the thing you just have to accept. If you do this, anywhere over here, you want to set... No one goes over there. You don't want to use any military, individual soldiers in the middle of this. You don't want to be using sometimes traps because you don't want your other dwarves coming in and doing it. Whereas traps and military can kind of work together. Military and environment can work together. Environment and traps can work together. Environment and siege weaponry can work together. Siege weaponry and military don't work together. Siege weaponry and traps sometimes don't work together. Siege weaponry and mere existence don't work together. Siege weaponry and your front door don't work together. This, in practice, is a mutually exclusive system where if this is what you're doing, it can be super effective. But it doesn't gel well with any other defenses in that area. So if you're doing it, and I've done it before, I'm not saying don't do siege weaponry. It's just, if you're doing siege weaponry, you can't dabble in siege weaponry. You can't sit there and be like, okay, I'm going to do a few ballista in the back row while I'm fighting the enemy. No, that's how you end up dead. If you're going to do siege weaponry, you have to sit there, stop, and go, siege weaponry. Like, that's the one issue. A lot of people have a lot of friendly deaths due to siege weaponry because they do siege weaponry and any design that is not specifically designed around that siege weaponry. It's kind of the same as on the battlefield. If you're calling in artillery somewhere, guess what? You don't want your soldiers there. Your soldiers and your artillery almost mutually exclusive. There's a term for artillery that's not completely mutually exclusive with your soldiers. It's danger close. If you call in a danger close mission, you better tell your soldiers because you're about to bomb the fuck out of them. Like, it's not a thing with the game. That just is what siege is. Siege weaponry is an area denial elimination tactic. Because of that, if you're denying the enemy and you're eliminating that area, you better make sure that you don't have anything in that area. That's the point of it. It's very effective if you're using it, but don't use it with anything else. You can have a military. I'm not saying don't have a military. You don't have the military defending over there. Like, even if we go back to that, it's a common, maybe an idea. You're like, okay, well, I got my 3, in this case, ballista, and they're doing that back and forth path thing. Okay, well, what if they get close? Your siege weaponry run away. Okay, so what you're probably going to, by default, be doing is having your military stand here and on the ready, right? No, this is a bad idea. The reason why is right here. Either A, this door is not locked, so the enemy can pathfind in which case your idiots on station command will run through. Or worse, somehow that door gets stuck open and they see the enemy here and they charge in. Now your allies are in the way. Or the other idea is like, okay, well, I'll lock the door so that the allies can't get out. If that door is locked and the enemy's not pathfinding in, it's not going to work. If you were doing this, you would need to make sure there's like a really long hallway, and then where that hallway connects to over here is where your military would be. That's like what I mean. Like, you need to make sure like they can connect. You have more than one military. Don't not have a military or something else, but they cannot be in the same geographical region. You're gonna have friendly fire. It's gonna destroy you if you do anything like that. Similar thing. You gotta somehow make sure that your other civilian dwarves never walk in there, particularly during combat. Notice I said particularly, because what you don't want them to do is maybe they walk in there during non-combat, because you know what's going to happen? You're going to get ready to fire, and some idiot's going to be in that path. That path needs to be this is siege weaponry path, which means you might need to find a way to flush it with water to get gear out of there. Because if your dwarves are wandering in there to set traps or get gear, then there's a chance that those idiots are out there doing fucking nothing in the middle of a siege while you freaking send tree trunks through their heads. It's a very fantastic tactic. It does take a lot of effort. It is super effective. Do not mix it with any other defensive plan. Like, if that's what you're doing in that area, that's what you're doing in that area. Don't mix it with anything else. Have that be like, this is the front gate, a long line, like a long hallway or something, and then have a second area. That's where your traps are. That second area is where your military is. Don't have them touching each other. This can't be like the first door is ballista and the second door right next to it's the military and the third door is traps. No. You want to have enough hallway that you're like, the second door is a hallway. And then the third door is the military. You got to keep them separate. This applies outside too. That's why you tend to have a lot of issues outside. Now, when the mods start dropping and you get the ability to aim catapults, because right now catapults just kind of don't work. When the catapult aiming mod drops, or that script for DF hack drops, this becomes a completely different story. Catapults, wicked strong. Nice way to weaken the enemy before they get to you. And by the way it works, you put it on top of a thing, no one's near where they're firing, because they're only firing when you want them to and the geographical region you want them to. So you're guaranteed to be able to control when the fire happens and where it's happening. That switches things. You can almost mix and match your defenses together at that point, because you can make sure that the rocks aren't shooting so shallowly that they land on traps, for instance. You can have a traps in the woods and then after 5 blocks have the rocks, because they're not going to be shooting that low. Or you could have your military walking through, and then as they're entering that danger zone that you've already preset, then you can cancel the catapults. That's a different story. We have to wait for that to drop, but that one's different. Why is Korean food yum dead? What did you do? Yeah. Well, like I said, siege weapons, catapults do cross multiple Z levels. They just don't know it. There is a script off of DF hack in Dwarf Fortress Classic that allowed you to designate what the catapult was looking at, including a different Z level. And that little fix, like, it didn't really do anything else. It just said, because right now the catapults look at their Z level just like a ballista in front of them. All the script did was let you designate the area they're looking. That one change revolutionizes catapults. They become some of the strongest shit in the game. A bit inaccurate for guys who don't have any practice, but when they do hit, it's funny to just watch a rock hit and that goblin line just smear across the field. Hilarious. But without that script, or if they don't make that natural to the game, the ability to tell the catapult where to look. Catapults are just basically like hard to use ballista, and so there's an issue. But they can engage cross Z levels. There's nothing in the code preventing that. They just don't look. All right, where are you? Why are you dead down here, Korean food yum? Did you have a mood previously and go crazy? Well, he's not forbidden or anything, so I don't know why they haven't come and grabbed him. Like, how has he been missing a week? If he's been dead that long, someone should have grabbed him. Korean food yum, I think was his name. Is there any trick of making your crossbows to stay right side next to the fort? No. You can make your ranged dwarves work. A consistent trick? I'm going to say no, because you can't guarantee it. There has been an issue with ranged dwarves for the longest time of getting them to just listen. Right now, we don't even have civilian alerts working. So, any trick in the current version, you could do a lot of stuff to be like, okay, you're up in this thing. It's a fortification. Station here. That does tend to work. But then, like, they won't all stand against the wall and be shooting, if that makes sense. There's always an issue with how they're working. So I don't have a good answer. There are a couple of answers that serve okay, but if they're like, okay, this is a one solution fits all sort of thing, it just ain't gonna come. Just stick to melee. Because when the ranged dwarves end up not working correctly to begin with, you just end up with melee dwarves. And you kind of have a similar issue with Mark's dwarves and artillery and combat. Once anyone's in melee, you don't want Mark's dwarves anymore. You don't want someone dodging from their bolt into one of your dwarves, making your dwarf dodge, your dwarf fall down. It's causing chaos. So even if you do find an answer, like, okay, I've created a archer tower. The tower can't be, climbed up or down. It has a little overshoot. We have the fortifications. They're able to shoot down. I have a squad of 10, so 4 of them are shooting. What is that going to do? Like, maybe you take out a few and it's kind of cool. Like, don't get me wrong. We've got the Morgan effect stories. March dwarves can get the job done. But just like artillery, they don't mix well. Even when they're working, they just don't tend to mix well. If you have an area where you have March dwarves, then you're creating an area where you have March dwarves. So something like that would require a tower with the 2 Z-lip overhang. The outer things are going to be carved fortifications. You're going to have a roof to make sure they don't crawl up and over. They still might dodge through the fortification and die anyways. You're still probably only going to get 4 or 5 of them to be shooting. But if they're legendary, they will be effective shots. But same thing as the artillery. It's right now, you can make it work, but you have to make sure that that's what you're doing in the area. They can at least mix well with traps, but they're not going to mix well with melee dwarves also running in. At that point, it's just too hectic. What am I looking for? These are dwarves. I want trousers and socks and shoes and gloves and mittens and hoods and dresses, coats, robes, cloaks. I want all those. Sure. Did you actually bring a wagon this time? If you're here, okay, there are the merchants. Why no wagon? I have done everything so many times for you. Why no wagon? How much do I have to give you? Why? Why have you spurned me? Oh, trade merchant of the woods. All right, give them all the arrows. I don't want the damn arrows. Give them all the amulets. We'll keep the anvils. I believe we have some trash from last time too, because I was unable to trade it due to their carrying capacity. Because they decided not to bring any... Because they decided not to bring in any wagons again. I don't know why. They used to bring in wagons, and at some point they decided not to. I'm suspecting that there's just like a bug in the code or something. Easily able to be fixed. It might be like an overflow. Like I've given them so much good shit that the thing overflew. It rolled back down to a negative number. So now they're like, oh no, you have to really pay off what you owe us now. Because there's no reason to be sitting here with nothing again. Bins. I don't think I have any close bins that's doing anything anyways. Yep, okay, I'm gonna ignore bins. Boxes. I'm gonna hold on to the coffers. Gonna hold on to cabinets. I want to try to get rid of the cages again. We'll see if we can't offload a bunch of these cages. Is this all that damaged clothing crap again? We'll try to offload the damaged clothing. Hopefully this time we can get a lot of it out of here.
Eucalyptus for the terror known as Coca Koala 5 has come.
Koala herb. Hello, Coca Koala. So much damaged clothing. So little time. Actually, you know what? I think I reset on the caravans when I lost the Duchess. You think somehow the Duchess dying cost me to lose my caravans? Like they're like, oh, you let her die, so now your entire society can suffer. So I feel like we've been punished for something and the Mountain Home won't tell us about it. Keep the gems, keep the statue. Why do I have a statue? We could try to trade away a bunch of the bauxite, but I believe that's going to eat up their weight. It's definitely going to eat up their weight. Oh, I could try to trade away a bunch of these wheelbarrows. Get rid of the heavy ones, especially if they're empty. We don't need no walnuts. Look around. We don't need no nut. Silver battle axe. Get rid of that. That's garbage. I don't think I can use a great axe. I'll trade that. And we'll sell out the training axe. All right. Take those. What does that lower us to? 563. If it works, it works. Don't have any dwarves. Hold on. Some of these are fake names or unnamed dwarves. Let me rename them, then we'll see what we have for dwarves. It's not that wrong, though. We are very low on the dwarves. Probably had some children grow up or like a 1 or a 2, you know, dwarf migrant wave. Binary algorithm. Formal blizzard. So many names lost. I will be ecstatic when this name bug is fixed. Formal blizzard. Now this one's blinking, leading me to believe that this was a name. Maybe, oh no, Sizzlero. Maybe he just had a mood and got lucky. Sizzlero. The first. Anyone else whose name has been denamed? I have 6 dwarves, 3 of them of which are babies. But we have 6 nonetheless. So let me switch the migrants up so it says that and we should be good. You know, one wide pass from stand on, not just a single one tile wall behind or the... What? Then you get to reloading. You might need a road, a circle around the whole map. Yes. I had a Baron and a Duke die. Uncertainty. Oh, you need a noble for the wagons? Well, then let me get another noble game. Damn. It didn't let me. We have a mayor. No. I mean, I have one that gets voted in. We have the mayor right now. But yeah, they both died. I've had plenty of time to get a new one. They just won't give me one. There's a new soundtrack, Case Face. Yeah, so hopefully it'll trigger. We've got like, I've got over 100 hours into this base now. We've gotten this song to trigger once. The We're Happy in a Tavern song. Official name, I know. It seems to be like a very rare occurrence for me. I don't know why. It almost requires too much stuff to be going on to work correctly. All right. You, stones, economic, and other. We should start having a lot of people grab these and start hauling things over. I would have liked, I believe we still have 1, 2, 3, 4, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. I want to start getting rid of some of these stupid wheelbarrows, but I can't dump them until they themselves have dumped the stone that's in them, which is a pain. Now, this will fill up with useless stone here real quick. This will fill up with useless stone, so we'll have to start setting up the new routes. First route I want to handle, sandstone. You go away. And the hauling route for sandstone goes away as well. None. Click. Because we had an issue with this. None. Delete. Delete. Someone implied previously that this is what caused the crashes to happen. So I'm going to try to be careful and not allow a crash to happen. I don't know how specific it is, but we're going to go with what we've got. So I'll remove sandstone. Kaolinite, dolomite, I'm leaving alone right now. This is jet. We have no reason to leave jet over here at all. There's no reason for jet. So jet can go away. Which one of you is jet? Jet. No stone. No minecart. Delete. Delete. Limestone we'll ignore for now. It's too much. We'll let those get brought over, and we should now start being able to bring over gypsum as well. So we'll wait to see how people start moving all the stones. Job item lost. I don't know what the hell you're talking about. Still waiting hundreds of items to be brought over here and other food to get sorted out. It is what it is. Barracks is good. This could actually probably be using with more... Am I... You're saying armor bin, but I'm just seeing a bow. Hold on. Can you take my bows too? I don't want bows. No one wants bows. Crossbow, crossbow, bow. Bow. Anything that is not on a cross is not allowed in our most holy of dwarven settlements. Everything must be on a cross. Hell, if we're not using it, I'll even trade off a couple of copper crossbows too. Just when we have the people choosing from iron. And I'm seeing wood spear. Hold on. Hold on. I'll dwarf you in. I've just got to fix the things I don't want. You're already being traded. Keep you. Keep you. Might as well trade you. Trade you your copper. Keep you. Wood, garbage. Wood, garbage. Bismuth, bronze, go away. Coffee wood, garbage. Finger lime, garbage. Date palm wood, garbage. Wood. Elven. 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 Maybe okay, but weak metal. Keep you. Weak. Keep you. Elven. 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 Get rid of all that crap. Elven. Look at this elven shit. Elven, elven. Why? Why haven't we just thrown this into the furnace? Can dwarves use scimitars? I'll keep that for now, but we might as well get rid of the copper one. There we go. Ordered more crap to be removed. Right, who got dwarfed? What did you get, dwarf? Why am I not up to date on the... Scroll down. There we go, now I see. I mean, I kept them alive. They died on their own. Except for the ones I caused to die. 1, 2, 3, 4. You are a child, good sir. A child, I say. How are you doing, Cillian? By the way, who earlier tried to get dwarfed? Someone, it wasn't you earlier. Someone tried to get dwarfed earlier and it said we didn't have the dwarves. That's because I was off by 5. I fixed the number. You can get dwarfed now. You've not been banned from getting dwarves. It just didn't know we had a bunch of children lying around. So all you have to do is come back and you'll be free to get any child you want. You'll be free to have any child named after you you want. That sounds better. Zelu, yeah, Zelu, type in the dwarf command again. I've got dwarves for you. It didn't update the script last time because you didn't have a dwarf. If it doesn't yell at me, you didn't get a dwarf. It was Zelu. Zelu! Zelu! Zelu, come back. Look at this. Look at this empty cherry wood barrel sitting here being garbage. Look at these empty wood pots sitting here being garbage. What is going on with my pots? I'm not making pots. I swear there's a bug. They're getting duplicated. No one's making pots anymore. Monty the bot. Monty the bot, you got dwarf 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. You cut gems all day. Monty the bot the first. Monty the bot the first. There you go. Destroy the child, corrupt them all. You know what? Broker requested that depot. Let's ask him to come here anyways already. We still have a couple hundred items awaiting to come in. But again, just like last time, I'd rather do this as 2 different trades if I can than 1. There was a diplomacy window, but it went away. What do you mean no job? You have a job. Okay. You're only allowing 557 pounds. What am I supposed to do with this? Take my crap. Fuck. Raw green glass. I'll take your clay. I'm trying to free up weight. I'll take your rope. I'll take your flasks. I'll take this, whatever that is. I'll take your toy boats. I'll take your mini forges. I don't want your cages back. I'm trying to get rid of cages. I'll take a bucket. I'll take these. I don't want any of that. I don't want that. I'll take your socks. I'll take your iron shield. I'm still overweight on you. I'll take your iron helm. Your steel cap. Your steel whatevers. I know that he's operating at a loss. I'm going to worry about that in a minute. You brought back chests. I swear to God, I traded you. I'll take every bolt you got. Now I got to figure out how to increase what I'm trading him. Okay, one of those bolts is really valuable, I think. Steel. Okay, no bolts. I got to make up 8,000. Can you guys just bring like freaking garbage? Damn. Because I need... Okay, fuck. I have to do this like part by part. Take the cages back off. Fuck me. Spears. Short sword. Warhammer. Battle axe. Mace. Crossbows. How much weight do I got so far? Bows. Long swords. Great axe. Scimitar. Training axe. Breastplate. Coats. Cloaks. These clothings. These clothings. These clothings. Okay, we're getting there. We're getting there on the losses. Something in there helped me. Probably an artifact. I don't care. Okay. If we trade all this, we're in the good. We'll have to worry about weight in a minute. Massive profit. 590 pounds to be dealing with. What do you have that's heavy but cheap?
Come on, dude. You can't go after Kamoshida's bitch.
Right? I tell them every time. You can't go after Kamoshida's bitch. They don't listen to me. I'm an oracle, and they never listen to me. I tell them, you can't do it. Stop trying to go after Kamoshida's bitch. And they always laugh at me. And they go, we go after who we want. And look where that brings us back to. Every time. Every time. Hello, chat. I will see who cares about Kamoshida's bitch in a second. All right. 1,300 pounds again. And you're angry because it's a bit yellow. Can I trade? Nope, they're happy with what we've done. Okay. Now I gotta do that again with the rest of the stuff coming. Trying to find the maximum amount of way to get him to take the crap off my thing. Those cages have seeds in them. Those cages were used in prison, and then the dude just threw the seeds down in the cage, and we never took them back out. So, I don't care. One way or another, I'm getting them off my damn map. All right, he's coming back to trade. Come back to trade. It says trade at depot. Come back to trade. I want this item. Okay, we're going to try to do a trade again. I'm going to see what I can get you to take. Excess weight 488. What caused that? Was it the cage? Wasn't the cage. The gloves? No. Arrows? Not even close. Trousers. We have some very heavy pants. Why do we have heavy pants? Who is wearing the heavy pants? Is there just that many pants? Because I can overcome some of this with the metal bars, but not a lot. See? I don't want those. I don't want that back. What has the highest weight? Can I sort by weight? I want something that's in like the 20s and 30s of weight. I definitely don't want to get back anything I just gave him. I feel like that would defeat the purpose. No. His stones at the beginning are probably the heaviest crap we'll be able to get off of him. I can start trying to trade off some bolts. What are your cheapest bolts? There still is an excess weight issue. But we're getting there. If I do cheap, I would need to equal 150. I'm not doing that with cheap cheeses. 150 pounds. All right. What if I keep one tin cage for now? One empty tin cage isn't bad. We need that cheap cheese. Oh, what? Stoneworkers Guild. Look, I'll work on the guild locations later, dudes. Damn. He's left to go drink. You know what? That's fine. No trader. We got what we could off this time. We could have done probably a little bit better, but it's too much effort. We did good this trip. We've unloaded crap from our base. They're going to get stones. I already just told you no. We want a guild hall. No. But have you thought about our fantastic guild hall? Motherfucker, I just said no. Don't ask. But what if we had a guild hall? We're bringing limestone over right now. Microcline. I think maybe they're going to dump the wheelbarrows. A wheelbarrow can only have like one stone in it. So how did those early wheelbarrows have like 3 stones in them? Like, he only ever carried the 1 stone. Also, I think he just stole a wheelbarrow. He clearly brought one over in a wheelbarrow, and then it disappeared. And then, oh, wait, no. They're here with like 9 stones. This is why you can't trust these things. And now he's taking it, but he never dumped the stones in it. Stop. Dump the stones in it. I should have just never done the wheelbarrows. I should have never trusted the... He dumped a stone, but there's still 2 other stone in this. Dump the stones. What is the point of your wheelbarrow if you don't dump the stones out of it? You're just kind of pushing a rock around. He's got 2 stones in 2 different wheelbarrows. How does that even happen? Does he have a wheelbarrow filled with a wheelbarrow? That one's got a stone in it. Where are you going with it? It was never dumped. Yep, nope. I go back to my earlier assessment. Even if you do enough to make them actually work in parallel, this is almost just no point to use a wheelbarrow. Guildhall. Okay. Even creating enough space to make them work in parallel, it's just clearly not a good idea. They're buggy. Wheelbarrows are buggy. I'll have to find a way to purge them later. What I need to start doing right now, though, is choosing up what goes here. Now, before, I don't want to get rid of this stockpile of limestone because I don't want them to start calling all this over right now. But I do want to get rid of its route. So limestone. Oh, now I lost it. Limestone route, unassigned, delete, delete. Yep, we'll get rid of that. I will start moving things over here. So. That does look pretty cool, though. The iron, the pig iron, the steel. We're going to need to create one for limestone on the right. Track stop, dumps to the left. 2, 3, 4. There. And this track stop is, so I can start using them up, is going to be made out of electrum. We got 1 off and 2 off metals. We've got to use them to get them out of this stockpile. Gold, I should have created a thing for. Pig iron, I should have created a thing for. Lead, I'm surprised hasn't been moved up yet. It should be. Copper should get moved up at some point. I don't know why there's copper there. Bronze, we'll use up bronze. I'm not dealing with bronze. The metal ores can get smelted on their own in a minute. And the ash bars, well, that's just a separate issue entirely. This is a block pile, but apparently we don't have the bins for them. Okay. Take your word for it. And now suddenly we have 4 statues. Why do I have 4 statues? The wood statue of the elf is for outside. I remember this one. I don't know why we have 3 other statues all of a sudden. By the way, is this elf still up in this tree? I believe we cut down his tree to take him out. He must have left already. The elves always attack from over here. So we're going to put the statue over here to remind them about the horrible things that we will do to them when they come in. Statue, the petrified wood statue of the elf getting killed, goes over there. Some of these trees never even got cut down yet. Good. Hello! Hellfire Skyrim. He was doing a randomizer earlier, everyone.
The floofy bat is here to give
it
the
was
floofy
Castlevania
floof
Area of Sorrow, I believe, was his randomizer. I had him on. I said hello at the beginning, and then I fell back asleep again with my door open because it's snowing outside, and everything is so peaceful and quiet when it's snowing outside. So I ended up falling asleep during his stream. How are you doing? Did you get a good time? Evening. Let the age of lead mugs begin. I mean, we might as well at some point. We're going to need metal mugs and stuff. We got to start upgrading our mugs. I got to get this working first, though. Okay, this stockpile. This stockpile will be... What am I doing this for? Limestone? Limestone. This pile right here will be for limestone, which I believe is an economic ore. It is. And will not allow wheelbarrows because clearly they don't work. Add a new route. The route will be called limestone. The route will have that stop. It'll have that minecart. It will pull in limestone. We'll have nothing to check for because it'll work by default. And its stockpile link will be from that stockpile. That should start working at some point. They can press the limestone down. In a bit, we'll start working on another stone. Gypsum has its purposes, but will never really be used. Gypsum, we can start compressing out too. Gypsum should be on an edge piece though, because I don't think we're going to be dealing with gypsum a lot either. So might as well get that one set up now. Track stop to the left, dump it here. Make you out of bronze bars. Dwarf Foresters is treating us pretty well, Phil. We're having a bug right now of... I created a pretty big stockpile to start transferring stones into the castle, and we made sure it had extra space so we could have an extra amount of wheelbarrows. And for some reason, the wheelbarrow counts as a container, so they're putting the stones in them, but weirdly, they're not doing anything with them. Like, they're not taking them back out. Here's what I'm going to do. How many garbage dumps do we have? And if we only have the one that I believe we have, I'm going to treat that as a garbage dump and just start saying to dump the stones in the wheelbarrows. If I can track them down. Like, that one's clean. That one's clean. That one's not clean. Dump that. This wheelbarrow that he just grabbed, see, not clean. Dump all of those. Someone has now said that they're going to grab them out of there. Are they grabbing him as he moves? That's an interesting bit of code if they're able to do that, because they can't do that for most anything else. Oh, look at all the limestone in this wheelbarrow just hanging around. Hanging around. So we got to clean our wheelbarrows, I guess. If they got one, the one makes sense. If they got more than one, don't make no sense. Because that extra weight's counting against the dwarf, right? If the wheelbarrow says it's X amount of pounds, that's just slowing the dwarf even further, defeating the purpose of a damn wheelbarrow. But I mean, yeah, it seems to be mostly working. They're just dumping stones down here. Okay. This is what it takes. This is what we'll do. We'll just clear out. We'll do our spring cleaning of wheelbarrows. I was worried about 1 or 2 pound difference between Willow and other wheelbarrows, and they're putting in thousands of pounds of stone because of that weird bug. Great. Looks like the limestone's getting filtered in. What I'm going to do is I'm going to say high traffic areas are out here. And low traffic area is here. I don't want them... I think if they're in the square, when a stone gets dumped there, they might get hurt. I want them to go around the workshops, not through the workshops. All right. What was I doing next? Gypsum. Gypsum will be created with that stop in mind and will be assigned that minecart. That one will have no inequalities to deal with, and we'll be pulling other stone. Actually, economic, right? Gypsum's economic because it becomes plaster. And you will be pulling from that stockpile, the gypsum, that should work. Oh, clicked the wrong button. Delete that. Let's see these start getting piled in. Between the limestone and the gypsum, I think that should free up most of our space for now. We'll worry about the rest of them later. This is just stuff we'll have to pick up with, we'll have to deal with later. Like, look, what? Why are you in here? Why are there 3 stones on this wheelbarrow? Gotta do house cleaning. Found out a bit through that OBS was on my mic settings and had it set to a bunch of numbers, but I got a 1 hour 20. Nice. I just can how is the sound industry as a whole just not gone to Microsoft and said stop changing shit? It's too many times in like the last 5 minutes I've been able to hear the word, oh yeah, Windows updated and destroyed every mic setting. Why? What? Why? Why would they be touching the mic setting? There's no reason to. Stop touching it. You don't need to do this. Terramokes got stung by a bee. It's about the part about 2 forts, water supply is poisoned with lead, which is why everybody who isn't part of Manco is a complete idiot and soldier. Sounds like a more Stein storage? I'm not sure, Phil. A more Stein storage will solve it problem, won't it? Not sure what that means. I believe they have, or they can. I don't know when. Like, that might just be something that I misunderstood. Remember, chat, I don't remember everything all the time, like, completely correctly. I just know that I remember stockpile dump, like one of these minecart things, in Pain. It might have to do with them dumping over multiple levels, not just one, like, to the side, but we'll be careful. Oh, stone storage. More stone storage will solve it. No. If you're talking about the wheelbarrow, the issue is not that stone storage will solve it. It's that the whole point of the damn wheelbarrow is that it's giving them a mechanical advantage so they can carry more weight faster and get the stones here really fast. But if there's stones in the wheelbarrow, then it's heavier. If it's heavier, they're slower. Defeats the purpose. Also, I want the stones to be going where I want them to be, not just sticking in stockpiles. At some point, I want to reduce this outer stockpile down. This is just because I'm doing a mass transfer of stones from over there to over here. Like, the longer they take on this limestone, the slower this whole thing will go. We also have kaolinite coming in. I didn't think we had that much excess kaolinite lying around, but I was wrong. All right, I'm going to go over here to this kaolinite one and delete it so I can make a new I don't need to, but I want to make a new kaolinite one over to the left. So we might as well get rid of kaolinite over here. Kaolinite, looks like you were my first one. Kaolinite will do nothing. And that was the wrong button. That was the wrong button. There we go. Kaolinite will not have a car assigned to it at all. And now we'll delete kaolinite. At some point, I'll just get rid of that and start having all... Because we still have a bunch of limestone stored over here. We're going to have to start getting rid of these and transfer them over. Stone right now is our big industry. That's like the #1 weight thing keeping shit over here. A lot of these are smaller things we could be dealing with as we go. Diplomacy. What? I keep clicking the diplomacy. I'm not right-clicking it. Who's trying to diplomatize with me? What? What do you want? I've clicked that button so many times, and it never pops anything up. Stop asking for diplomacy. If you don't want diplomacy, that's fine, but stop asking. It's kind of pissing me off. All right, they're still trying to get stuff into their wagon, or their non-wagon. All right, our dwarves are recovering. I still gotta, like, destroy so many alder pots. I don't know why we have so many empty pots everywhere. There's a bug. There's no way there isn't a bug. This shit's multiplying. Everywhere I look, it's just filling with empty pots. Any stockpile with pots grows more pot. It doesn't make sense. I have no clue how to track that down to, like, prove that. You know, like, I've made 20 pots, you just watch your number explode, but something's going wrong with pots. I have destroyed, traded away, and gotten rid of so many of the damn things, and we're just filled with empty pots now. Still, like, we're overfilled with them. Some of these things have, like, multiple pots. It's insane. It doesn't make no sense. Bins we need. The only reason why they store stones and wheelbarrows that stand in the storage should be no free tile, right? No. If there's no free tile, they shouldn't have the command to be putting anything in the wheelbarrow to begin with. The wheelbarrow is just supposed to be a tool used for the transferring of other stones. It's not like it's a minecart or anything. Like, quite frankly, every time a wheelbarrow stops, the dwarf should be programmed to just dump whatever's in it, no matter what. All right, I have to create a new thing for kaolinite now. Construction, track stop. Dumping to the east. Kaolinite can be made out of trifle pewter. Congratulations, trifle pewter. There's gotta be, right? Like, you're not wrong. There's gotta be. But where? Where? Who makes the pots? Who's doing this? Places, locations, no. Zones, workshops. Like, if I looked in this, wouldn't I be seeing that they're making a pot? We have one carpenter shop. This carpenter shop is not doing it, and it has no work order to do it. This craft store shop has no work order to do it. It's not doing it. Like, no one's showing the labor of doing it. And yet it's being done. So this has been such a problem in the making that I've tried solving multiple times, and yet there's always more pots. I was going to get rid of that craft store shop. Just get rid of that one entirely. No. Nothing in here says pots. Is it drink related? So, like, that might be what's causing them to multiply somehow, but like, making the drinks doesn't make pots. I should say have 200 pots that are either filled or empty, but somehow the pots numbers, as a matter of fact, hold on. We're going to watch this. I'm going to write this down over time. We're going to track these damn pots. Because you could say trading for drinks brings in some, but it doesn't. It brings in barrels. Pots and barrels are two different things. I want to get rid of my barrels, but we don't have an excess amount of barrels. We have an excess amount of pot. Some of these are filled, some of them are not, but I don't care. What do we have? 643. That's what they're claiming I have for pots. Why do I have 643 pots? I don't know. But apparently I have 643. I'm going to say 643 over 21. And the over 21 means that those are the ones being used. So somehow I have 622 excess pots lying around the base. I mean, there probably is, but there shouldn't be. Where do I go? Places, workshops. He's got totems. He's got bone things that we've just not been handling. He's got wheelbarrows that we're still not bringing in. And zooming on that's not working. This guy, Craftsdorf's just got an artifact. Carpenter, and that's one carpenter and 3 Craftsdorfs. Places, workshops. 3 Craftsdorfs, 1 carpenter. And there shouldn't be anywhere making these still. Like, they're getting stockpiled in the stockpile. This is what I'm saying. Like, this does not... No one would be bringing these over like that. That doesn't make sense. Like, that's what I'm saying. Something is going crazy. Wherever I'm stockpiling drinks, and something about the act of drinking now, I don't know, is just creating pots. You probably look 6 times, but check your work order conditions again and slowly. Okay, look. Cloak, dress, hood, glove, robe, sock, trousers, brew drink, coat, ash, processed plants. Nothing in the general work orders. Nothing in the carpenters. Nothing in this Craftsdorf. Nothing in this Craftsdorf. Nothing in this But like, here's the thing though, right? It's like, okay, so they're drinking and they're dropping them, right? But are they? Are they? Like, they're only showing up exactly in the stockpile? And why are there so many of them? Because the dwarves are bringing back over potato wine and shit, but somehow they're filling up with empty pots, only in the stockpile. Like, it's a very niche thing, and only ever seems to be in the drinking pile, too. It never seems to really be in the food pile. Food pile's got other shit going on. Is this a food pile? Maybe this one's a food pile. Drinking's on the right, food's on the left. It only happens in drink piles. And somehow they're multiplying. Like that, like there's a duplication or something. I don't know what it is. Because this is only supposed to be holding one drink, and it is. And yet somehow it's flooding with other wine pots, or empty pots. Even if they got used, where did 600 come from? Like, these are two questions, and only one of each is being answered at a time. One is, well, why are there empty pots in there? Because they drank it and then threw it down. Okay, sure. Why are there like 700 fucking pots? Why do the pots only seem to congeal inside drinking workshops, but not food workshops? Like, these are two things that I don't think are separate. I just went live? Oh, good. Thank you, bot. It's only been 2 hours. That bot's so getting fired. That bot has got to get fired. All right, real quick, because this might be too soon to be checking, but I want to check again. Because why do we have 600 fucking pots? Remember, I haven't made any pots in years. I've been trying to get rid of these things. I've been crushing them in the freaking bridge. I've been trading these things away. $646 and 18. We went up by 3 and down by 3. All right, so far it's maintained its number. So I'll order yet more of these pots to be dumped to free up the space again. Because I want to see an excess slottage. It's just not happening. As a matter of fact, I won't dump them right now. I'll view stockpile. We'll paint the pile even bigger to try to handle whatever is going on. Except. Because they're not really multiplying over here, but we do still have weird empty ones for no reason. We'll see if maybe they'll bring the empty pots back down. It just seems insane to me to have like 1,000 pots and I shouldn't. It's tools, not, you know, it's pots. Hold on. I think it's just pots. Because I filtered. If I filter, it should show the number of what I'm filtering, right? If it doesn't, then that defeats the purpose. You're right. Even when I don't filter, it says that same number. Well, then what the fuck's the point of filtering? Motherfuck. So what, you got to count this manually? It almost defeats the purpose, I would say, but you're right. The 643 is every tool. 43, 25, 63, 68, 118, 126, 166, 167, 247, 298, 368, 428, 433, 473, 474. Even if we ignore the whole issue with the tools, because that would have given us a bad number at some point, I'll give you that. Should be 474 pots. Like that still is an ungodly amount of pots. How many mugs do you have in your taverns? $104 right now. We want 120. I don't know where the other 16 have gone. So much stupid elfin crap I still want to get rid of. And this is already filled. Now, I'm suspecting that we are now having a bin issue, by the way. Between this, that, and other things, we're having a bin issue. So separate to all this, I'm going to create a thing for bins. Make a wooden bin. If empty bins is less than 10, the amount of bins, what is that? Get rid of that. The amount of logs is greater than 10. If that's true, make 5. I just want there to be a bit of an excess of bins to handle the stupid crap. Too many damn pots. Like, how many times have I purged this? I've ordered this entire thing to be dumped multiple times. I do think at some point I re-grabbed them, but that's because it wasn't working right anyways. So I gotta grab those stones back too. Speaking of which, how is our stones doing? Well, they are flooded. What happened to my minecart? Okay, why is there a sock on here? Please get your sock out of here, idiot. Why would you take your sock off and just throw it down on the thing? Doesn't make sense. And now the wheelbarrows are taking up slots. Doo-doo-doo. But for the most part, they're empty now. All right, I'm going to assume that this isn't like somehow stopping us transferring a limestone over. Now this one was supposed to be for kaolinite, so let's create the kaolinite one too. We can work in parallel. Because I created the gypsum, not a new kaolinite. I spelled that right. Kaolinite. Someone's gonna tell me later I screwed that up entirely. You go there. You were assigned that minecart. You pull from this stockpile. You have no inequalities to check. Kaolinit. Damn it. All right, now I'll start getting kaolinite out of our damn way. The one in the middle was limestone. Next to limestone, we would need to be doing sandstone. We have a lot of things that we're building out of sandstone. We don't have much sandstone here, though, so that's not really our issue right now. But we might as well start getting used to the idea of it. Also, I just realized I might have made a mistake. I need to set up the thing to absorb it. Kaolinite. No wheelbarrow. Gypsum. Because they've probably been trying to bring the gypsum back and forth. Gypsum. No wheelbarrow. The limestone, I think, was already handled from the beginning. Okay. Construction track stop to the east. What sort of material or bar do I have like one or two of that I can just get rid of? Copper I use for other things. Apparently I only have one whole granite. We'll use the granite. We'll reduce the list. And we'll use this to start trying to get the sandstone out of the way. God, they got to bring a lot of crap from over here to over there. How are you doing? Are you guys still preparing my meals? Fantastic. I'll ignore you guys till later. This needs to go away at some point and bring the bauxite down here, or the bauxite, whatever the hell you guys want to call it. I really don't care. I have no preference into the bauxite fight, the Civil War. It's a gray pot scenario. All matter will be nothing but pot. They should pick them up. Should. This, I think, are damaged ones, so I'll ignore that. I like that they're all in one square, though. They shouldn't be. Why are they all in one square? It's because of trade goods or something I did? Do I have to set up a piano? Like, I would think no, because instruments don't, but a piano's big. You would have to, surely you'd have to set up a piano. Down here, I'll have to set this up to be something else later. Actually, new thought. Crazy thought. No one touch any of this. Whatever is down here will be grabbed later. Right now, we're trying to move out of the old base. There's no point in grabbing shit from down here right now. I don't care what it is. Stop grabbing this crap. Grab crap from the old base. That's the point. Though they were doing a decent job of cleaning this up. Oh, wait. Somehow I banned a freaking... Oh, my God. You can ban wheelbarrow. You can ban wheelbarrows. Let me just dump what's in that one. Did anyone else have a wheelbarrow I just banned in their hand? I don't see another wheelbarrow. I think we're good. Did we ever get this one? We did. Sweet. Now I can finally get rid of that. I've been trying to, like, trim this down forever. And it looks like, for the most part, we've actually stopped the water in here, too. New assumed gym matches claim the position of Lady of the Famous Requirement League. Congratulations, whoever you are and whatever you've done. This hole is down there. If I blocked off this starting there, I think we'd have less water to deal with. Like, I kind of want to just start filling this in. I don't think we need a lot of this central path anymore. That central path was for emergency aquifer handling. We don't need that anymore. Because the less this water bip-bops around, the less we'll have to deal with down here. Cancels processed plants. Okay. All right, did we get rid of the one thing? It looks like we did. Get rid of you. Get rid of these. Back up top. How are we handling the stone? Okay, this one was supposed to be for sandstone, right? Did I ever get rid of the old sandstone hauling route? I did. Fantastic. Hauling route. New route. New route is called sandstone. Assign you to you. You get a fantastic mine cart. At this stop, you will pull from this stockpile. You will grab the stone of sand. Sandstone only. There are no inequalities to check. That should work. This stockpile. You will now also be set to the stone of sand. And you'll be made sure that there is no wheelbarrows. All right. Completely unnecessary. We didn't have much sandstone around, but the more minecarts we have set up, the more in parallel this works. Because each minecart will create a pull command individually. And I believe more sandstone will be coming. We have microcline to deal with too. And a nice chunk of this is microcline. All right, we'll let them do whatever they're doing right now. It's not like they're doing nothing. Things are getting pulled here and there. Microcline we do use. We don't use it much, so I think it should be in one of the outer thirds, but probably not the very edge. Like, the very edge should be weird nonsense like marcasite, which I don't use. Anhydrite, sure. Probably like a 2. We can put it up near one of the top ones, because I already got the outer one right now anyways. Big instruments, you do have to set up. Little ones go in chests. Build. Furniture. Instrument. Ah! the new question is which one's worth what? We're going to set up the gong because nothing says party time like a giant gong. Boop, boop, boop-a-doot-a, boop, boop, boop-a-doot-a. It'll be the great green glass gong of celebration. Like how it looks like a piano up there. There you go. Feel free to use that gong whenever you want. I don't understand the obsession with weapons and battles. You are not a dwarf bird summoner. We're going to have a talk to you. All right, are these clearing back out? Hey, that's me. Kill it? No, we won't kill it. We have to wait for it to steal stuff first. We have to do this legally. Oh, we're saving. No touchy during the game save. But yeah, anything you set up, if nothing else, increases the room value. And if it's like an artifact or something, then you can be like, oh, look, there's an artifact. And when the people come by, they're like, ooh. Look at that artifact. That's a nice artifact right there. And they'll get happy thoughts. That's the exact way it looks. I mean, you know, little here, little there. You good? All right, we're good. Let that resume. Looks like we haven't had any issues in a minute. The farm plants and drinks look like they're holding strong. I don't know if I trust other. I don't know where the food actually is. As a matter of fact, things are rotting because they're not moving anything into anywhere. Why are you not moving anything into anywhere? Do you hate me? Do you strive every day to cause a scenario where you've wasted food and time? Accept custom food. Food for the morons. Food, prepared meals. There you go. Bring it over. They had a stockpile that allowed prepared meals somewhere around here, but apparently that wasn't good enough for you, so I'll make another one. Actually, doesn't this one? Hold on. You have a stockpile link, don't you? I want the actual view stockpile. Stockpile link. Wrong one. Stockpile link. You don't have a stockpile link. Maybe that's my problem. Do you have a stockpile link? Wrong button again. Oh my God. I created food stockpiles, but I never created the stockpile link. Maybe that one's on me. I'm going to blame the kitchen anyways. They should have known better. Build, construction, ramp. What am I doing this out of again? Peach. Build. Give me them peachy ramps. Peach. There we go. We've got a very nice get the hell in, get the hell out ramp for traders to use. No chance of trees in the middle of it. Stop coming in from weird angles. How about that? Can you do that for me? There's nothing left up here. I don't know why you've been dumped. I thought I ordered these to be uninstalled, but some of them have been. They just haven't been brought anywhere. Okay. Sure. Some of these haven't been transferred over yet, and that's fine. That makes sense. This doesn't even have a stockpile anymore. Again, fine. Makes sense. At some point, I might just dump a bunch of wood in here to fill this up. Do I want my sterling silver back, though? Like, we do have some tin and sterling silver over here. I might want my metals back. But none of that's going through. We still have a library. I haven't made a new library yet. We have the old dump. Oh, I just thought of that. That's where a lot of things have been going, is this dump too. I'll have to pay attention to that dump. I can't squish that dump till we get some of the good gear back, because they'll be like, oh my god, my masterpiece has been destroyed. Woe is me. Humanity knows no bounds, or some nonsense. All right, we'll probably come back later to uninstall the rest of these rooms. Most of these are just meeting areas. I do have a legendary statue to babysit, but I don't care. This was the old meeting area. It is pointless now. Delete that. No need for that to be hanging around. We have temples. I haven't made new temples yet. We do have some guilds hanging around inside the tunnels, but I don't have to worry about those yet. We have a gem stockpile in the base that I was not aware of. Why is there a gem stockpile down here? Why? Okay. Sure. Also, yeah, no, this is part of what's getting picked up from inside. There's a stairwell down here that connects to... That's the back door to the hospital. Okay, that's the hospital's emergency back door. We can ignore that one. That's not a problem to be worried about. All right, I believe that we're just still hauling stone then. One way or another, you know, we're getting compressed. Things are getting brought over. This is sandstone. Kaolinite. It's not getting done. Sandstone is, limestone is, gypsum is. Something went wrong with kaolinite. All right, kaolinite, what did I do wrong? Kaolinite, you are pulling, delete that. You pull from here, 98. That's right. Kaolinite, you pull kaolinite. Apparently I never turned that on. There you go. Now kaolinite should start working. Because what I'm going to do is I'm going to pull out, I'm going to remove some of the old quantums. And that's going to free up like hundreds of stone to come over here. It's not going to be a good time. Most of these wheelbarrows actually maintain their cleanliness. Some of them have glitches still. Like you shouldn't have one already. Just get dumped and we'll be good. You're being used. All right, now we have a variety of stone coming in. Gypsum is getting handled. Seeing a bit of brimstone and I'm seeing a bit of calcite. I don't know if we have enough for me to start worrying about those yet. We have a lot of stones to be coming in. Microcline is going to be a problem once I free up microcline. So one of these should probably be microcline. Let's get rid of the old microcline setup. Delete you. Go into hauling. Where are you, microcline? Tell me your secrets. Microcline. All right. No inequalities to worry about. You weren't even doing that to begin with. Set that to no on the other stones so we don't have an issue. Delete you. Say no mine carts. I just deleted wood. Fuck. Wood 1 was on the left. All right, wood 1. Please tell me the one in you is the cherry wood 1. Or we're going to have a problem. I have no clue how to tell. All right, wood 1, give you back your stop. Which is now going to be down here. All right, I'm deleting the entirety of the wood because I screwed it up because the UI is very unforgiving. You make one wrong click and you have to go back and make a deal with the devil because your life is ruined. Now it syncs up. You pull from here, not that it was ever necessary. And you pull wood. Great, now wood's in the middle of nowhere. I would love folders on some of these. And maybe, just maybe, are you sure about that? I have a sneaking suspicion you're about to do a big old dumb. Are you absolutely sure about that? Please be cherry wood. Okay. Not that we really need 2 anymore. That was just to run in parallel to get all the wood up. Thought they just grab stuff. No. You have to tell them what stockpile to pull from. And here's the most important thing. Make sure you're doing that second thing I keep doing. Make sure you're telling them what you want them to grab. Even if they're pulling from a stockpile and leading to a stockpile that both, by the way, you have to set every stockpile. But even though they're pulling from a stockpile and dumping from a stockpile that both said they contain the same things, if you don't tell them what exactly should go into the minecart in the middle, it just won't work. Can you guys please have a party and dance for me? Think about all the production we're doing, guys. I mean, you should think about that production and 6x6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I was right. You could build along here. So if you guys would be so kind, 5 by 7 be 30. It was bigger than by 1, as to have a party and tell everyone that their days are going great. It'd be great. It'd be fantastic. Do you have a stockpile link? From 45, which I'm to assume is you. 45. Okay, that is true. You are 45. Dance. Dance for us so we can have the good happy times. Your lack of merriment and mirth is destroying me. I want you all to be aware of this. I saw a dwarf recite, "It must have been cruelty at the Salty Swallow." Did someone make... Oh, no. It's just he sung it here. Okay, he saw it recited at the Salty Swallow. I thought the entire title was "It must have been cruelty at the Salty Swallow." I was like, did someone make a poem about how bad our tavern is? I went to the Salty Swallow. It must have been bad. There you go. That's the entire song. It's not a great song. People question what the man was doing, but, you know, whatever. He does what he wants. These pots can be brought down now, and booze can be brought up. That'd be great. I suspect what is happening is you don't have a stockpile link. You do have a stockpile link. Why is no one bringing it up? Okay, they are. You're just being very slow about it. There we go. Hey! Game, they're dancing. There we go. I only had to remind the game. He was talking about the prepared food. Who? Polsky. Yes, Sakolsky. Oh, gotcha. Well, they will, but only if it's extra. That's the problem. Stockpile link says specifically, I want you to go grab from that stockpile too. We need more celebratory songs. All right, I gotta start freeing up stones elsewhere because it looks like we've grabbed our excess. Polsky 77 is absolutely inexhaustible, basically unbreakable, amazingly agile, unbelievably strong, and quick to heal. He has an astounding feel for the position of his own body, unbreakable focus, uncanny intuition, a stunning feel for spatial relationships, an unbreakable will, an ability to read emotions fairly well, and good memory, but he has very little patience. Polsky 77 likes limestone, pig iron, green zircon, white stork bone, the color olive, shields, cabinets, scepters, chains, and sheep for their tendency to flock. When possible, he prefers to consume deer, peach cider, and teff flour, though he absolutely detests leeches. All right, because they've been making good progress and we have excess here and we're leaving wheelbarrows behind, that tells me that they've got nothing to grab. If they got nothing to grab, we're going to give them something to grab. So, limestone stockpile deleted. We just told them to grab like 400 limestone and bring it over to the base. Surprised they haven't grabbed... Oh, because we didn't have anything for clay, too. We're going to have to create a new stockpile for clay. Because I didn't want the clay with anything else. This is why we need more and more jet. I'm going to create a new stockpile right here for now. Except you are a custom one of stone that allows clay and clay only. Do not allow a damn wheelbarrow. If someone's bringing clay, then just whatever. Let them bring clay. I don't think clay's that heavy. All right, that should start setting up a bunch of dwarves to come grab wheelbarrows to go back up to grab the limestone and bring it back down. The limestone start getting brought in. Microcline is my next big worry. Microcline's going to be on an outer third somewhere. So I will set up construction. Track stop to the east, right there. This will be made out of... We don't have much platinum left over, but I do use it for things. We can't just eat... Do we have anything that's like a 1 or 2 other than platinum? Sand, pear, wood. We're going to get more of that, though, so... I'll use the cinnabar for now. This one will be made out of mercury. And we will use this for microcline. Custom, stone, other. I believe it's another. Microcline. However, no wheelbarrows. We'll transfer over the minecart system for microcline. There you are. Apparently we've already done that. Have I deleted microcline previously? Is microcline still laying around? I don't see it. Wood, sand, kaolinite, gypsum, lime, lead, silver, iron, copper, fuel, platinum, steel, coke, coal. I have one that says coal, one that says coke, and one that says fuel. I shouldn't have all 3 of those. It doesn't make sense. Magnetite and dolomite. So, no, I deleted the one for microcline, but I did not create a new one. All right, that one has now been set up. Workshop. New route. Name. Microcline. You'll be assigned that minecart. You'll be assigned that track stop. You'll be assigned to pull from that stockpile. You'll be assigned to grab microcline. Last but not least, ignore every inequality. You're never going to be moving anyways. All right, now what else are we dealing with? A lot of calcite, a lot of brimstone. I'm wondering if calcite and brimstone, if I should honestly just compress them into one and stupid stones I'm not using. If they get too much, I will. I'm surprised we don't have more gypsum getting dumped into this. Let them handle that. This is getting the clay. So we've nearly emptied that out. I'm going to start removing some of the old workshops. Don't think I need this one here anymore. They're grabbing every little piece of microcline from that. We're going to have to work later on the magnetite. We're going to have to do a bunch of this secondarily, too, for all the metal ores. We have to create one of these around 2 smelters and stuff for the metal ores. But as long as we get them out, we're good. This guy no longer is rotting. Good. I love it when we don't rot. Did we create... I created a food pile, right? To handle the food? Looks like I did. We could always be having more, but it'll have to wait. We have 3 statues, and I don't know why we have 3 statues. Was this from the barracks? Did I move old... That's what it was. We uninstalled statues in the barracks, and I never installed them again. So, we'll do furniture statue. I will do one mirror. I don't remember if we had how many statues and or why, but that's the only thing I'm aware of for statues, so we're just going to install all of them in here. Statue there. And then statue there. All along the middle area. Maybe that makes sense. I don't know. We'll have to see. You know, I probably should have done. I probably should have set this up to mirror this, because we had 3 here. It would just involve putting the bed there, there, and there, or there, something like that. You know what I'm saying? We could have easily made this kind of mirror. Then we could have had that have a duplicate over here instead. I feel like that would have been slightly better. And then this would probably get transferred from here to here. So it'd be 1 out on either side, because that's not quite in the middle. That's shunted down, but who cares? Same time as the wood misclick. Gotcha. Gotta admit, once it's done, the Sky Castle just cannot get miasma, which is nice. I mean, yes. This is always a good plus. All right, they're all getting installed. I'm gonna mark yours as completed from last time. Austin Coulston, we did your request for the elf statue. It's at the edge of the map. They are still bringing things in. There's tons of crap to be brought in. Now, if I go down here, this is where we're going to start having the problems. So part of what we're doing is going to need to be to bring these up. And the problem is, these are metal ores. So whatever I'm doing, I got to do what I did down here, but for metal. We got to get a metal thing set up too. Which is not going to be great. Because I know wherever I set up the metal right now is not going to be where I'm wanting to have set up the metal. If that makes sense. Like the stone maybe for now, but the metal... I didn't have a good plan. Like maybe the metal would have been preferable to be up here because it's near that. Like I don't want to be smelting metal down here and then bring it up here. It's too far away. What I could do is just get all this freaking stone out of here and transfer it down here. We can make a bauxite thing down here. I don't even know what the hell I'm using for bauxite, whatever the hell the term of it is. Let's set up one of those. Do you not have your minecart? You do. Okay, you're filling with microcline already. All right, so let's make a bauxite one. Furniture, not furniture, construction, track stop, to the left, right there. What are you made out of? What is free to transfer bauxite? Why, clearly it would be silver bar. I don't know. I've kind of run out of the things. You know, no, cancel that. I was about to say I've run out of the things that we're low on to get them off the list, but that's not true. I'm just not wanting to use the stupid stones. Let's use the stupid stones. Borax. Because together, or individually, the 4 elements are weak. But together, they combine to form a strong 5th element. Boron. I pronounce like blah, 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 site. I see. That most famous of all stones. Blah, 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 site. Walnut. Assigned to that. You will pull from here. Done. You will have no inequalities. You will pull stone. I believe it is an other stone. It is another stone, so garbage. And I think that's what we need for that. Which means this stockpile needs to just not exist. Go away. Stop causing me pain and suffering. Because I don't believe I told this stockpile... I don't want to edit it or anything. I don't believe I told this stockpile to not allow that sort of stone. So it should just get brought over automatically. Get transferred on out of here. That'll free up the space here. And I can turn... Because it looks like I was already doing that. Like I have a smelter. Like clearly I was already having a smelting session over here. I just need to, you know, get my 2 planes together. I'll free this up. Get it out of the damn way. We have a lot of bags. Don't know why we have that many bags. Gotta get rid of cabinets. Got a lot of stupid furnitures to get rid of. Little things here and there. I gotta get a Baron. Now, the first time they ask you for it, but after you've lost your initial Baron, I don't know how you go back and ask for a Baron again. Also, this just needed to be dirt. There's nothing stopping me just covering this. Like, who cares right now? That's not my ramp. Or that's not my ranch, I should say. So I might as well just order a bunch of sandstone to cover this. I don't have that much sandstone because we weren't dealing with that yet. No, you're not joining my base. The mercenary is visiting. He wants to know if he can slowly usurp your control and lead a rebellion against you. No, go away. I'm doing my own thing. We're having a good time. If I can get things out of the middle, I can create a layer of this circle, maybe a little wider, down here. And we can probably get temples and shit installed right here. Wouldn't be a problem. As a matter of fact, hold on. I want to do that right now. Well, not that, but I want to get ready for that. I'm going to draw you over here. And then I'm going to erase you. Artifact is being stolen from there. Who? Nivik? Where are you? Why have you turned evil traitor? And who are you trying to sell crap to? It's always my military. So he does have it. He's doing that thing where he's dumping it at the edge again. Schedule. Get him right now. They're doing the new thing where they dump it at the edge of the map, and I do not like it. Question. He's in the military, right? S. Guess what, military? Everyone's been told to stand over here and let us investigate you. Oh, no. You gotta do your job? Looks like you're not gonna bring that to the edge of the map today. Did he just dump it? Did he just dump that shit in the floor? Where did it go? He did. He dumped it on the ground. You sneaky bastard. You didn't want to get caught at end of day formation carrying the artifact. You fucking thief. How dare you? Thank you, Koaku. Something has collapsed. Oh, yeah, they finally dug down that tree. Are you okay, my buddy? He's thirsty, but he should be fine. Go get a drink, my man. All right. Neve is being investigated by Honolulu. Honolulu Roscoe. Tell me what this man is doing. You're storing items in stockpiles. Surely your job is not to do this right now. Well, you know what? As long as the artifact's been brought back, he can investigate him wherever he wants. He was going outside with it, so he wasn't bringing it to some NPC. Ah, okay. Well, then we'll just have to work on that when we get to it. The thing that, like, the Baron thing should have been hereditary. Someone else should have become Baron. Claiborne, what are my skills? I got you, Claiborne. I got you. Claiborne the Second, Dealer Certain Brook. You were once a novice stonecutter, but you've abandoned that path to instead become a dabbling mason. Amongst that, you find that you spend a lot of your time watching other people do things. And that's it. You're a competent negotiator, a competent judge of intent, and a competent speaker. In other words, you sit around the tavern all day telling people stories that you read from a book one time. And you like... The poem Clefs, Slowly the Wise Can Say. It is a poem authored by Cecil Lacidana and is an example of the Silky Monk. The work has no particular subject, and the poetry is great. There you go. Woo! Sneaky thief. Thank you, Bertcules. Gotta put that stuff in the Discord too. I'll do that after the stream. I appreciate it. I'm always diplomacy. I clicked it. Why is there a diplomacy button if there's no one to diplomatize? I appreciate clips. I like clips. That should work. Why did that not work? Did something happen to my Discord command? Hello? Okay. Let me write that down. Discord command not working. Fix Discord link command. No clue what happened there. That's what happened. I've been slowly removing the bots. It was probably under Nightbot, and I think I've removed Nightbot. I at one point, let's say about 6 months ago, it had gotten to a point where I had 3 or 4 bots that each did separate stuff. So I've been condensing it into bots, and I probably got rid of Nightbot, or I probably disallowed Nightbot doing something and never enabled something else to do the Discord command. Because I was like, I've already transferred all the commands over. But I didn't. Starry-eyed demon girl has withdrawn from society. Yes and no. If you want to do something like this, what you can do is you can just put down a bunch of doors, and even though they're not installed yet, the multi-room pathfinding algorithm will treat the doors as if they were there. If you do that, you're going to end up with rooms like this, where the rooms will be sticking out by 1 square. So kind of like doing it manually anyways, you will have to go back and trim off the extra squares if you want the bedrooms to match exactly. It does save on a few clicks to do that in the long run, but in short term, like a bedroom or two, you might save a click. So you have to choose whether or not if you just want them to have the extra room. A clothier shop, fantastic. Which clothier shop? I have a couple. This one, because she's just screaming. Nope, not that one. This one. Okay, she's moving. If she's moving, we're good. I'm not worried. Yeah, it's really useful. So I don't have a baby? Tavern keeper gave birth to a girl. Tavern keeper, you're supposed to be busy giving everyone else the booze, not getting knocked up. What are you doing? Professionalism, tavern keeper. That's what I expect out of you. Professionalism. That's the Bose site microclient. All right, everything's getting transferred over. The only issue is we're now, that one 300 blob of limestone we freed up, it's only going to get taken out of this stockpile about a square at a time. So we're gonna go a bit slow for a minute. Why is there limestone in this stockpile? They're just supposed to be clay. All right. That's going to get brought down for a while. We have such a massive surplus. I don't know what's going on with those. These, I slowly want to get transferred to working over here, so we have to wait for them to move the stones around before we can have our way with stuff. The old base is still compressing out. We're still clearing it out. Some noble rooms I have not removed yet because I haven't set their offices up. But, I mean, with the amount of hauling jobs we're doing, like, we got to give them time. Moving an entire base over into a castle in the sky is, you know, it's going to take time. It is not an overnight process. Now, the fact that these are all together is obnoxious, but again, sorted out later. I would love to transfer these rooms down. We don't have the space. I probably need to free that up. Because the goofy thing is right now I'm going to be moving metal over here with the intent of later moving the metal back again. Not over here, but out of this damn place because we need the jet. But I can't find the jet unless we do the channeling. And if I do the channeling, the game will go slow. And if the game goes slow, we won't get the other things moved. So we're going to have to wait a minute. We're going to have to wait a minute on that. I'm going to move the clay down even further again. All right, now that is completely out of our way. All right, a lot of this seems to kind of be working. Do I need to have a food pile over here at all? This one I absolutely don't want. What do you stockpile? You're just drinks, right? You know what? Here's what we're going to do. This stockpile has room, but it might not have enough room. So I will make this pile be bigger. It'll look ugly for now, but if it means that I can remove more piles out of the old base, I will. There you go. This stockpile, thank you for your service. You're no longer required. This pile, what do you even hold anymore? You're just like meat and stuff, right? Meat, fish, prepared, egg, drink. You shouldn't be holding any drink. Remove that. This is where we're getting issues. Fruit and leaves should also be under plants for the brewing, which is this stockpile. You have plants except for the clothing plants. You should have fruit and leaves as well. You just should. That'll probably, we don't have the stockpile for that much, so we'll expand you right now. Again, this isn't the permanent solution for this location, but whatever gets us out of the old base. So you do not have fruit and leaves anymore. Milled plant I'll allow. Fat. Why is not every fat allowed? Is cat fat not allowed? But cat fat should be allowed. Like, even though I'm rendering the cat fat into soap, it's not like I've allowed it somewhere else. Weird. Miscellaneous liquid does not allow dye because I was moving everything over there. We're going to turn that on for right now. What seed am I claiming is allowed? Is it a seed like prickleberry? Yeah, because I wanted to cook the prickleberry seeds out. Get rid of that. Okay. Meat, fish, egg, milled plant on down. Meat, fish, egg, milled plant on down. Meat, fish, egg, milled plant on down. I need space for this. Meat, fish, egg, milled plant on down. We have room up here for some workshops. Let's start creating them. Meat, fish, egg, milled plant on down. Meat, fish, egg, milled plant on down. Transfer everything inside out here. Nothing should be inside anymore. At least not in that area. I want, like, that area of the base should just be condemned. We no longer need you. Go away. Which means, as much as you were fine, we're going to pause you. No one's there, right? They were getting resources? Yeah, get rid of you. Get rid of you. Pause, unpause, remove, delete. 2 kitchens. The kitchens are getting moved over. 1 kitchen was moved out of saltpeter. The other one was made out of sandstone. We're going to make both of them this time out of saltpeter. I think that one looked a little bit better. Workshops, farming, and we'll make 3 if necessary. We'll make them off the top. Kitchen out of, where is my saltpeter? Saltpeter. Build. Workshop. Farm? Not farm. Yeah, farming. Kitchen. Saltpeter. And a 3rd one just in case. Workshop, farming, kitchen, saltpeter. These will be moving again later. This is not the final location for it, but I'd rather have working locations in the castle than working locations in the old area. Because the less I have over here, the more likely, or the less likely I'll have any dwarf wandering around over here so they can be hiding in the castle when bad times happen, when I send the military out. Which does remind me, the GTFI thing, the GTFI borough does not include the upper levels anymore. Doesn't matter. There you go. What else are they going to be doing? Flying in space? Who cares? There you go. All that is handled. I don't need to be particular about that. This right now looks like I did kind of the same thing as before, so that's good. That borough has been updated. The hospital's still my big holdout. I don't have a good place to install a hospital right now. So hopefully no one gets injured. If you get injured, it's your fault if you die. This allows barrels and bins. What do you hold? Cloth, coins, leather, gems, and sheets. Cloth, coin, leather, sheets. That's what I'm going to go with. Cloth, coin, leather, sheets. Because didn't I have... We had butchering and stuff over here. Cloth, leather, sheets. Oh my God, leather was already handled. You're not even supposed to be doing leather anymore. When did I not notice that? Leather, go away. Cloth, coin, and sheets. That's a simple stockpile. Just create that over here doing nothing, since I think that's what it was doing to begin with. Cloth. Coin. Sheets. Meaning you. All that's left is gems. No? What the hell was this old stockpile? We have a jeweler somewhere around here, and we have a gem thing. But just in case, I'll just create one right now. Again, middle of nowhere. Not paying too much attention. Just every gem. There you go. Whatever is happening, bring it in. I don't want anyone over here anymore. This is an old pin pasture that has a peacock assigned to it. I'm deleting this pasture. Good job. Peacocks. You don't eat anything. So for right now, that is over. Ooh, that's over inundated. Where do I assign peacocks? You know what? I'm going to assign the peacocks over here. They don't eat anything. Pin pasture. Not going to be in the way, except assign peacock, peacock, eagle. No, we'll leave the eagle alone. The eagle flies around. The eagles are a little mascot of happiness. Hen, I want every bird I can over here. We still have that one human that we can never get rid of. Dogs, alpaca, dogs. We have too many dogs. We have way too many dogs. Oh my God, the amount of dogs we have. What is going on with dogs? Did we not have dogs at one point? Yo, who told the dogs that they could fuck? And they're mixing together with the alpacas, so that's a bit of a pain. We gotta trim out the alpacas again. You're claiming that that's the only alpacas you got. No. Why do they never put them together? I don't understand. All right. Oh my God, what is going on with you idiots? I gotta remove a bunch of you. I don't know. Actually, no, I don't. I kind of do. There's too many of you little bastards. I would love to war train you, and I will do that at some point, but now is not that time. I should not be having this many animals running around causing problems. What is going on with the alpaca dog name list? I keep being like, oh, I'm killing a lot of them, and then I scroll the mouse wheel a little bit, and there's like 50 billion more. Stop having sex. Oh my God. Where is the cow? The cow's where he's supposed to be. Good job, cow. Way to not have sex. Oh, wait, hold on. We had a mood, didn't we? Did she ever begin? No, she didn't. Cloth, leather, log, leather, metal, cut, metal, stone. Oh, no, works secretly. Okay, she started hers. She's good. That's literally what this is. Has begun. She's fine. You'll need to geld them then. I'll need to geld everyone. No, the alpacas I don't want to gild because we do use their ranching so that we can, get the meat. The alpacas are fine. The dogs should not have gone that high. I did want a number. Kind of useful for military. They don't do much other than get in the way and die, but I mean, that's a useful skill. That's not an unuseful thing to have the animals doing. All right, we have a way up over there. This means we're going to have to lose our sandstone again or free up that space. All right, that was a stockpile or an animal thing. We have an office, a dining hall, another office. So we have two offices to handle. And then we have a lot of meeting halls. Starry-eyed demon girl has created Ejeb Taloon, a rope reed left mitten. They offer it to the page of raptors. Ejeb Taloon, the bulb of saints. A rope reed left mitten worth 14,250 dwarf bucks. All craft dwarfship is of the highest quality. It is studded with gold and encircled with bands of oval sandstone cabochons. It is made from rope reed cloth. The object is adorned with hanging rings of rope reed and bloodstone, and it menaces with spikes of rope reed, alder wood, and alpaca leather. On the item is an image of many pointed stars in alpaca leather. On the item is an image of a square brilliant cut gem in pig iron. Huzzah. Okay. All that's really left now is a bunch of meeting areas. Also the dead. The meeting areas we can't necessarily easily move right now. That is our big thing. This old office has been removed. You shouldn't even count as a bedroom anymore. I'm so sorry to those 3 dwarves whose room I uninstalled but never told them they could live anywhere else. Whoops. Now for down here, everything is mostly good. Again, a meeting area. I can't get rid of that yet, but there's no one operating down here. These are churches, and that is the first basement. This stone needs to be removed out of here, and I need to install a wall along this in the short term so that that doesn't become a problem. Same thing here. I need to install a wall across this. This floor should be considered as non-existent. Anything connecting to this floor should probably be removed. It's just too much to simply do a wall. It's just too big, I think. Maybe. This similar idea probably need to be removed, but nothing's important. This is where we have a problem. I created the temple somewhere, and I have a pin pasture here that has nobody assigned. So you go away. I don't want you in my calculations anymore. This is for the old noble who didn't get to live in here because it buried them in the middle of nowhere. Because that's just what's happened with the tomb system right now. And then below that is just definitely thinks it's not part of us. So, other than meeting areas, which are just social, nondescript, whatever, we've kind of got all the working stuff over here, other than transferring all the damn stone over. I wish they were doing something with the clothing. Isn't that what this is? I thought you were supposed to be handling the clothing. No. I need a thing for decrepit clothing, don't I? All right. Remove that, except you. Decrepit clothing is under finished goods, isn't it? It's like handwear and footwear and stuff, but it's not armor. All right, let's see how this handles clothing. I already have earrings and stuff somewhere else. I just want the clothing. Footwear, handwear, headwear, legwear, torso wear would probably be under armor. Hand, torso, head, head, legwear, footwear. I feel like there's one more category. There is a finished good of armor that is separate from armor. That's probably the torso stuff. And then I will say that you can... no. This is supposed to be the cloth stuff. Where's cloth? Yarn, silk, plant cloth. Let's see if this will compress the stuff. Any quality other than artifact. Let's see if that'll compress the clothing in. So it won't just be lying around anymore. We still have a bunch of... Where do we get all these bags from? I think at some point I traded for the bags. I regret trading for the bags. All right, this looks like it started to sort itself out, but we still have some weird... It doesn't matter. If no one's in jail, it really doesn't matter, but it's obnoxious nonetheless. Dwarves are moving around. Things are happening. They're going well. Bedrooms have been filled up. They are engraved. They got very nice floors. We have people upstairs. I don't want them up here because if they're going to and from this, just walking around, they're like, oh no, enemy, and they can get scared. Whereas their bedrooms are down here, you know, this is kind of like a bunker. This is a... No, wait, hold on. This is the bunker. This is the bunker. This is kind of like a little bunker. So that's good. This was me being too far up above them. These guys are in danger. We shan't leave them in danger. Now, how is the stone going? We're still bringing over the limestone. I knew it. That, like this, freeing these up was always going to destroy us for a bit. And we're going to have to do this multiple times. This was always going to destroy us for a bit. What I can do, hold on, in the short term, is I'm going to forbid the limestone that remains so that they can Get that out of the system. And also bring over a bunch of kaolinite. We're needing this out of the way so we can have dwarves moving metal too. So we got to get that metal crap out of our nonsense. While that is happening, I should have one for pig iron and I should have one for gold. Why? Oh, why did I put platinum here? Like, I feel like the fuel, okay, the fuel's kind of weird, but it honestly never occurred to me to go iron, pig iron, steel. Wait, I don't know. I must have been tired. I don't even know when in which stream I did that, but that just sounds wrong to me. You are going to be made out of, I don't even know what I was building these out of, but we'll build you out of copper. Screw it. Create a new stockpile right here, except this stockpile only allows bars of gold. Bars of gold, and it allows no bins, because bins are evil. If the wheelbarrow is... How old is this fort? Yes. I believe this fort was based off of the regular year 250. But no, 251. We settled in 251 because 250 on this map was the first map I made in Dwarf Fortress, and we got taken out and within one stream by agitated wildlife dire sparrows or something like that kept killing us. So we had to make a new one. So I'm going to go with those 251. Add new route. This route is the gold route. This route shall be assigned that endpoint, and gold will be assigned that minecart. This one will pull from this stockpile. Go figure. It'll pull a bar of metal known colloquially, I don't know why I'm not saying that word right, as gold. I was trying to make a joke and I screwed the entire pronunciation up. That'll get the gold out, and then I guess pig iron or lead, iron, lead, pig iron. I mean, it feels wrong, but okay, whatever. They have no balls, because I said they should have no balls. You'll need to gild them. So she's building a stuffed chair with menacing spikes. Dog killed an undead hand that was leading to the defense of a necro tower earlier. Dogs are, useful. I just don't want that many running around. Mittens of elf greeting. Shake my hand, elf. Oh no. Don't you already have an artifact left glove? Probably. What's the diameter of the big circle? The big circle is a diameter of 110. That's the outer part of the water. This inner circle is the small one. This is a diameter of 102. Meaning the volume of squares I needed was something like 8,140 something, or it's 8,340 something. Low end of 8,000, which is why we're having an issue right now because, well, it's rather difficult to source that much jet. Hell, it was a pain sourcing that much sandstone because sandstone's the aquifer stone on this particular map. No, you can't stay here. Oh, wait, I forgot to see what was happening here. Oh, I didn't pay attention. Whoa? Is this another theft? Did he steal it again and I miss? What is it he stole? Snarl tattooed the true blaze. Did you steal it twice? Oh my god, this is some freaking... Alright, I forgot the name of the item was. I remembered it looked like a blue thing. Wilted perished. The deviant letter. Deviant stance thunderbane. This one, the true blaze. Motherfuck! It's the movie where they arrest people for the future crimes. And then the dude got a crime off because he set someone up to do the crime and then he made it look exactly the same. I caught the man doing the crime, and then because of that, I didn't think he was doing it again, and then he did it again. And someone's his main dude, and I don't know who that is still. Minority report. Yeah, we just got minority reported. We got minority reported. We caught him doing it, we brought it back, and then after we questioned him, he just went and did it again. It wasn't the same report. It was someone else saying that they saw him take it again. Because I didn't convict him the first time, so I guess he thought, well, I might as well continue with it. What did you even say about that? Did you admit you were going to do that shit again? Officer Honolulu Roscoe II reporting made intimidating remarks with subject in order to elicit information, and the subject naively complied. Subject confessed to the theft. In the late spring of the year 281, the subject Regoth bolted growth, known as the Human the Mercenary, Azri Beachbrush of the Intricate Confederations, corrupted the subject in order to have an agent in BaldCanyons. Regoth bolted growth met with the subject and made a threat, and the subject was too afraid not to comply despite valuing the law. Subject revealed that in the late spring of the year 281, the subject plotted to steal Snarl tattooed the True Blaze under the influence of 1. Regoth bolted growth. Now, you said that this is Human the Mercenary. Question, do we still have a mercenary on this map? There is a Human the Mercenary, some name, keeps trying to ask me to join. Could be any of them. Why are you all here, by the way? Nothing is open. Yo, interrogate every single one of them. Interrogate them until they tell us which one of them is a criminal. None of them should be on my map. Nothing is open to non-dwarven people. I don't even know why you're here. You were all criminals somehow, I'm willing to bet. Except for this dude who we just won't get rid of. I don't know why. Where are you all hiding? Is there a meeting area somewhere that's allowing you? No. So then why are you here? If I don't have anything that says, hey, come on in, why are you? Yeah, you're just walking around. Go away. I don't want you. Stop doing crime. Respond, you only steal twice. Trust the Psychor. The Psychor is your friend. I know, they're only here to do crime. You can't trust them. We've had way too many artifacts stolen. All right, people are still moving. Stuff is happening. For now, we're good. I wonder if I should install some things in the dungeon. Just be like, look, while you're in prison, look at the great things that Dwarfmanity has made. You should think about what you've done. I don't know if that makes 1, 2, 3. I don't know if that makes sense at all, but worth a try, right? Just worth a try. I'm going to tell my 3 people, my military squads, to go station over here. No, not the station, not the station. I always use the station. Cancel the station command. Cancel. Where's that patrol command? I want you guys to go delete that route. The new route is here, 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 here. Confirm. I want you all to go check out that route, which may or may not involve going back and forth across the bridge a couple of times. We're going to consider it a military day. Mandatory fun day, everyone. Yay! Mandatory fun day for the military. Everyone's favorite day in the military, where you should be taking the Friday off, but you got to dress in civilians and then go to a weird park or something and listen to your commanding officer tell you some story about how him and his wife are definitely having a fantastic relationship and they don't absolutely hate each other. And if you have families, you should bring your families too, because your families might like talking to their families. And somehow this will improve morale. There's not a soldier alive who loves Mandatory Fun Day. And if you say you do, you're lying. That shit was always a drain. Somehow it was always designed to destroy morale. I don't think there was a single Mandatory Fun Day that I'd ever been to that did not somehow destroy every single soldier in participation's morale. At all. It was especially heinous in Japan. I love Japan. Of all the places, Japan was the greatest place to be stationed in. However, mandatory fun days in Japan have to be safe. you can't risk someone getting in danger or getting hurt during mandatory fun days. So imagine you're in the middle of like the hottest day of the fucking year. It's not actually raining for once. And they basically tell you to go down to the beach. But you're not allowed to go in the water. You're just supposed to bake in the sun near the water. It's so much fun. I love dying. All right, I think we've given the military a good couple of water. Actually, you've only been one thought to a waterfall? Really? Are like you guys not patrolling well? I would have thought you would have gotten 2 or 3 doses of that waterfall. Mandatory fun beats sweeping the pristine floors again. Maybe. Here's my thought. What if we just say we're going to have a mandatory fun day and then we zonk? You want to increase morale? Tell everyone they're having a mandatory fun day. Confirm they're all there and zonk. Do it. You're going to have the happiest damn soldiers that you're going to have in their entire time at whatever the station is. Make them go there in civilians, confirm they're there, and then just zonk them. Just zonk them. Like, all right, this has been a fun little experiment. Have a good day. I'm going to set the woodcutters to only doing their job so they start cutting down these damn trees. I've been waiting way too long for these trees to get cut. I don't know what they're cutting, but it ain't the trees I've told them to. Zonk. I don't know the proper definition of it or where it originated, but I had seen it at a lot of units use it at a lot of locations. Basically, here's how it works in practice. Every day at like 5 or 6 o'clock in the morning, you're going to go somewhere. You're going to be dressed up in clothing to do physical training, push-ups, running, pull-ups, what have you. Routinely, you're going to be underdressed for whatever you're doing. You're going to be in t-shirts until it's like 24 degrees Fahrenheit. Once it's below 24 degrees Fahrenheit, then maybe you'll be allowed to wear a jacket. If it's raining, you're still going to be in a t-shirt. You're going to go there and you're going to do this PT. However, and I suspect that it was related to how inebriated the commander was. When everyone gets there, before you do PT, everyone's going to be like, yep, everyone's here. Here's our head count. Every soldier is accounted for. Nobody got in trouble last night. Nobody's dead. Nobody's missing in a ditch, so on and so forth. Everyone turns around. All the squad leaders give their accounts to the platoon leaders, or the platoon sergeants. The platoon sergeants turn around during the morning formation. They give everyone's all accounted for to the first sergeant. First sergeant says everyone's accounted for to the commander. Commander's like, all right, good. And he usually has some stupid speech in the morning. Every morning, all right, yeah, everyone have a good run or whatever. However, in those rare blissful moments where the commander will go up and act as if he's going to be giving everyone a speech, he will sit there, look left, look right, make sure everyone's there, and say, zonk. And zonk is taken to mean, get the fuck out of my sight. I don't know why you're there. You have like 30 seconds to get in your car in the parking lot and get the fuck off the field. Everyone's accounted for. I don't want you here. Now, I don't think I've ever seen a thing of if you actually call the bluff and stick around, if he'll make you exercise, but it's literally a out of sight, out of mind. So if whoever's leading it, if they have the authority to do so, i.e. first sergeant or your battery commander, what have you, if they say zonk, go. Don't ask questions. Don't you dare be the soldier to ask a question. Don't you dare be the soldier to make like the fucking captain or whatever rescind the zonk because you had a fucking question. You wait till later to ask that shit. You get the fuck out of sight as fast as possible, and then you come back to work again at the correct time, like 3 or 4 hours later. Because you do PT from like 5 to 6 or 6 to 7. Then you'd go home for 2 to 3 hours and you'd shit, shower, and shave, and you'd come back at like 9 to do work. So, 1, you're not freaking running for 6 hours that day. That's always good. 2, you can go back home and get an extra hour or 2 of sleep and then wake up and shit, shower, and shave. It's fantastic for morale. There's always a good day when you got a zonk. Casey James Roosh, it says you're number 1. Why are you number 1, Casey? You've existed before. If anything, you should be on number. If it says you're on 1, maybe I reset your number to 1 because I lost your name somewhere, or I had to kick you off the base. That's probably what happened, Casey. Your dwarf got too emotional. I kicked him off. You got dwarf number 1. You're a child. Casey James Roosh the first. Casey James Roosh the first. I am having a vision of gem-encrusted platinum spike trap with a tin glazed gem-encrusted mica lever installed in the dungeon. Urst Inquisition interrogating. Suddenly, no more loiterers. Wear a t-shirt in 25 degrees. Yo, I'm not. So get the fuck out. Yeah. If you have a question, no, you didn't. Especially if you value not getting worked over with socks filled with marbles, bolts, and nuts or spent brass. I don't know. I said dwarf me. Yeah, no. Excuse me, sir. Excuse me, sir. I'm fresh out of basic, and I'm not sure what's going on. You're going to get your ass beat, bitch. Get the fuck in the car and get out of here. I will. Don't ask. Never be that person. If you're going into the military, never be the person where the commander, the first sergeant, whoever's leading the formation says, "Are there any questions?" And your dumbass goes, "Yeah, I got a question." No, you don't. No, you don't. You think you have a question. And if there's information you need, you can ask your freaking squad leader after the formation, because it's his job to get the information and give it to you. He'll get the information on everyone's free time. Like, there's not a squad leader alive who would rather you tell the commander in the formation, "I have a question," than to meet that very same squad leader at the formation and ask him. He would rather do a 5-minute phone call for you than everyone stay in formation, because I guarantee you, even if that squad leader has nowhere to go, he's not going to want to hear it from the other squad leaders about why one of his fucking soldiers wasn't squared away. I guarantee you, whichever squad leader you have, doesn't matter his personality, doesn't matter his beliefs, doesn't matter anything about that man or woman, gender, doesn't matter. Anything, doesn't matter. Not a single squad leader is going to want to hear that their soldier and their freaking squad is the one who put their hand up. "I got a question. Excuse me, teacher. I didn't understand the problem." No. Fuck no. You do not have a question. Shut up. Shut up. It doesn't matter. The commander could go up and his entire speech could be, "This statement is false." It doesn't matter if whatever he just spouted is complete insanity. Shut up. If you have a question, figure it out later. Do not be the one to be like, "I got a question." Because you're going to get an answer. Oh, you're going to get an answer. The worst answer you're going to get right then and there, the absolute worst answer you're going to get then and there is not if the first sergeant or the battery commander answers you. The worst answer you're going to get is if the platoon sergeant or the platoon leader answers you. So you have commander, the 4 platoon leaders, and then it's always on the thing. You know, they're 4 squads. They're 4 squad sergeants. The sergeants. Squad sergeants? Might sound wrong now. Ignoring that. Because you know what he's going to say? He's going to say, "Don't worry, Top." And he's going to turn around and be like, "Don't worry, soldier. I got you. You and your first line leader can meet me at their formation." If you're naive, you think that means he'll give you the answer at their formation. When your platoon sergeant says, "Get your first line leader, we'll sort this out at their formation," that means that the platoon sergeant is going to be yelling at your ass. He might be yelling at your squad leader, and both of those two are going to be yelling at you as you do push-ups. The only answer you're going to be getting is, "How many push-ups can I do till I hit muscle failure?" That's the answer you're going to get, because you don't. There's nothing good. Nothing good comes after "Get your first line leader. We'll talk after we'll talk at the formation. The only thing that would be different from that is get your first line leader and a source of water. We'll be talking at the formation. First line leader, I'm about to smoke you for a few minutes to tell you what a dumb question you just did. Get your first line leader and a source of water. I got all fucking day to smoke the shit out of you. That is, I want you to not die of exhaustion or become a heat casualty. That's how long you're about to start doing push-ups. Don't ask the question. Don't ask the question. Wait till later. Wait till later. Don't ask it during formation. Don't ask it during a zonk. Doesn't matter. Does not matter what your question is. There's no answer that you're going to like. End the stream. Don't ask questions. It won't go for the face either. It'll just beat the living tar out of your chest just because he wants to get zonked. And you're effectively skipping the entire chain of command. Yes. I have a question. How are you doing today? There are very few unwritten rules in the armed forces. Most of them revolve around not causing your peers to hate you. That in the E4 Mafia does not exist. Then why do they ask? Why do they ask? They ask so that nobody says I have a question. As stupid as it sounds, they ask for you to say no. As weird as it sounds, that in and of itself is the answer. They ask for you to say no. Because if nothing else, what that implies is your chain of command is not informing you of something. You know what I mean? It's kind of like an anonymous questionnaire at work, like how do you feel about your boss sort of a thing. It's one of those things. Because you are like, the first sergeant is not there to tell you what the fuck is going on. That's not his job. He tells the platoon sergeants what's going on. The platoon sergeants tell the squad leaders what's going on. The squad leader, your first line, tells you what's going on. So if he asks, are there any questions? What he's basically saying is, does anyone here think that their first line leader failed to give them information? Even if the initial source of the information is what the first sergeant just told you, that is brand new information, doesn't matter. What is really the question is, who here needs me to tell them? That's what the question is. Who here thinks that they want to hear it from me directly? No one. No one needs to hear it from the first sergeant directly. No one does. It's a trick question. The only answer to that is no. I have no questions. It's the military. You're not paid to have questions. I mean, actually, in the Army, you kind of are. It's not the Marines, but that's a whole separate sub thing to begin with. No, you have no questions. There is no questions. It's not a good time. Particularly at the end of a formation, because the only thing you're doing at the end of a formation, besides getting your chain of command possibly in trouble, is you're making your chain of command look shitty in front of all the other chains of command. Because their chain of command, or their branch of the chain, is the one that made everyone stay behind. Like, it's like the kid in school be like, teacher, you didn't ask for the homework. Except instead of it being one class, like, it's 5 classes. Because you're holding up the entire platoon. And heaven forbid your dumbass does that to a battalion commander. Oh, you dare say I have a question to the battalion commander and you hold up 4 or 5 batteries? If you're not artillery, they're companies. If you dare ask the battalion commander the question and you hold up 4 or 5 companies, that's where you get told to, bring a source of water. Bring a source of water. We're going to get the answer for you. Don't worry. We got the answer for you. Don't do that. Don't do that. Don't get me wrong. Like, you're not going to get in trouble necessarily from the commander. They might answer you. What you're hoping is that they are in such a good mood, they answer you before your squad leader, your platoon sergeant, your battery commander can say, don't worry, I'll answer it for you. The best answer is if they actually answer your question. That ain't likely to happen. You're still going to get in trouble. Oh, you're still going to get in trouble. But that's the best answer, is if they actually answer you. Top of the 4 Hall of Heroes. I don't know what that means. Statue of my dwarf, if possible. Okay. Hall of Heroes. Do you mean where everyone's being buried? Explain the E4 Mafia, which does not exist to chat. The E4 Mafia doesn't exist. I don't know what he's talking about. There's no such thing as the E4 Mafia. It's a non-existent organization that does nothing and is responsible. Okay, no. The E4 Mafia is where the Geneva Convention goes to die. Easiest way to describe it. You automatically promote in the military from E1. So in the United States, there's a different term for this, but in the United States military structure, you have the ranks. You have private, specialist, corporal, sergeant, staff sergeant, first sergeant, lieutenant, captain, colonel, lieutenant colonel, freaking all these stupid things or whatever. Those are like the title of the ranks. But each rank correlates to a pay grade. So if you are a specialist or a corporal, you're an enlisted soldier of the rank of 4. And that's the important thing for the E4 Mafia. There are certain breakpoints in the military for promotions, certain points which you cannot go beyond if you have not done certain things or won over the correct people with politics. It's scummy to say it that way, but it's completely true. Between these breakpoints, you essentially get promoted for free. Just sit there, do your job long enough, you're good. You don't need to prove necessarily that you are better than everyone else. You can just skim by and still get promoted to the next breakpoint. At that breakpoint is when you're basically evaluated compared to other ones of, all right, did you actually do any work during these intervening ranks? How good are you? Then the best soldier in order is supposed to be getting promoted. The first of these runs, the most important of these runs, is E1 to E4. Enlisted rank 1 to enlisted rank 4, which is private. E1 and E2 both say private, but E1 doesn't have a little rank, like they just have a fuzzy patch. That's on the older uniform. Then you would have an actual little chevron for private. Then you have PFC at enlisted 3, and then you have specialist or corporal, depending upon how your part of the army works. Either way, E4. You don't need to do anything to get to that point. You really don't. Which means something. Because beyond that point, corporals this kind of applies to, but iffy, not really. After this point, you have sergeants. From that point, you're responsible for what other people do. You're responsible for their stupidity. So, on one hand, if you were, say, a slacker, someone who doesn't want to get shit done, someone who does things but in the wrong way so you keep getting in trouble, it's possible to get stopped at the rank of E4. And everyone who's enlisted at the very least has been in that position, has been a rank of E4. So, what ends up happening is you get the E4 Mafia. It's, in the weirdest way to describe it, it is the fastest way to get anything done in the army is to have the E4 Mafia do it. The grouping of everyone who's a rank of E4. Because the idea is they're the ones who are routinely able to either slack or get shit done. Like, they know how it should be done, but they also know how it should be done. So you end up with this position of NCOs tend to not want to yell at their E4s or anything too much, because at some point something might need to get done fast and dirty, like not necessarily according to the regulations of the army, but it will get done. Who do? You get the E4s because they know how to do it. They also know that the NCO knows that the E4 knows, and the E4 knows that the NCO knows that what's about to happen is going to need to be covered by the NCO. The NCO doesn't want to get in trouble because he's in charge of the soldiers that are probably doing something they're not supposed to be doing to get the job done, which means that the NCO is going to have to cover what they're doing. So it could be a 30-minute job. It could be like, hey, just do this against regulations, get this shit done. I got like 20 minutes. It could be a 20-minute job, but the NCO can't say that you're doing it. So if you're doing it, you come to me this day, you asking for a favor, how can I say no? It might be a 20-minute job doing it your way, but wouldn't you believe it? You disappeared for 3 hours. You weren't seen the whole back end of the day. But that job that needed to get done got done. So the E4 Mafia is because you're at this weird rank of you actually know how to get shit done, but also you're not in any direct responsibility for anything. Like, no one's looking for you except for the one NCO who's supposed to be looking for you. So they routinely have you do things that are not necessarily to regulations or anything, but they're also, it's not like they owe you a favor. It's for the duration necessarily of that job. They also they're tying their own hands because if you end up like you're not there, you're not where you're supposed to be, they have to cover for you. Because what are they going to say? Oh, I sent him to do something against regulations? They can't say that. They know that they can't say that, and you know they can't say that. So it's known as the E4 Mafia. They're the ones that really get a lot of the down and dirty shit done, but everything that they do, no one's ever allowed to talk about because, well, no one wants to be the NCO who admits that they told the E4 Mafia to go do something. So it's a term of the laziest soldiers in the military that get the most work done. Because you find anyone who's been E4 for over a year, they will do the most effort you've ever seen them do in 30 minutes if it means they can spend the next 3 hours not doing something. They will work their ass off to not work. That's the E4 Mafia. If you think that's dumb, we literally had a guy that during the whole company of men was under formation and the colonel was holding a speech. One of the dumber guys of the squad came from the medical area and the rule was to instantly report in the chief of staff of getting written medically off duty. And guess what he did? He went to the chief of staff and held his off duty under his nose. Oh, what the fuck? It's like, what's up? No one wants to know your mom called a crap on your day. They want to hear what's up back. Always interesting hearing what day-to-day was like for others. I was in the Coast Guard for 8 years and some things sound very similar and some do not. I assume this bucket of wisdom regarding questions comes from personal experience. Oh, hell yeah. Would it be appropriate for the one level lower to ask a question? No. Because here's the thing, right? It's not like if you don't ask the question, you're not going to get the answer. Like, similar to what I was saying for the E4 thing. If you are lower enlisted, then someone's responsible for your ass, right? So at the end of the day, if it's a fucking pertinent question, then you just ask the guy who's actually responsible for you. Because if you screw up or if something goes wrong, he gets in trouble. And if you were able to honest to God answer like, I was not informed that, like, you might get in trouble, but he's getting in more trouble. Like, he can't possibly punish you enough to overcome the sort of the trouble he could be in. Like, if you fuck up bad enough, his career could be over. If you fuck up bad enough as like an E1 to E4, what are you just gonna do? Just not re-enlist? Like, as long as you're not doing a crime, like, oh, whoop-de-doo, you know, it doesn't fucking matter. Like, but you fuck up doing a job bad enough, his career could be over. So it's not the first sergeant's responsibility that you do the things right. So it's not like okay, get someone lower to ask it. It's get someone higher to ask it. You ask your NCO after formation. If he understands it, he'll tell you what it is. And as long as you do it to the way he explained it to you, you shouldn't be getting in any trouble. If he doesn't know, if he's like, yeah, I don't really know, he's going to ask the platoon sergeant. If the platoon sergeant doesn't know, after things, he'll be like, hey, I didn't understand what the hell you just said. Eventually, the answer will be there. It's not like you won't have an answer. Just for the love of God, don't be the one soldier to ask the first sergeant, the battery commander, the first sergeant, top battery commander, fucking battalion commander, the sergeant major. Don't be that idiot. Just don't do it. Ask if you really, it's not like you shouldn't ask questions. If you have a question, if you really have a question, just go ask your squad leader. Go ask your first line. Go ask one of them. Because again, end of the day, they're the ones responsible for you. You fuck up, they're on the hook. Shit rolls down here, responsibility rolls up. The boys who fix problems. I'm not saying the E4 exists. I'm just saying if a box of radio battery shows up on my desk by this evening, then your leave is approved. Yeah, like things like that. Like, hey, this thing is missing. Actually, like, because I was only half joking about the people who ignored the Geneva Convention. there's kind of a joke in the army that there was only ever one thief in the army. Everyone else is just trying to get their shit back. And there's a second joke about it's not stealing. It's like securely, tactically exfiltrating available, like it's an acronym, like a different word for like you're just getting equipment. Units will steal from each other all the damn time, unless it's something that can be tracked down like with an actual like number or whatever. Like, hey, we need one of these or we need one of those or whatever. Like, all right, I'm supposed to have 3 of these at the end of the day. We're only seeing 2. I'm not saying how you do it. We need to find one. He ain't going to be checking if it's yours that gets turned in. You know what I mean? And if it's not one of those like super like actual easily able, and sometimes it could be, you know, like, hey, we keep it undercover for today. I don't care. I'm signed off on it. Yeah. That shit happens too. Like, I need to turn in 3. I need to be holding 3. I've got 2. Find it. What if we can't find it? Find it. As in, give me one and say it is it. As long as he has 3, he doesn't care. That his responsibility is to turn in 3. If someone gets in trouble in another unit because now they only have 2, he should have been guarding his better. Like, that's literally how this goes. Your E4 are all like the little freaking gremlins and shit that take and do everything. If you need something done, but you do not want to or cannot ask how it was done, that's a job for the E4 Mafia. That's where they come in. Dedicated slackers. Yes. The icon, the little rank thing on the old uniform, it might still be it. For an E4 is something like this. This is actually a bit too wide, I think, but I'll take this anyways. The rank insignia for a specialist in the military looks like this, except a little bit taller. This is too short, too squat. Kind of looks like a weird shield. The joking term for that rank is a sham shield. It is the shield that lets you sham. Sham means avoid work, be lazy and avoid work. So it's also another rank for the E4 Mafia, is the ones who wear the sham shields. Stealthily, tactically exfiltrate, acquire loot. There we go. I knew there was an acronym for it. Commandeer. There's a quote someone made about wanting to hire the laziest person available that has a sense of time. They'll find the best way to get the thing done so they'll never have to deal with it again. Strategic transfer of equipment to an alternate location. That was also possibly one. Yes. There's a lot of acronyms for this shit. Everyone in the military just stealing from everyone else in the damn military. Uh-oh, this road has a lip. I'm gonna have to destroy that road at some point. Construct wall. Reminder, kids. All right, remind me. Remind me of what needs to be reminded. Pentagon does not know where 2/3 of its budget went. This is not part of why. No, I guarantee, I mean, it wouldn't be able to explain for 2/3 of its budget, but I guarantee you, there's a dude on YouTube who I swear to God, like, tells so many stories that remind me of the military in like the nicest, concise way. Like, he just gets to the point of it. And he had a perfect breakdown that explains a lot of stories in the military. The United States Army does not work the way other armies work. Just like in terms of training and stuff. It just doesn't. This goes back historically to the War for Independence, George Washington and all that. I'm forgetting his name right now. There was some Austrian gentleman who was like famous around the world for training armies. Austrian armies, French armies, British armies. He was like the dude who invented drills and shit, and like actually being a professional fucking army. Dude damn nearly quit when it came to the American army. Like, there is a quote associated to him that's along the lines of, I've trained everyone around the world in everything. I have never once been questioned on anything until the American army. They don't fucking listen. Question, do you know how to make it so you can see the area you're designating for farm plots? What? I mean, that's a farm plot. I don't quite understand the question. Furniture, workshops, farm? Hold on. Like that? You click? When you click, you can see it. I don't understand the question. As in the ghost placement graphic. Yeah, I click. Yours isn't working? Are you clicking on dirt first? Because you click on stone, I don't think it works. Yeah, if you click on stone first, it won't work. You have to click on the dirt first. Anyways, as I was saying, American Army didn't fucking listen. Like, literally kept questioning why. For some reason, ever since then, the American Army has worked in a, I'll say, antithetical measure to how anyone else says you're supposed to do anything. Really. And this includes kind of how our officers work. Repeated multiple times, listed in a bunch of different allied and enemy, quotes, so on and so forth. The general gist, hold on, I need Peach, is that everyone around the world's military works in you are a soldier, you will do what the officer tells you. The officer tells you to do this, now you go do this. I.e., the officer there is there to direct you to do things. That is the point of an officer in a normal military. That they're there to tell you what to do and where to go do it. In other words, most militaries, if you shoot the officer in some way, they stop. They bunker. They wait for command. They sit there. They'll defend, but they won't. They've lost their initiative. The officer is the initiative. Every report since the time of creation of the United States that involves taking out an American officer results in Americans finding creative ways to see if they can violate the Geneva Conventions. Because the American military works in a very much, hey, everyone's kind of trained first and foremost to kill the enemy. And then the officer tells them how they're not allowed to do that. So you get rid of the officer. There's no one telling them they couldn't do that anymore. And if no one tells them they can't do that, well, then did they really do it? So, like I said, there's this fantastic dude I've been bumping into recently on YouTube who has like the 3 breakdowns of it where don't shoot the officer or the grunt, as he calls him, or the grunt is going to kill you very creatively. Don't shoot the doc or the grunt is going to kill you very fast. Don't shoot the doc, who is an officer, or you're going to be on an express ticket to it's not a war crime the first time. Yeah, don't fuck with the officer or the doc. I forget what was leading into that, though. That was supposed to be a side thing to a different question. We were talking about the E4 Mafia. Oh, yeah, same thing to the officers. Like, they're going to be doing the crimes and shit. Like, that's just how the army works. The army almost works against itself half the damn time. Don't give them a reason to work against you. Or actually, don't give them the opportunity, because there's also quite a few in the United States history of our military engagements of friendly fire. I swear to God. You can find it with the British, the French, anyone else. Even allies. The Americans have been known to get too antsy, we'll say, to do their engagements. I think it was a thing from World War One where they were talking about, like, if you heard this, or if, you know, if it was this sort of gunfire, you knew it was the Germans, so you kept your head down because it was going to be like something. If you heard this noise, it was the British, so you did this. And it has like 3 or 4 examples of all the different armies, and you get to the Americans, and it's, if you hear this sort of gunfire on the battlefield, everyone just keeps their head down because the Americans are just shooting everywhere. So take that sort of logic and apply that all the way back to our earlier, you know, question statement, you know, what we were discussing about don't ask question to the officer when he says, does anyone have a question? The entire army from its inception to now is known and talked about how no one listens to the officer. The officer's only there to tell you what not to do. Why are you asking him a question? All you can ever learn is what you're not supposed to do. That doesn't help anyone. Who cares about what you're not supposed to do? It's time to figure out it's time to guess what you're allowed to do. It's actually kind of the way we treat planes too. There is a guaranteed enemy. There's a bogey, there's a guaranteed enemy, a might be an enemy, and a friendly. And the rules of engagement is usually like in order. It's like, okay, definitely don't shoot friendlies. And then there's like a toggle of whether or not you're allowed to shoot maybe enemies. And then there's always you're allowed to definitely shoot enemies. Yeah! Fat Electrician. That's the dude. I love his videos. That dude makes me laugh. He brings me back. He gives me some of that good old nostalgia. We have always liked our bullet hoses. Well, I've learned from this lecture, shut up and shoot gun. Or maybe you're just trying to trick me to doing less push. It's not even it's not even shut up and shoot gun. That's my point. To the side thing, if you take out the officer, you're hoping, particularly if it's infantry or anyone, or artillery or anyone who actually just actively does that sort of combat. If you take out the officer, you're hoping that the answer they choose is shut up and shoot gun. You take out the officer, you've got, ooh. Because guess what happens? You take out the officer. You take out the officer in an engagement. Who is going to be reporting? Let's say you take out the officer, but everyone else makes it back. Who is the one that's writing the report to tell the leadership what you did? Legit question. Who's writing the report? It's going to be one of you, right? Probably the highest ranked individual that wasn't the officer. Sounds like that was one of the guys with the gun or something. He's not telling anyone. Has begun a mysterious construction. We're good. I actually had this sort of an argument one time before over whether or not I was allowed to do stuff with the radar because I lost communication during a test. Part of the test for the Patriot radar is, you know, your test of initiative and how well you can remember and follow orders and all that other nonsense. And when I came up for one of my tests, as soon as, like, I was legit waiting for it, as soon as the tested portion came up where it was like, okay, you lost communication, what do you do? I just immediately started issuing orders. Like, there's supposed to be this whole thing of, like, you sit there and you do this, and, okay, you try this to establish contact again, you do this. And it's supposed to have been, like, a slow process of, okay, you've exhausted your options. Okay, now what do you do from here? So on and so forth. Everyone I taught and the way I acted was immediately as soon as the evaluator says that you've lost communications, everything that you've needed to do for the last 10 minutes, but the evaluator wouldn't let you do because the evaluator pretends to be the leadership or the higher up command. As soon as you've lost communication, everything you've been wanting to do, I've taught everyone, it's like, get that shit done immediately. Because he's not there to tell you no. The way it's set up is, yeah, when you come back, you need to report everything you just did, but Patriot unit doesn't suddenly shut down because you're not in communication with anyone anymore. It doesn't make sense. You're allowed to do the shit. You're supposed to do it correctly. Like, you're supposed to maybe do certain processes. But if you're the one on the engagement, you're not the communications officer. You're not the communications specialist. You're not the radio guy. Not my job. He is doing it. I'm not going to stop doing my job, so there's your excuse. Swear to God, it makes a lot of those tests so much easier. As soon as they're like, oh yeah, communications are down. Okay, cool. Rotating radar. I'm reloading this. I'm doing that. This is happening. This is happening. Where did you get the authority to do it? I got the authority as soon as you said the communications were lost. Is someone telling me no? Didn't think so. All right, cool. It works so much wonders. Do 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 do. The only thing in that case that you would get in trouble for is an engagement. Except weird circumstances, you need to, you need to have, verification that something wasn't a friendly or something like that, depending upon what your engagement rules were. But if it's not one of that, you're allowed to do whatever the fuck you want. Whoop, fucked it up. There we go. Yeah, who signed for all the equipment? Who's just the responsibilities? Whoever they can pawn it off on? So don't shoot the officer, shoot the radio. Yeah, actually, that would probably serve you better. Shoot the radio, the officer's still responsible. Like, he'll probably actually panic and try to pull everyone back so that he doesn't get in trouble. Nope, not worried about the guild yet. Okay, I built this just so we had another trade route going out in case the idiots show up over there. We got the wall built up, which is really useful. Construction wall. I just didn't want to risk idiots dodging off the cliff again. I believe there is a glitch where they can dodge through one wides, but that might have just been fortifications, or it might have been fixed by now. So we'll test it at one thick, and if there's an issue, we'll thicken the wall up. No more falling down this pit. If an enemy wants to climb up this, I mean, let him. What's he gonna do? Where's he gonna go? It's still a pit. He ain't going nowhere. And we're saving. Can you do a tour of the castle? I can as soon as this is done. Once we're done saving, I will give you a tour. We've done a lot of side things. I realized we didn't make any progress on the main castle. This was just for, like I said, trade caravans and having a clear route to get to the enemy instead of worried about whether or not they're hiding up in trees and shit. It's obnoxious. I might later change that road a bit so that there's a bit of cover coming around that corner. But other than that, we had to get that done. The last couple of fights we had, we keep having dwarves hop off the cliff for no reason. So we had to make sure they don't do that. We need to come home, Dad. I miss you. What did I miss? Not much. We've made great progress in getting things into the castle. I had to do a quick little amount of housekeeping with the edge of the pit because our dwarves keep flinging themselves off of it during combat. But other than that, I think we're good. All right, so tour of the castle. First of all, the castle that wasn't anymore. Over here to the right, where we had the dwarves living previously, we've cleared out most of all the industry. We've been clearing everything out. We still have the hospital. We do still have a lot of the meeting areas, the temples, the guilds, what have you. We have a couple of the non-hereditary noble positions still have their offices over here. But we don't have any more stockpiles. Like, everything over here has been stripped out to the best of its ability. Bedrooms, everything is out over here. We've been giving the dwarves time to collect stones and clear out these floors. What they do still have left over is some metal ores, which we're going to be grabbing next. But in terms of that, everything has been brought over. Now, primarily what we have for the fort is on the outside, we have 3 different trade routes, or we have 3 different roads we've built for trade caravans to be coming in through. We have one that curls around to the north, and this one is the most important of the ones because this is where the elves keep coming from. And also, we have quite a bit of a pain coming up here and then getting around because the elves would shoot at us diagonally and crap, and our idiots would hop off the walls. So we've made it so that's quite a bit harder to do. I might actually, in this corner piece here, build that out diagonally just to ensure we have cover from here. As a matter of fact, now that I've said that out loud, I will follow through on that. And I'm going to be building this limestone wall up, going out, and we'll fill in the gaps too, just so that even approaching this corner, we still have cover. Because the enemy path finds to the closest path, as your dwarves anyways, but because they pathfind to that, they'll be hugging this wall, and then we'll be coming up here. So it's a lot easier to do a 300 fight around the corner than it is slowly cresting a hill while the enemy shoots at you. For that regard, this is 4. It probably should have been a 3, but whatever. I can channel this down a bit to make it flat and then install another flat wall over here. If I can do it to where they have to be coming into this point, it should probably be better. So, in order to guarantee this, here's where I will build a wall. This area slightly to the north will need to be channeled down, but I want to just a little bit more wall to interrupt the enemy's natural flow around this corner. This way they're directed down. They're not cutting the pie real wide. We'll channel this down 1 or 2 wide, and then we'll just have a wall go straight across this, so they have to go through here. It should work wonders. So this will interrupt the elves' invasions because we're still at war with them. We created the trade route to the right, which I just now realized there is one more thing I need to fix. I don't want trees growing there. This is also 4 wide, all the way out. No trees can grow in it in case we get a caravan again. And if we go south, this one's actually the biggest. This is actually road all the way to the very edge just to maximize where they can come in at. Then you get to the actual castle. In order to enter the castle, beyond the walls, there is a massive, right now, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 or 7. Hold on. You're here. You fall. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. There is a 6 Z level drop to the bottom of the pit right now. If you're climbing a wall to try to do that, there's a 7, which is important to know. After that, there is a 12 or 13 block gap to the castle, and that is a platinum drawbridge. Behind the platinum drawbridge is a second platinum drawbridge. This one has a mist generator on it. This platinum drawbridge is to cover the water moat. The water moat is a 110 diameter moat. It is an artificial circle that we constructed. We were in the middle of a river. We stopped the river. We fed the river's power back upon itself to kill the river so that we could build into it. We now have a 110 diameter moat that can be draining off. Right now it has been stopped, and possibly later this entire part of this castle will be removed, as at that point we'll probably start having ways to drain the water off the corners for the future floating little mini wizard towers that we're going to be building. Right now, once you've crossed all that, there is the inner first operational area. It's a bit of a mess right now because we're just getting everything into the castle. We haven't yet set up the floors and everything to be working. It is a 102 diameter sandstone floor. There are some areas that aren't quite sandstone, but we're going to ignore that for now, with some operational areas. In the southwest corner, we have our first batch of 50 houses for the dwarves. In the southeast corner, we have our current refuse pile hidden behind a wall, so our dwarves stop looking at dead elven bodies and go, oh no, we killed another elf. The humanity. Since we're not worrying about that anymore, at least visually, except for the dwarves who do go over there to work, not a problem. Close to that, we have the clothing industry with thread and cloth for whatever we're doing. Next to it, we have 2 above ground farms near the entrance. One farm is growing turnip plants. We use that for making booze. The other farm is growing rope reeds. We use that for making clothing. Next to it, we have a farmer's workshop. So this is all kind of put together. Like, this could probably be moved down here now. We didn't have that space earlier. That could probably be moved down here so all the clothing industry is grouped together. This might get moved later, or I should say it will get redesigned later. It might not leave that immediate location. Going up and around, we have a lot of stockpiles, most of which should just be ignored because a bunch of these were just now put down by me so that we could get everything out from the caves. In the middle of the castle, the middle of the courtyard of the castle, you will see the actual central spire, the castle-less structure itself, which might be expanded later in size. But right now, it is a modest, whatever that diameter is, castle. And internally, we have 4 major hallways that is split it into 4 quadrants and 4 rooms to be dealing with. One is a tavern, which is fantastic, called the Salty Swallow. Next to that, we have our barracks, where we train our 3/4 military squads. 24/7 they're training. There are 3 full squads of 10 that are at any one point in time. Each squad has 7 dwarves training. The 4th squad is technically a military squad, but that's just really the police squad setups. That one only has like 4 people in it. Upper left corner, opposite the military, is where the captain of the guard actually works. That's where the dungeon is, in the upper left corner. In the southwest corner is just the armor, ammo, and weapon repository for anyone doing military. If you go up into the castle, you get to the religious heart of the base. Our primary temple right now, the Pristine Lobster, has been set up inside the castle, and in the future, we might have external to it a different temple setup. The Pristine Lobster is such a high quality room, though, or used as such a high quality establishment, that we have actually, the Pristine Lobster was a guild. Yes, the Pristine Lobster is a farmer's guild. We split that up with the Sanctuary of Contesting. That was the temple. Because the room was worth 40,000, we overlapped them 2 at a time. It's now, they each get 20,000 gold worth of it. So we're good on that. They have fantastic rooms. Go up one more, we have the Captain of the Guard's Inquisition office. This is the last room that's internal to the castle structure up above. Though there is an external area, I haven't used it much. We use that right now to get to the cap, and the entire cap is made out of pure platinum. The walls for everything are made out of limestone. The floor of the main floor disc level is made out of sandstone. Once you go down on that, either via the 2x2 staircase or the 4-wide ramp, you get to the jet floor. Now, jet is a rarer material, so we are having difficulty sourcing it. We've only filled up about 5/8. We've only filled up about 5/8 of this level with jet, but down here we have the remainder of the bedrooms. These bedrooms are actually more secure because they have an actual ceiling above them, and they are not immediately exposed to the air like people walking to these bedrooms would be in case the enemy have aerial creatures that they attack with, such as the elves who ride on mounts with their elven archers who ride on dire sparrows. So these people were the first ones out here, but their rooms are slightly a bit of a mess. We have, in the intervening times, been also, I thought we had a thing transferring both site. Why are you going slow? I mean, it is going, just going slow. We have, in the intervening times, been transferring a ton of the stone that was in the old base into the current base. This is partly what I was doing when I was building the road and everything to the north, was just buying time for them to slowly move around a couple hundred to 800 to 900 to 1,200 stones into their sorted locations over here. Some of these stones were sourced over here, and I'm going to be using this area to do one of these again, but do it with the smeltery so we can take the metal ores out of the base over to the right, bring them into the castle, smelt them down, and store them up to the actual metal workshop, which is stored up here, albeit the order of metals has been placed in a really poor position to me, because I would have liked it to be iron, pig, iron, steel, or, you know, steel and iron around the coal, something like that. The copper, silver, gold, though, makes sense to me. I don't know what I do with the rest of them. We still have pig iron laying around. So that's what that is going. The wood has already been compressed. This is our little wood alcove. This is the first workshop we got built out here. This is also using a quantum stockpile with a dual input system. In other words, all the wood I'm grabbing on the map is going to this outer circle, and this entire outer circle is feeding 2 simultaneous minecarts to double the rate that we get the wood into the little quantum square in the middle. For the most part, I do try to avoid quantums, but we are doing so much digging, so much wood cutting, that everything needs to get condensed out of our way as fast as possible, and this is the only way to do it with a space-conscious design, because, again, we only have 5/8 of a floor due to it being made out of jet. Now, in addition to all of that, we have an on-again, off-again issue with our food and booze production, so we have a couple of massive stockpiles to booze, pots, and I think this one's food or something, and food pile, because all of this is really supposed to be feeding up to this area and the dungeon right now. This is what we are working on. But unfortunately for right now, what it really means is that we just keep having to rely on these dwarves to actually store things in these individual minecarts to get this stockpile compressed into these currently 6 quantum stockpiles so that we can free up more stone to grab from the area to the right. This has been getting bogged down because while we do have multiple stockpiles working in unison, they can each only handle their particular type of stone. If at any point in time we have a mass hauling job of monostone, if we have a monostone hauling situation, i.e. we're only hauling one stone, then the entire thing slows down because unlike the wood, I did not set it up to have a parallel system to transfer the stones into the little quantum stockpiles. So first it went slow because we ordered a bunch of limestone to get brought over. Then we realized the bow site was in the way of the metal system. So right now we're waiting for the bow site to get compressed down in its new location so we could free up that location's area so that we could set this up for metal. And that is where we are standing right now. Also, we are prepared at any time for the elves to invade us, and we would like to kick their asses. Why is the elf trade route the most important? I missed some information. The elf trade route is the most important because if the humans or the dwarves come in, they're trading us very minor stuff like a stone here, stones there. We're really using the human and the dwarven trade route to export our trash and garbage. Whereas when the elves come in on their trade route, the elves are exporting to us terror, and we are offering them vengeance. So they're coming in multiple groups. I believe a group of elves is called an ambush. And they keep coming in ambushes of up to 200 plus elves with a bunch of dire jaguars and dire tigers and dire sparrows and war-trained rhinos. So we want to make sure that the trade route to the elves is the one that's most able to send our military up to kill them all where they stand, where we will then bitch about all the useless wooden crap that they brought in with them as we prepare to sell that off to the humans and the dwarves to clear our map of elven garbage. So the elven trade route is the one that needs the most love and care. Almost to prove my point, the elves have shown up. They wish to bring us their tradey goodness. Let me cancel everything being built over here so no humans or no dwarves go over there to do anything. All right, that has been canceled. We are going to tell our dwarves to get the hell inside. We are going to make sure all civilians are assigned to it. And we are going to tell all of our military to go invade the elves where they stand before they can get any more in. The closer we can get to the elves, the easier this will be. Yes, binary algorithm. Like I said, as a rule, I do find that the quantum system is kind of a bit of an exploit, and I would prefer to not be using it if someone were to ask me where I stand on it. However, the way Dwarf Fortress is set up right now, there are certain times where it's necessary. Space constraint and sorting. And if you're sorting, you're going to need a space constraint. So it's really just a space constraint issue. So I'm using this to sort out all the different metals I have so it's not in one pile. If one of these is empty, I know I don't have that. So this is one input stockpile grabbing every non-metal stone, non-clay. So economic or non-economic don't matter. As long as it's not a metal ore or clay, it's going to this stockpile. However, these 6 minecarts are taking out limestone, bauxite, gypsum, kaolinite, microcline, and sandstone, respectively. Excuse me. And dumping it into these sorted locations for us. So just think of this as a recycling center. This is the mass input, and this is me sorting out the different recyclables. Diplomacy, they are exporting terror and we are trading justice. The passion you put into explaining things is wonderful. Thank you. I have no idea why I'm getting unable to build roof, dwarf fortress, non-economic item. I'm trying to build with wood. Is that not possible? So it is possible, but you have to make sure that they can reach it. So you'll notice that like I can't get onto this wall right here. Actually I can. I need a wall I can't get onto. I don't think I can get to this wall anymore. If I were to try to go to this wall, do construction and floor, I have a lot of wood. I can build tons of things, but I can't reach that square. You have to make sure the square you're reaching is one that you can build on. Now, if you were to say be doing this, right? It'll let me do that because it's touching down south. I'll say I want a bunch of microcline. Oh, wait, you know what I want? At the very end, I don't want it to be microcline. At the very end, I would like it to be, it's not working. Because it has to touch the floor that you can actually access. It's not a question of economic. That's just a catch-all error it gives you. It's literally saying that no material it can reach right now, because it's looking from the squares pathfinding to see what could be reached, is a non-economic material. So what's probably happening is you're building you're building a ceiling on something that you can't reach. Build a ramp next to the wall that you're building a ceiling off of. The ramp will let you get up onto the wall. Then you can build whatever the hell you're wanting off of it. I do have a stairs and a ramp. Yes, but are they connected correctly? Stairs are a bit iffy right now. You got to make sure that all your stairs are done well. If I were to order stairs, I know we're at a war also. Who followed? Someone followed. I heard. Sideward. Thank you so much for following. If you notice when you're building stairs, in the old version of Dwarf Fortress, you used to be able to manually build upstairs, up, downstairs, and downstairs, which allowed you a lot of granular control, but a lot of players kind of got confused in that system because how do you know if the stair is working? Like, some people would not do the stairs in the right order, and they weren't understanding how the stairs reached across different Z levels. So to simplify that, they actually made the system worse for right now. What it is you click somewhere, you click somewhere else, and then wherever you've clicked, you're like, oh, bada bing, bada boom, there's stairs. And if you look, what you've done is an upstair, an up downstair, and a downstair. Okay, that's cool, but what if I canceled this one, and then canceled the up downstair, and then ordered it again, for instance? Where are we? Here. I can order it again, and it looks like we've done fine, but this stair is an upstair, and this one is only a downstair now, because it was only paying attention to that weird line we did. So now I've ordered an upstair, a downstair, and another downstair. You're never going to reach the third downstair. So right now, stairs are a bit iffy, and you have to babysit them the entire way, because for some reason, the new way was thought to be easier to build stairs, but really what it means is you have no clue what you're doing with the stairs, and the game doesn't tell you if you made a mistake. Whereas before, you would have to sit there and babysit up downstairs, but at least you were able to sit there and be like, no, I want this to be an up down. You can't order this to be an up down unless you manually reorder it to be at least 3 high again. It's the only way you're going to get an up down stair. Now what you can do is you can order a stair on top of a stair, just to really confuse the hell out of you. Here's an up down, and I'm going to order it all the way up to here and say I want to build these out of whatever. And then if you look at these stairs, we have an up down, but it's being constructed. We have an up down that's being constructed, but there's already a stair there because you can construct on top of constructions. And now we have other things being constructed as they shouldn't be. So stairs are a bit iffy, kind of to be careful unless you're babysitting each and every one. Just order the entire stairwell at once. If you order a stair somewhere and then a stair somewhere else, you're likely to get 2 stairs that are incompatible. For instance, if I were to do one here and here, let's say, I'm going to click construction stairs. Click there and saying, oh, it must span multiple. Like, that's supposed to be the thing that helps you. Click it there. But what if that's not how I wanted it? And I'm like, okay, well, I want to construct, I really wanted it from here to here as well. And you order that. Well, now you have a downstair, an up downstair, and an upstair because it mixed these two. But if you didn't get rid of the first one, then you haven't gotten rid of the downstair or the upstair or the downstair for this one, when really what you wanted was an upstair. So stairs are iffy. If you can, like, unless you're babysitting them, don't trust the stairs. A ramp is just simple. It has to be by a wall. You cannot have a ramp. You can't have an overhang and then have a ramp. So if this is your structure, if this is a structure you're looking for that you have, the ramp has to be there because the ramp is helping you go from here to there. If you have built a ramp, if you have a lip and you decide to build a ramp here, there's no back wall. This is like a little hill, but it doesn't reach that at all. So this also does not count. A ramp has to be by a wall for it to work. But at least if you have a ramp there, you know how it's working, and it is, in fact, working. Good night, Mr. Tarvin. Have a good evening. Thank you so much for coming by. Bunch of Rocks. You were the second one to follow. Thank you so much for following Bunch of Rocks. Is it possible to channel upwards? Yes, channeling upwards is when you go into dig and you click the ramp. Digging a ramp at this level is the same as digging a channel on this level. These two are the same thing. It's just which Z level are you ordering it from. but it will work. It is the same. Digging upwards is the ramp command. That's the channel from above or from down to go up. I learned if you dig a ditch to about waist high and it collapsed on your legs, you would die. From broken legs or because you couldn't leave? I would use a stair from the next block and gravity would do the rest. How do you dig upwards in real life? You don't. Yeah, ramp to go up and a channel to go down. It's totally possible, but more complicated channels are just ramps on both sides. I was talking real life construction. Okay, it's almost like the game has tooltips and the buttons and explains what it does. Well, no, so here's the problem, though, is it does, but it kind of doesn't. Dig a ramp on this level going up. That sounds weird. Like, if you think about it, a ramp you would think as something that's an additive thing. Like, there's not a ramp here, now there's a ramp here. So I could see if... Oh, fuck. I accidentally resumed. I could see that causing issues. This one says dig a channel, making a ramp on the level below. If you'd have to look at both of these to figure out that these are opposites. Because this doesn't say that you've made a hole up above. The channel specifically calls out a ramp down below. A ramp just says that you have a ramp on this level and you're going up. It does not point out the level above you, you now have a hole going down. So it's kind of good, but if you're reading it to, like, read as writtenly, too literally, it kind of doesn't make sense. Then you also have something that are just kind of wrong. This one says designate constructed walls, floors, and other constructed tiles to be removed by miners. This also designates all stairwells and ramps. What this means is this got rid of the deramp tool and it mixed it with the deconstruct tool, but the deconstruct tool is still the cancel tool. It doesn't tell you that. This is still the old-fashioned cancel tool. Now, obviously, if you're deconstructing a construction to be made, it would be canceled, but it doesn't tell you that that's how you can do that, which can be a bit of a pain. So some of them just, like, they have tooltips, but the tooltips only make sense if you played the game before and you can, like, translate the tooltips to how they used to be. I could see someone confusing the current tooltips. Now, Casey James Roush is fighting, which is not good because I don't believe he's in the military. Casey, you're gonna die. You're a child. Turns out children not in the military. There's an elf executing you. But have you hurt the elf at all? You have not even hurt the elf. There's just an elf executing a child. Well, aren't they nice people? And Casey James Roush is dead. Because of those fantastic elves and their importations of terror. Casey James Roush died. Now, that is what I did not want to see. For some reason, in a new location, the military does not all move at once, but they're supposed to. I'm going to restation back here, see if he pulls back. He's not pulling back. He's seen the enemy. Hekios 888 has decided that he does not need to pay attention to the burrow and he'd rather die. I mean, that's his decision. It's not one that I agree with, but, you know, that is his decision. He would rather just stand there and die, and I'm not going to get excited over that. I mean, why would I sit there and get moody and yell at the fact that we have dwarves who are not, for any reason, paying attention to burrows? I won't get excited over that. Now, someone is in combat already also. We have Mr. Tarvin, who I believe just left, but luckily Mr. Tarvin is in the squad. He has the job to kill them, and he is trained in doing so. Unfortunately, he is fighting right by the very thing I never want anyone to fight by, so if he dodges too much, he will simply die to that most pernicious of dwarven weaknesses, water. There have been more ambushes because there's more elves coming. I was hoping that we could get the squad over into their spawn point before they got there so we could spawn camp them, because we're dwarves and we fight with honor. But unfortunately, it looks like we've been interrupted before we got over there. So that's cool. Does anyone want to fight a little harder? Yes, push him back. Come on. We got to push to over here. You've got to get into the spawn point. Get the fuck into the spawn point. The longer it takes us to get over into their spawn point, the more we're going to have to fight against their archers. We don't want to do that. Turns out, not having a ranged weapon and fighting people with a ranged weapon tends to give them a bit of an advantage. So the longer we screw around over here and the longer it takes us to get to right around here, the more chances we have of dying. Because we're just taking way too long. Now, to my earlier statement, someone said their military kept having issues and were dying. I have a suspicion Mr. Tarvin might get seriously wounded or die in this fight because he's already tired. He got here before anyone else was even here. So he's already on the way out because he only has one other dwarf. And this guy, he's not even tired yet. But Mr. Tarvin's already getting into tired. He's in a martial trance, but that's only going to last so long. We are going to have an issue with that. Now, did the other dwarf decide to leave? No. Honolulu Roscoe has decided he doesn't have to do anything. He'll just stand there for no fucking reason. Yes. Now, there are two parts to the stamp. If you order it to be killed, the stamp is saying to do an AoE, right? But if you click confirm, you've only confirmed one thing, and they're like everywhere on the map. You have to right click to get rid of that screen, but it's still there. So now you can go to another Z level and draw another box. Once you've drawn every box you want, then you click confirm and you've ordered everything to be killed. Where's the rest of the military? Okay, good. He's finally decided maybe I don't need to be out here. And Ledge Kindred, who's not in the military at all, is just ignoring everything I've told them to do. He doesn't need to pay attention to burrows. And he's going to construct a building. What building? I've ordered all buildings out here to be canceled. Oh my God, are these not canceled? There. Are you happy? Go the fuck away, moron. All right, good. We've turned him around. Nivik is finally showing up. We've got more ambushes. And how are we doing in this fight? Mr. Tarvin is still tired. Luckily, they're still dodging. Unluckily, we're still by the water. We need to be over here. Over here is a very bad place to be fighting. We want to be over here. Over here, good. Over here, bad. Over here, good. Over here, bad. We need to get over there. Now, it sounds like more and more that they just keep bringing in more whoopsie little ambushes, which is weird because they have so many on the damn map. Are there any birds in the air yet? Yep, they're already bringing in their Air Force. But that's okay. We'll just take out their entire military with 3 dwarves and not worry about it. Mr. Tarvin's gonna get fucking exhausted. Can you please... Can everyone else in the military hurry the fuck up? Why are you all going so slow? Jesus, what is that noise? How much ambush just showed up? How many of you can possibly be here for ambushing? 70. Cool. Any more birds? I'm going to order that confirmed. Cool, we're up to 75 now. Fantastic. Great. Now, Mr. Tarvin, you're the one that's got me the most worried. We have dwarves and melee with us wielding bows. All right. Dandy Barfinkel's getting really exhausted. Where the hell is Mr. Tired Boy? I don't even see him in this list. Has he been killed? Mr. Tarvin? Where are you? Oh, wait, he's lost his name. Mr. Tarvin. Nope, he's not dead. But he is tired. Oh, good. More. Fantastic. Even more. Even more. Even more. Great. More. More. How many ambushes do you assholes have to send my way? Great. The freaking cheetahs are here. I always love it when the cheetahs show up. Sorry, the dire leopards. Now, I've been killing a bunch of you. So the fact that it says 83 does not mean that we've only gained like 6 people since last time, because we killed a bunch. Confirm the new targets. Can we please get more military onto the field? More. But wait, there's more. Just imagine a goblin knight if they were real armor. We fight in the shade. Leopards make high value hats, though. They're filling the skies with arrows, and the doors will. Yeah. I'm not going to order a new kill again. We'll wait for a couple more ambushes. What are we up to? 10 mores? More. More. Ambush. It's a good thing that they're not sieging us or anything, or this would be awkward. Is our military shown up yet? We have military. We've got 3 dwarves slaughtering as many as they can. It would be great if they... I don't understand how when they were to the right, they all got out immediately. Like they all came charging out together. But now they're in their new barracks to the left. They can't figure this shit out. Every time they're just like, oh, what? I don't understand. It's really kind of obnoxious. Confirm. The only thing I can think of is, did I screw up the barracks? Is there some setting that I've done wrong on this barracks? That's the temple, not the barracks. That's the barracks. Did I have these not on before? Like, is one of these fucking me over? Don't store things in here. Only use this for training. I wonder if that's been screwing me over. From here on out, that's not allowed. We'll see if that somehow fixes it. All right, it looks like our military's... Grogrin is finally about to make that corner and get out here and actually fucking help. Danny Barfinkel is overexerted. Yeah, this is exactly what I was worried about. Danny Barfinkel is killed 9 and 39 because I suspect he's going to die in this fight. And I've lost our enlisted gentleman again. Somewhere in here. Casey died, but he wasn't even in the military. There you are. Mr. Tarvin so far has killed 1 and 27. Oh, good. Even more. Even more. Friggin' 14 mores. 15 mores. 16 mores. 17 mores. 18 mores. 24 mores. Why don't they just call this shit a siege? Stop lying. Is there a dwarf over here? Why are they grouped up together? Oh, Nivik showed up. Nivik's on the left. Okay, he's taking some effort off the other dwarves. Though he's already exhausted. Fuck. Dude, you just got the combat and you're already exhausted? You haven't even done any fighting yet. How are you already exhausted? Mr. Tarvin's overexerted and he's got 1 and 28. I've lost that other dwarf in here. Was it? No, that's Mr. Tarvin. Where's the other one? Dandy Barfinkel over here has got 9 and 44. More. Maybe that number's right. I don't know. Let's order another kill for the new count of enemies. Woo! So many more enemies. Where are your stupid birds? Luckily, the birds are in tears, so they're not coming in close. Like how they bring the birds in, and the birds every time are like, oh my God, we're fighting? Warbirds. All right, we're up to 99 on the map at one time, ignoring however many we've already killed. Can you not make a burrow to force the military to make it? Alapega, burrows just don't work. Like that's kind of a sore spot. The burrows don't even work as well as they used to. Like there's just an issue right now where the dwarves flip a coin and half the time they just ignore the burrows. There used to be a civilian alert. There is no civilian alert now. So now you just have kind of what the burrows are, and they're just not great. They're just not. The dwarves ignore them half the time, and half the time they ignore them. Everyone's like, flip this on, flip it off. Do this, pray to that god, pray to this god, sacrifice a bunny, don't sacrifice a bunny. No one seems to be able to make a burrow just actually work half the damn time anyways. I could have them burrowed out there, but the same thing would be happening of it takes some time to get out there, and then half the time I just ignore the burrow anyways. So I'd probably end up with even less dwarves out there because I feel like they would ignore the burrow just to spite me. This game lives on Randy Random. It was a long walk. Eldritch, isn't this based on the fortress total value the game sends your way? I don't know what you're talking about. It was a hike to the edge of the map. We need to build and grave a road to the edge. You want to make it this extra door fee. Consume giant bird. The civilian alert functionality is there. It just doesn't have a button. Blind did an interview with Putnam yesterday and confirmed that the button is just missing. So it's not there. Like, that means it's not there. Like, you have to be able to activate the civilian alert. If the button is missing from the UI and there's no way to activate it, then it's not there. Like, obviously, that part of the code that had a civilian alert wasn't stripped from the game because it had a civilian alert. It would make no sense to remove the code from the game. Obviously, the code is still there, but you can't activate it. So there's no civilian alert. It's not there. Well, yes, but also no. Oh my god, all the damn ambushes. We're up to 105 active on the map now. We need a chunk of them to come over here because he is exhausted. Look, he's unconscious. Here we go. Here's where Mr. Tarvin dies. I knew this was going to happen. 1 in 29. They can only fight so long. He's also unconscious. We're about to lose Dandy Barfinkel. The ones first in the 9 and 44. The ones first in the combat. If they go unconscious, they're going to die. Like, this is why they all need to be there together. And these guys are taking their sweet fucking time. Get up into combat and save your fellow dwarves. All right. Jesus, stop ambushing. Danny Barfinkel is getting some cover from the new dwarf. Someone came over here. Perhaps Devil's Dandruff would move over a little bit and help. Like, how many ambushes can there be? Can you guys move? Like, we've seen them get speed boosts when they're charging. I don't know why they're just not. Nivik has now been found dead. He made it to where he needed to make it. I mean, I'll give Nivik credit. He got all the way over there. Everyone else is like, I'm just going to hang around a bit. Maybe drink some tea. I don't know. So yeah, I don't know what's up with the new barracks, but we got to change it because the dwarves just aren't responding again to military. We need them all to work at once, and now they're just fucking around. There goes Danny Barfinkel. Which means I'm going to have to restore the ability to recruit people in the military because we definitely got some slots now. All right. Order this. 87. Confirm all that. They're still coming? How are they still coming? Have we not been ambushed enough? How much ambushing can I be ambushed? How many freaking elves have we killed? We had to have killed 100 by now. They're everywhere. And you're still counting up more. Oh my God. And my military still isn't all around the damn corner. Get the fuck up here. Yo, is this ambushing thing an alert or what? Like a bug. The fact that down here on ground we're down to 16 is something. The fact that through all these alerts the ground forces is down to 16 means you idiots have lost. You should just retreat, not bother me anymore. I do believe that this means that we've saved one of those dwarves who passed out. Because there was 3 of them. Danny Barfinkel is... And the other one was only 2 of them. Click confirm. There's down to 33 on the map, including a bunch of birds. Get the cat. See, now they'll run. Now they'll run with speed to chase an enemy running away in terror. There's another ambush. Are you fucking with me? Is it this horse? We have been ambushed by a horse, chat. I'm going to click cancel for now. All right, what does the enemy still have? Sparrows and horses. I'm going to cancel the civilian alert, or what I have for a civilian alert, because we're going to have people who are sick and injured. I'm going to go to labor. I'm going to go to orderlies, and they're told that that's all they're allowed to do. Mr. Tarvin survived so far. That's who that was. I was like, there's someone else here. Mr. Tarvin, very injured, needs to be taken out of the military. Here's what I'm going to do. All that's left are birds and 2 horses. I'm going to cancel everyone's military orders. This way we can bring Mr. Tarvin back and he might live. We're going to have a couple of cancellations of the birds flying over the castle. Like I said, if we can get Mr. Tarvin to the medical field, we should be good. There is Mr. Tarvin. That's right, he lost his name. By the way, he lost their name. I don't see Mr. Tarvin in here, but I don't see him in the list of the dead. Did he die? Did he die at the very end? Is that him? I think that's him because he has a name shield. Fuck. Are you shitting me? We should have 3 people missing from the military. If he's dead. Nivik, Dandy Barfinkel, and Mr. Tarvin. 1, 2. 3. Yep, Mr. Tarvin died. Right at the very end. But, for the most part, we have lived. Mr. Tarvin is dead. No one would have died. No one would have died if they had all fought together. Like, that's literally the only ones who died were the 3 who got there, and everyone else just decided to wait. Which is obnoxious, some would say. We've already lost the horses. We just gotta wait for the sparrows to leave. All right, lettuce. Bro, you have a literal lake of blood. I'll be fine. But yeah, I mean, we had 3 fighting a couple hundred. And for the most part, they won. By the time the rest of the military finally showed up, they were down to like 18. Build a tavern over my tomb. You're not dead. Why would you be dead, Walrus? You're not dead. You're going to combat training. I never called out your name. You're not even injured, dude. The 3 who died was Nivik, Dandy Barfinkel, and Mr. Tarvin. You got, like, there's actual dead ones, and you got, like, you ripped your nail or some shit like that. You're like, oh, God, no, I'm dead. I was murdered. Just sitting there getting drunk in the tavern. I was murdered. Hold on. Dandy Barfinkel. You're dead. And Mr. Tarvin. Oh, and the beginning of all that, Casey died. All right, everyone is accounted for. All right, I'll opening up the military thing in a second. Before we dwarf anyone, we have to correct the names that were lost. So Bai Wei Yi apparently killed someone again. He keeps losing his name. Anyone else with a missing name got to get fixed? Baby, child, crafter, baby, crafter, operator, carver. Nope. All right, I think we're good. Dwarf 1 to Nivik, 694. You're a baby now, Nivik. 694. The second? The second. 694. The second. After you is Lancemaker, who also rolled a number 1. You're a child who I think has had a mood. You're a legendary bone carver who will do no bone carving. Fantastic. Lancemaker the first. Lancemaker the first. Yeah, I gotta wait 11 in-game years before you do anything with your legendary bone carving skill. Who's holding whose beer and ambient inebriation didn't help. Weird game of hold my beer where all the doors are holding beers, but in order to take action, they all had to pounce. They all said to hand each other to hold their beer, and then the confusion ensued. I mean, maybe. All right, everyone. I think I'm caught up. Everything is good. The Elven thing was... Still never did yours, EK Gladiator. Claiborne, I did yours. Who have I killed by Maz 69? Maz 69, you have killed 3 elves. And now you go to train. Per Mustache has been dwarfed. You have rolled dwarf number 1. Why does it just keep saying 1? Parmu. Per Mustache. The second? The second. Per Mustache. The second. The second. What command I use to see what my dwarf's been up to? Any of their redemptions. There's a couple redemptions for different ones. Relationships, skills, kills, things like that. Speaking of which, Mr. Mantium says, who have I killed? Mr. Mantium wants an update of his kill list. Where are you? Mr. Mantium, who's already back to sparring, you have killed 3 notable creatures, including my fool trade the Ran, my fool trade ran the dwarf, so long Vault Prophet the dwarf, I hoist Dawn the elf, as well as 9 other non-important creatures, including 2 goblins, 2 dire leopards, 2 elves, a horse, and 2 buzzards. Now he's been found dead. You guys were all on his body. None of you wanted to grab his ass? Let their shit stay forbidden for now. I'll come back to that in a minute. Grab whatever else is out here. I don't think our dead dwarves end up forbidden. Yeah, grab our dwarves first. Then we'll work on that stupid Elvenite. Who are my relations? By Pandasaurus. Pandasaurus Rex. You will find, if you were to look around, that you are related to Blue Water 4875 as your husband. And together, you and Blue Water have had one daughter so far, and that is Nivik 694 II. You pray to the deity Thethris Konosanal, who I can't remember what that's a deity to. But it's one that doesn't have many followers, if I remember correctly. You have quite a few friends, namely John Doom III, Amina Fizz, Starry-Eyed Demon Girl, Red Bolt 100, Rock Jitsu II, Robal I, Lunar Tick, Karnzor, Spark Murphy, IME Sapoda, In Spirit 77, Shungite 420, Line Modifier, One Profess Org. Everyone else is a passing acquaintance or worse. Now, it's saying that there are no more dwarves, which is not right, leading me to believe I didn't lose a name. There must have been a migration wave at some point that was tiny and I missed it. That's 2 in one stream. That's not great. Migrants. Why are you not typing? Keyboard didn't transfer. That's why. Migrants. 4. There you go. You can try again now, Alapega. It didn't know we had that. It didn't know we had these 4 dwarves. I've been in any wars or ambushes? Are you joking with me, Holsky? We just killed like 300 elves with 3 dwarves. Alapega, you're a baby. We all number 1. I don't know why. Alapega. Pega the first. First? Yeah. Alapega the first. There you go. Did I get any kills? I mean, you weren't one of the dead 3 ones, so probably not, or probably not that many. Because I swear those first 3 did all the killing. 7. You currently have 7. I don't know what you had before. So the truth comes out. Yes, now we know. Now it still says interrupted by Sparrow. They're all slowly leaving, so I'm not that worried. We'll just have to deal with a couple of more interruptions, but it's a bird. It'll leave on its own eventually. Anyone in the hospital? Oh, I forgot. Never did do the last ramp. Where's the hospital? No, I don't think anyone's brought to the hospital. The only 3 people who got injured were the 3 who passed out, and thus they died. I almost want to train the eagle for war to see if it would fight the sparrows. You know what I mean? The real thing is, how come when you tame birds in this game, do they lose the ability to fly? This isn't even an eagle. It's a pet dire sparrow. Like, this would be something to fight their dire sparrow, surely. But he can't fly anymore. Because once you go dwarf, you go grounded. Okay, I changed up how I was doing this. So I believe maybe one of these 2 settings was causing an issue. I've changed that up now, so maybe it'll work and they just keep their gear on them at all times now. I don't know why they would have taken it off, but perhaps it was causing a problem. I am so mature. For some reason, let me drive a car around the city, but they shouldn't. Is Fred Eagle still around? Hold on. Fred the Freedom Eagle? Oh my god, so many puppies and shit we need to kill. We have a dire sparrow. I don't think I'm seeing the eagle, chat. We did have one, didn't we? I was just confused the whole time and our eagle was a dire sparrow. I don't think I'm seeing an eagle right now. Perhaps they killed our eagle. Those assholes. Why do I now have a pet dire leopard? I've not had a pet dire leopard. Are they attacking us with so many dire animals that some of them are coming in pregnant and having birth and now it's just my pet? I shouldn't have a dire leopard. That sounds wrong to me. A human caravan has arrived. Oh, goody. Please follow the road like not idiots. Why are you doing that? There's a road for you for a reason. Why do you dislike happiness? All right, let's finish up this little wall down here. And then we can go up here and finish up what I was trying to do to begin with anyways. I don't think they're going to ambush us after an ambush. After an ambush like that, they need to recover. Because, you know, ambushes usually require such an expenditure of resources and troops. Now I gotta order this floor in like the dumbest way, because it's not gonna be solid no matter where I click. Where's... Okay, it's in front of me. 49. And what am I gonna... 78. Peach. We'll go back to Peach. There you go. What's a little bit of pair between two peaches? All right, if the humans have arrived, we'll need to get ready to trade with them again. Just like we done previously, get rid of our excess crap. Road? The dwarven ways are strange. The road is made of wood. Elves do not like it. Don't kill the dire leopard. It's tame. I'm not killing the dire leopard. Deals are spent under so much action. Just declaw it so it doesn't scratch the hall's furniture. Don't delete those maps. When adventure mode is up, I'll... Oh, you want a copy of this to see what the hell's going on? Sure. If it actually explains anything. Why do I have two steel anvils now? If it actually explains anything, I doubt it will, but if you want to make an attempt. All right, what can I be trying to get rid of? Empty barrel, I would love to get rid of. Do we have any more empty barrels? Hell, I'll get rid of cow's milk barrel too. Screw it at this point. Get out of here. I don't want you. All right, those are the only barrels that I can get rid of easily. I'm not getting rid of beds, not getting rid of any bins. Not getting rid of those, not getting... No. I mean, if I could, I would, but it's not going to let me, so no point in trying. Maybe the wooden ones. Maybe we can get the wooden chests off our hands. So I don't have to deal with these anymore. Need the buckets. Cherry wood, peach wood, pear wood, walnut wood, willow wood. Get rid of all these damn things. Oh, cool. I have more cages to get rid of. Let's get rid of that human. Huzzah. We'll just have to try to get rid of these again. And even that one, except for the artifact. Cloth. Don't care. Keep the cloth. Keep the books. Keep the caskets. Sell the crowns. Not the artifact. Maybe the artifact. We'll come back to that. Because we're going to need some of that at some point for trade. Trying to get rid of effort, but we're going to have to grab some of their things to exchange the weight, aren't we? Damaged clothing again. Don't even get me started on that elven crap to the top. If I unforbid it, I might cry. I already know this. Like where? All right. Keep the meat, keep the mechanisms, keep the instruments. Sell the rings. A little bit of money, not much extra weight. Sure, sure. Keep the gems. Oh, I would love to sell the thrones, but not today. And then there's always the excess pots. The pots of doom. All right. We'll try for that. See how much excess weight we can give to the humans to get crap off of our map. We'll work from there. Wait, what? I'm actually happy that Steam release was done, even though I bought my copy on itch and claimed a Steam key. It legitimizes Dwarf Fortress for mainstream people. Your last road is 3 wide. The whole thing, AK Gladiator, is supposed to be 3 wide, I think. Part of it looked 3 to me, and then part of it looked 4, so I thought I wanted to go back to 3. No, crap, it is 4. I thought this was 3. Ah, fuck it. I don't care right now. Let them do whatever they want. Too much effort. Those two front were doing without an artist. Now they are rich. Good of them, but it took 20 years. I never make pots. Pots are barrels, but better. There are a few workshops that require you to use a barrel. Other than that, a pot would be preferred. I'm trying to see if I can find a wooden barrel somewhere to compare. Because I know I have some barrels. There we go. Plant barrel, right? Now, this is not going to... It's going to show the weight, I think, of what's in it, too. The birchen. I don't think I have a good thing to compare birchen to. Okay, let's go with this. Plant barrel, 83 pounds. Plant pot, again, willow to birchen could be a comparison issue. But the pots tend to be lighter and with a greater capacity. Now, unfortunately, I would need an empty barrel and an empty pot to compare these. They're just preferred. It's the easiest way to describe it. I'll make a barrel. I'll make a barrel. Do a barrel roll. All right, we got willow pots lying around. I'll make a willow barrel. Just one. Wait, no. I don't know why you keep pausing and unpausing. I want it to be made of willow. Why do you keep pausing and unpausing? Why are you doing that? That means active. That means canceled. Why are you canceling? This is the shit that drives me insane. Do the barrel. I don't know why it kept going active and inactive. Oh, good. We got some more migrants. I think they wanted to make a statement that they didn't need a game studio to develop a game, but it did help them when they did get one. They're identical, just one can be made from stone. Well, no, because barrels can also be made out of clay. You can't do a clay barrel, can you? A little barrel, 7 pounds. A little pot, 2 pounds. So the pot is a lot lighter. Yeah, you can make rock pots and clay pots. It takes a little bit of extra. Like, I think you need a crafting station instead. But barrels are just inferior. Like, in the grand scheme of things, you're going to be hauling things around. You're going to want it to be a lighter weight because it actually does go into the calculation of the doors moving around. I don't know how to measure capacity right now short of wasting using this barrel, which I do not want to do. I just want to throw this barrel away. I don't want it. But they're lighter. If nothing else, they're lighter. I would need to track down and see what the capacity differences are. But lighter. I couldn't make my still use the clay pots. Okay, some clay pots can't be used because screw you. When you make a clay pot or make something out of clay, there are actually different types of clay. They mean things. Fire clay can be used to make a waterproof pot, so it can store liquids. Regular clay, when it makes clay, it's not watertight, so it won't hold liquids. You got to go to a kiln or some nonsense, and you got to use, like, not ash, but the thing beyond ash to glaze the thing so that now it's waterproof. So you can have a regular clay pot and it won't do anything. I think you can store food in it, but you can't store liquids. If you're going to be using clay and not have to do a bunch of extra steps for no reason, you're going to be needing fire clay. How do I contaminate water with blood? Will blood fall through a floor grate into a water supply, or do I need to build a water supply around a pool of blood? You need the bottom to have a thing of blood, and that be the well that they're drawing from. Usually what you just end up doing is you find a way to keep knocking the dam to get the vampire into the well with a trap and keep triggering the trap till it injures the hell out of them. But what you're looking for is not that the water is contaminated, as weird as it sounds. It's that the square that they're getting the water from has the pool of blood in it. That's what you're looking for. In the grand scheme of things, wood would not be found by archaeologists. Pots would. Sure. I stand correct. I submit that Kid Fox somehow help the social aspects. Capacity is the same. I think rock clay pots are more durable, but they're heavier too. Yeah, so you just make them out of wood. You're good to go. Pots hold exactly the same amount of barrels. Okay. Same capacity, lighter weight. They're superior. They're superior. And they are great. Fire Clear Kalenite. They work with Kit Fox for maybe 5 years at this point. Now I did this all wrong. Yeah, clay can be weird. You need clay though. You need it to be a pot for honey or something, right? Honey industry and the clay industry are weird. They're like intrinsically tied, but they're so obnoxious. Honey, what is it you need? You need something goofy to get honey for mead. It's not a barrel. And I don't even think my wooden pots count. You need something weird you need jugs, right? You need clay jugs. Jugs for honey. Will pots fall and crash if the dwarves get washed by water? No? Why would they fall and crash? Jugs, because jugs are sweet. Jugs for oil too. Nice jugs. They're very nice jugs. Broker requested. Please let me trade this crap. Serenity 24. Where are you? Why are you never doing what I want you to do? Serenity. Where are you? Cancel. Cancel. Trade at depot. There we go. Get up here. Get on up here. Trade. Okay, they only have 766 excess pounds. Great. I love that they're taking everything I want to trade. This is going swimmingly. I only need them to carry an extra 2,200 pounds. Let's take that off. That'll help the bars. That doesn't help. I need heavy things. I'll take you, but I hate you. I hate every single one of those options, but I'll take them. Not doing the gems. I'll do the clay because heavy. All right, we're only 1,000 over and they got much profit. What is going to be heavy? 5 pounds is not what I'm looking for. Puzzle box without being worth much is great, but I need like 1,000 pounds. This is what we're looking for. Trading them a cage for a cage seems kind of counterintuitive to me. But if I trade for a really heavy cage, like one with a dog in it. God, I wish I didn't have the cages. All right, I'm going to ignore that for now. Ignore the buckets. Short sword, I don't want you. I don't want things with a worth. I need to find things with a weight first. 11 pound on a shield. You wouldn't happen to have like an anvil or something, would you? Boy, would I love anvils. What would I not give for an anvil? We're getting close. We got meat, and it's more money than its weight. That's not going to help me in the long run. Large I can't use, unfortunately. 700 pounds. Spiked copper bar. It's only 8. It's not much. It's only 60 pounds worth of cheese. The mortar doesn't weigh much. That's just worth, not weight. Instrument parts, not weight, not weight. Fuck. Okay, some heavy thing or not, we're going to have to keep. I will keep a lead cage. 340. And I will trade for one of their cages as much as I hate them. Because they can do 367. Which will transfer things around to where we're good. Now, can I finagle that? 45 pounds. Can I do a 300 pound cage? I cannot. Bummer. Okay, I guess we'll do that for now. I mean, in the grand scheme of things, we are going down in cages. This is helping. So I'll do that trade. Wish I could offer that as a gift. That'd be so cool. Okay, no trader requested. We've gotten what we could out of this. Or we've gotten our... Yeah. We've gotten out of this what we could have. Item blocking site. No, it's not. You're lying to me. My only source of water is negative 77 and my fort is 52. Holy crap. Lancemaker, they don't really work that much anymore. Because everyone used to use pump operations to increase their strength, but they like nerfed it. So it's either it does nothing or it doesn't do much anymore. If you're doing strength, you're looking for something like stone hauling, military training, or I'm trying to remember what the third one was. But it used to be Lance, like Lance. It used to be pump stacks that would get your strength up. You have to check it to confirm, but I'm fairly certain that does not work anymore because I believe it was considered too cheap. I'm doing pear or peach. Pear it is. There you go. Now it's whatever. And now we'll unforbid these and watch as my life becomes pointless. I like how I killed them all in one little area too. I can get 10 levels up running, but more than that and it's not happening. What? Wait, hold on. I'm misunderstanding something. Okay, so first of all, if you got water, you're misunderstanding something, I think. Wherever you have water, right? If you have water, you have unlimited power. It just depends on your design and how many frames you're willing to give up. I'm trying to remember how I did this exactly, but we'll go with like this. This might be a bit compact. And then what? I think 3? Pump, pump, pump. Or just 2. 2 or 3 might be how this works. But yeah, we'll go with that. 3, 3. Axle, axle. Connection. And then I'll do this to represent 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. This might have been a little too close. So this is not really a one-to-one thing, but I believe it can convey what I was trying to say most effectively. Right? Oh, I would need to have done the same thing on the other side too. For the wheels. There you go. Hold on. That look about right to everyone. I think that looks about right. And then that's a wall. Do it like that. And that's a wall. There you go. The thing in the middle looks off now. I've kind of got this about right. Like I said, I quickly eyeballed that for about how this would work. And you would need to have a floor on the outside. I have a screenshot where I have a clip where I'm talking about the noise of the people who live by this machine. You can see it in the clip what I'm talking about. But here's the important thing. 1, this is three screw pumps pumping water from the left to the right. This is 3 screw pumps pumping water from the right to the left. The water is done at an angle. The idea is that you want all of this to probably be dumping up here instead. Because this one dumps direct there. This one has like a 3 out of 5 chance of going up. But really, it's not going to be here because of the 7. So it's more like a 3 out of 4 chance. This is likely to be high. So it's really a 3 out of 3 chance of going up. Similar thing. This isn't going to be going up because that's where that water is. It's only going to be going this way. And then this one's got a 3 out of 5 chance again to be choosing this direction. Meaning this is your high point and it goes to a low point over here where it's getting pumped out. This probably should be, in fact, even wider or even longer. Again, I'm trying to remember the exact dimensions. I've got a clip of it. But every one of these gray squares is, in fact, 3 water wheels side to side. That's 3, 6, 900. Actually, no, they're 300 each, aren't they? So 9, 18, 27, 5,400 power. If you have axles on the outside and connect them, you can transfer all the power between them to just one of these axles. That should have been lining up with this, but to just one axle. Have the axles mixed together in the middle, and in the middle you have one mechanism to divert the power up through the Z levels. If you need more power, you're going to bring in some more water and then make the whole thing good. If you fill up both sides to about 6 out of 7, it should work. But if that's not really great, fill up one side to 6 out of 7 and the other side to 7 out of 7, and it should balance out correctly. And there you go. You've generated way more water than you were ever using with these 2 pumps, actually using like 600 power and generating a couple thousand. Expand as necessary. and you're good. If that's where your water is, create a power plant down there and you'll be fine. You don't need to have your doors pumping. Can someone explain why my doors pick up individual teeth to put in stockpiles as opposed to, I don't know, a handful or a sackful? Because it's an item. It's kind of an issue right now with the game and how it collects things. Unless something is set up to go into a bag, a bin, or a barrel / pot, then it's not going to get grouped together that easily. That's how the doors would normally do it when they're moving things together, is they would grab a bag, a barrel, or a pot, and they'd be like, okay, I'm going to fill this up and then transfer 1 unit of bag of teeth or whatever. Since body parts are not really wanted to be, crammed together into a bag, it does mean that the dwarves don't compress them down for their transportation. That's kind of the issue you're running into. It's just the way it is, because the other solution is not great either, which is that they start slowly amassing bags of dead body parts. And then that's what you're dealing with. I mean, that'd be a neato mod, I suppose. Because maybe then they also wouldn't mind seeing them. Or they could, immediately have one negative thought per body part in the bag. They see one gross, unholy bag on the ground just twitching and trying to talk to them like some weird nightmarish horror game. And they're like, oh my God, what's that? And then he immediately gets slammed with PTSD of seeing 20 dead elves. Really, someone should inform Joey Bag of Donuts that body parts do not want to be crammed together in a bag. Everybody carries around a little body part bag. I carry around a bag of body parts at all times, and it is exactly the amount of body parts needed to be a body. Don't question where I sourced it from. Not like the people at the organ donation clinic. All right, 2, 2, 2. I'm gonna start trying to trim a bunch of it off from here. See if I can. We appear to have a sensible number. I don't know if it's sensible, but a manageable thing. So I'm gonna try to compress them down now. Though we do still need to get rid of a bunch of them. All right. The box site is still getting out of our way, but in the short term, it is out of our way. So I need to start removing these. This needs to get shrunk and then possibly move to the left for now, just to get it out of my damn way. You still don't allow anything, which is fine, which is good. This is just supposed to be a smelter for the preparing of lignite into fuel bars. So this one can probably be set to make coke from lignite on repeat. And all I want from you is that you pull from there and you pull from there. That's all I specifically ask from you to do. Is this just lignite or does this have bituminous? It does. All right, you can do both. I just want you making fuel. I got the fuel. You should make the fuel. Everything would be good. Really, what should happen is he should probably be moved up top because he's just sourcing to there and he's drawing from there. But it's not like they're heavy, so it's not eating up too much time. In the meantime, if we have a smelter that's made out of sterling silver, I guess, I'm going to set up a smelter going down the list to start moving these over, similar to how I did that. So what I'm going to do is we're going to set up 3 of them. Actually, probably only 2. This is silver. Probably should change that to copper, but oh well. Workshops smelter. Is that under furnaces now? It is under furnaces. Put you in here, and I'm going to choose to make you out of copper. Then I'm going to choose to make you out of silver. Then I'll choose to make one more out of gold. I don't need to have 3 because it's not like we're having tons and tons of different stone types, but I don't know. I thought it'd look nice. So that's what we're going with. This guy is going to go away And this pile is going to expand. This pile is going to expand all the way over here. It's going to fill up that gap. And then this pile is going to shrink a little bit. I'm going to shrink it by 3 or 4. Because this is where I want them to start putting the metal ores. So I'm going to start telling them to smelt all of these at once if I can. This is going to be shrunk a little bit. You were to hold things I don't care about. So you are now set to 0. And you have been shrunken. You have been shrunk to that size. Because this one is being engorged. To the wrong size. I went the wrong way. It's being engorged. There we go. Click on you, make sure we're still on 0. Make sure you're still on 0. I don't think you've ever been on anything. You're at 10 for some reason. Now you're at 0. You know what, whatever. Go to 10. You don't have anything in you, do you? Okay, cool. Because now they'll start bringing up the metal ores. Smart idea would be to start quantuming some of them, but I don't think I need to. You're not going to run into endless metal. You're going to run into endless stone. So as long as we're smelting them, then they're already handled by the bar form. We don't need to worry about that. I do need to create one more thing for pig iron, though. So we will do that. We will create a track stop looking to the left. And the pig iron will be made out of lead because I've run out of imagination. Create a stockpile mirror. This stockpile will be only allowing bars of metal that are pig. And it will allow no bins. And we'll start using that to compress. There's not many of them, but we might as well compress it out of the way. Is this allowing a wheelbarrow? Why are there wheelbarrows here? Because it used to be part of this. That's why. They just haven't been moved. We're good. The problem is that one tooth takes up an entire stockpile plot. I'm trying to shift bodies. They will take one tooth from the surface and move it halfway across the map. Meanwhile, everything fills up with miasma. Yes. Yes. I don't have a solution to that. I mean, that is how this works. You're not wrong. Have your stockpile outside. Try to have multiple dwarves hauling. Multiple dwarves. Remember, if you have anyone on red mode, if you have people on red mode and they're not also haulers, they're not hauling. So make sure hauling is everybody does this. Make sure you don't have most of your dwarves on red mode. Remember, if you have red mode without a symbol, that means they do nothing. Just because you clicked off a symbol doesn't mean that now they do everything again. Red mode means they only do what you've explicitly told them to do. So have more people to do hauling. I don't have a better solution for you. Sorry. Big stockpile, put it outside, have lots of haulers. They'll get it out there fast if they're not busy doing other things. Was it a big battle? Yep, 63 nightmare bags. Sounds like you need, yeah. Or you can just build something close by, dump it all into, and just add them, smash it out of existence. But you still need a way for them to haul the things over to there, too. You know, they won't grab them all together suddenly for the dumping. Did he just grab a body? Where are you going? Oh, he's going to butcher it. Oh, because this has animal bodies as well as regular. Okay, I see an issue. That's going to slow things down. All right, what stockpile are you? You're finished goods? Well, I'm shrinking you. You don't appear to be that full. I'm shrinking you. I'm creating a new refuse pile up here for animal body parts. Except you will be refuse of body parts that belong to animals that I butcher, like alpacas, dogs, and actually it should just be everything. I'm going to say all, and I'll turn off things later. Like, no civilized things, like elf or dwarf. There you go. No skulls, no bones, no shells, no teeth, nor horns, no hair, just body parts. That's all I want. Or do I need it to say corpses too? I didn't even think about that. Item types. Oh, for refuse. Okay, hold on. What do you got on right now? You're literally just everything. Never thought really to split this up much. Like, I don't want tissue. I just want... What are you hauling? What does this count as? A corpse. Okay, I want you to just have corpses of animals I care about, not body parts. I'm sorry. Get rid of all that. No one cares about that. Corpses. But not of elf. Because I don't want to see that shit. Not of dwarf. We'll work off of that, I guess. Skeleton, I don't think is a corpse. Gonna go down here, turn off corpse, except for dwarf and elf. And human. We care about the humans. Oh, and goblins. And then up here, you do not do humans and goblins. We'll see if that works. I don't know. Maybe. Just corpses. Because they should be closer to be butchered. The merchants have left. Good. By the way, are those birds gone yet? Okay, good. They're gone. They're no longer my problem. Excuse me. Well, was it a bit battle? Sounds like you need an Adam Smash. In the meantime, RNG yells at us. Who asked streamer directly? Me. You get your first line mod. Get your first line mod. Your first line leader. But I get your first line mod. And meet me behind a dark alley with a bucket of ice water. I got you, son. No, a hydration source. Source of hydration. Then you got him. Usually it's a camelback, which is a fantastic invention. It's actually not bad, but when you have to have one like for a career item, that thing gets annoying. How do you do that, as it won't allow me to build a stockpile under a raised bridge? Okay, Wolfgar, it's not a stockpile, my dude. Let's say this is where I was bridging. It's not, but oh no, I've done this. I'm trying to create one. We've got one right here. So what we've done is above the bridge, there is a hole. Over that hole, we said it's a garbage dump. You tell them to dump all the body parts, they throw it into the hole, and it happens to land where a drawbridge is. Then when you're like, okay, I've done good, you say pull lever. At some point, whichever enterprising individual wants to become, an inventor of mechanics that would defy all reason, such as destroying mass and energy, that individual dwarf, so choosing, will come over and pull the lever. That lever will be connected to a bridge. Make sure it is a bridge that raises, not a bridge that retracts. When the bridge closes, nothing happens because the game despises you. Why didn't that pull down? Is there an artifact in the list? You're supposed to go down. It's that bridge. Is there something here that would prevent it from going down? We don't have an artifact. Let's try that again. Did our bridge somehow end up out of sync with the lever? Never seen a bridge just do nothing. You're making me look bad, game. I need you to work for me. Shh. Just work for me. Just do me the solid. I'll pay you back next time. Okay. Don't make me look crazy in front of chat. Okay, game. I need you to go above and beyond for me and just do what you do. There we go. As I knew it would the whole time. No clue why it didn't work the first time. But anything below the drawbridge, particularly below a drawbridge when it's laid flat on ground, will just suddenly not exist anymore. It's called atom smashing. It just doesn't exist. Now, if you throw in good quality stuff, whoever made it will be like, my item got destroyed, and he'll get very moody. So don't do that. Top of the fort or the Hall of Heroes. Okay, did I ever build yours? Statue of my dwarf if possible. I never actually ordered it. I'm sorry. I looked at it a bunch of times. I had a thought about making your statue, and then I just didn't. Whoops. Whoopsie. Statue. Details. Specify stone. It's going to be borax. Because I said so. And this borax statue is going to be related to a historical figure. That historical figure is going to be EK Gladiator, who I forgot to look up his name. So we're going to wait on that. We're going to pause you, and I got to go track down who EK Gladiator is. EK Gladiator. All right, we're looking at EK Gladiator. And under EK Gladiator, we have the name of Alath Budworked. Alath Budworked. Okay. Go back to the Mason. Say, who is this for? Image, historical figure. Alath Budworked. I don't think this is going to be that hard. Alath Budworked. I think this is you. Budworked. The ripe spring of skulls. Unpause that. Make sure that is in fact EK Gladiator. Alath Budworked, the ripe spring of skulls? Alath Budworked, the ripe spring of skulls. All right, that is your name. Right now, you're saying you said a Hall of Champions or top of fort. Top of fort would be easier, so that's what we're going to try to do, and we can install it up here on top of our little castle. Or we can try to reach this wall and have it like work as service crenellations. We can start filling this up on top of the wall. That would prevent the statues from getting destroyed as well. Trolls aren't considered sapient, right? Nah, bucket of ice. I don't got all night. Camelback, the real MVP. Are you trying to do a dump? To me? I think, yeah, he is. He's having an issue with his body's rotting. Smooth talking the game works. Noted. The bug is like training for the investigation system. Yeah, whatever looks good for you. I like the idea of crenellations. Speaking of, do we have any? Okay, we have no clue what's happening with that one. Boo-doo-doo-doo-doo. I like how this keeps ending up like there shouldn't be anything missing. Here's the thing that, like, you shouldn't be doing that. You should be in the tavern drinking. Why aren't you going to the tavern, Walrus Wallsack? Are you going to get a negative thought for drinking without a cup? I guess not. Why did you drink from the dungeon? Why are you drinking from the dungeon? Go to the tavern. You're hauling your own mug to do this. Why are you bringing your own mug to consume booze from the dungeon? Why? Just drink from the place that makes sense. Just do that. Boo-doo-doo-boo-doo-doo-doo. This ain't Rimworld. Dwarves 2 dwarf pilled the care. I just drink whatever I want. This is a good place as any. I'm gonna drink this. All right, you are a peacock, and you are a peacock. That means male, right? So you two are doing me no favors. Fantastic. We have a female hen, but a female hen ain't gonna do a damn thing without a male rooster. I was thinking of this bird, and I couldn't think of anything other than that word without the P. Rooster. That's the word. All right, now we are still mixing things together and in. How about over here? This is starting to come together as I thought. Again, not that worried. I will just start saying you will smelt magnetite. Where's magnetite? Hematite. You will smelt limonite. You will smelt magnetite. Whoever those guys are, they'll get it done. Social fight. Final straw is drink from a dungeon cup. Bro, chickens lay eggs without roosters. They just can't make another chicks. Yeah, no, but I don't need eggs right now. I'm fine on food. I only want them laying eggs if I can get babies out of them. I've lived on farms. I'm aware of how the chicken do. I just need egg. Yes. Don't worry. I'm not in pressing need of eggs. Particularly not from hens, because they're okay in this game, but they're not great. If I was just going egg farming, I'd be trying to make sure we had turkeys. Then you should know first what came first, chicken or the egg? The egg did. The egg came first. It's a nonsensical question. The egg clearly came first. Anyone who says the egg came first is insane. The question of which came first, the chicken or the egg, is a question of evolution versus creationism. If God created life, then the chicken came first because he made a chicken, and the chicken laid an egg. If you are a follower of evolution, even if you're a follower of evolution off of a God-made entity, God-made, world or whatever, if evolution is your idea for current animals, then the egg came first because there would have been a non-chicken that laid the egg. Egg came first. If, however, you are of a belief that God directly made the chicken and not a proto-chicken that led to it, or just evolution in general, then the chicken came first. If chicken was made, then chicken came first. If chicken was evolved or modified, then egg came first. Egg was laid by non-chicken. Simple. It's like, who came first, people or menstruation? What? What? No, it's not. The same question applies. Just because there's not a shell to an egg, you would still say what came first, human or egg. I mean, you wouldn't say menstruation. Oh my God, no. No, you wouldn't. I didn't know eggs could come. Depends on how you define a chicken egg. Is a chicken egg an egg that contains a chicken, or an egg laid by a chicken? An egg that contains a chicken. In the sequence of events of what came first, the chicken or an egg, you cannot be considering an empty egg. The empty egg could not have come first because there's nothing in the damn egg. So clearly, the only way that this could work as a question is if the egg in the chicken versus egg equation is an egg that has a chicken in it. It has to be a fertilized egg, not just random menstruation. That wouldn't lead to anything. But an empty egg can exist. No, it can't. You're asking a question about a pre or post condition. If this is chicken, this is chicken egg. Chicken egg cannot be before chicken and empty. It don't make no sense. Chicken come from filled chicken egg. I've actually got that probably backwards. You cannot have empty egg before chicken.
Thank you so much.
The empty egg is not in the equation. Clearly, it has to be a fertilized egg. Thank you for following. Feisty Leisty. Feisty Leisty's all about them fertilized eggs. Bro, an empty egg can exist, so the rooster is important. Therefore, feminism is debunked. What? Wait, that has nothing to do with this either. What are you talking about? Where are you getting that from? Best pronunciation. Is that not the name? Is it not Feisty Leisty? Your first name is Feisty. Wouldn't the last name be Leisty? It's all about that chicken menstruation. But is an egg that contains a chicken but laid by a proto-chicken not a proto-chicken egg? No. No, it's not. Because if any variation of evolution were to be applied to this question, then because the genetics changing inside would lead to what would be considered a chicken, not a proto-chicken, because otherwise, at what point does a proto-chicken become the chicken? When it's a teenager? No. Sure, far enough. Sure, that proto-chicken came from an egg where it was a proto-chicken, which came before a proto-chicken. But at some point, if anywhere in this, either evolution, strict evolution, or evolution exists in a world that had its initial settings created by a god, in any version of these two things where evolution is the means of like current day existence, then the egg had to come first because it was laid by a proto-chicken. The egg can be an egg of a current chicken from a proto-chicken. That's the definition of evolution. If, however, it is a pure creationist answer, i.e. the current existence of everything was laid out by a god, and the god created it, then the god would have made a chicken because someone had to feed the egg. You cannot have a chicken from an empty egg. Doesn't make sense. Proto-chicken egg is one that contains a proto-chicken egg. So wait, then what's the pronunciation? If you're not Feisty Leisty, what's the name? Who got dwarfed? Yeah, the egg had to come first. If that's what I'm saying. The whole thing is really a question of do you believe in evolution or creationism? Because whichever one of those two, or that third line that I've heard about, like it was like a year and a half ago. There was a religious scientist explanation of things. I don't know. I saw this thing like a while ago, and that one was evolution exists, but like that's why monsters and stuff are gone. Was that the god had created the world, but then it evolved to its current idea or something like that. So there's technically three ideas of it, but of the two, where the current day idea of what a chicken is, where evolution plays a part in it, the egg came first. If it is a strict creationism answer, then obviously the chicken came first. So the whole thing of what came first, the chicken or the egg, is really just a question of what is your belief system, creationism, or either of the two takes on evolution. Feisty Leisty. You're a Miller. Well, no, you're not. You went away. 1, 2, Miller. Feisty Leisty. I swear that's how you'd read that. I'm good at reading names. Stop it with the were creatures. Are you shitting me right now? The were Gia monster Needleshow Ramakton has come. A large Gia monster twisted into humanoid form. It is crazed for blood and flesh. Its eyes glow aqua. Its sepia scales are round and overlapping. Now you know. I'm trying to pause. Fuck, game. Damn it. I knew that was coming. I knew that was coming. I fucking knew that was coming. Because I was in the name entry thing, I could not pause afterwards because it kept doing space. So Feisty Leisty's existence may have destroyed the entire base. Everyone blamed them and their inability to accept my pronunciation of their name. All right. Look at how many spaces I put in. Feisty Leisty the first. Where is the evil? Has he killed anyone yet? He is scratched. So last time this happened, it wasn't a problem, but I'm still writing the names down anyways. Kowaku has been scratched. Military needs to go kill this man. Which I think involves Kowaku. Isn't he in the military? No, Kowaku's probably just dead now. Are you in the military? You're a Kowaku. Who is this? Storm. Storm is not in the military either. Well, I feel like Storm's been bitten. Something tells me in the grand scheme of things, scratched, bites. He's been bitten. Monster extract is injected. So is monster... I still don't know. Like, I've never read that before. I still think that's a Weregia thing. Yeah, just like Calantler says. Therefore, you define the chicken, egg, and being... Wait, what happened? I feel like I missed part of that conversation. Hold on. How? What? The 8th day, God created the chicken and the egg at the same time, just confused everyone. Now, here's a real divisive question. Scrambled or sunny side up? So I used to be a big scrambled egg man, but I tell you, I've been last year or so, I've been switching to sunny side up. I used to that'd be the only thing I would do for eggs, scrambled. Every time, all the time, no matter what. And then one day I got bored and I was like, I don't actually know what the hell what any of these options are. So if sunny side up is the thing where like the egg thing is like the circle, but it's crispy and you can actually cut it and crap. That's real good. Because what you do is you cut it into thirds and then you put it into your separate area, like the little mini bowl thing, and you just dunk it in the ketchup. Like you just put it in there, you put your fork in it, and you slosh around in the ketchup. So you end up with like a proto bacon egg strip, just doused in ketchup. That shit's delicious. I believe Gaben created everything. I love it. And yes, Feisty Lacey, RNG is always like this. No. So if egg, then you're probably an atheist. And menstruation is the meaning of life. If chicken, you are a believer and go to heaven. Philosophy is indeed nice. Oh, that's what I'm saying. Because there was one in the middle. Like it's not even necessarily believer or atheist. Like I said, I did see a thing. I think it was like a year and a half ago. Because there are non-atheist scientists. So they were trying to rectify the two things together. So there is a religious application of the evolutionary model. But it might have just been like a small movement. I don't know how big it was. Dorf got better at militarying. I think ejected means he's toast. There is technically a fourth option, the 5 minutes ago hypothesis. Is this true? No, this is stupid, not likely true, but whatever. The answer could be neither, but both would have come at the same time. Wait, what? The 5 minutes ago hypothesis. If this is true, then the answer would be neither. Both would have come at the same time 5 minutes ago. The 5 minutes ago hypothesis? I've never heard of that one. Is that the simulation theory? Like nothing existed, or that the current timeline existed starting exactly 5 minutes ago and we were created and everything was created with like memories of the past events, even though they did not technically exist? The only thing RNG does to eggs is put ketchup on them. A fucking course. Ketchup, goblin, ketchup. Damn, it's more keeping Heinz in business. I may or may not have 4 bottles of ketchup in my house right now. Assuming chicken would have emerged from the sympatric speciation, the first chicken-like creature that took ecological corner or behaved as chicken was the first chicken. Species is an ill-defined term and isn't very serious in biology. I'm going to tell you the truth. I don't even know what side you're on. Oh my God. Oh my God. That has been scaring me. I thought I was going to die, chat. Behind you can recenter on center announcements. It says the whatever the like the alert thing. So there's something that keeps flashing. Now, when my face is in the way, I obviously still see that on the screen. So as I'm looking down on chat and I look up, I kept seeing out of the corner of my eye where that is on the screen is like right here to my camera. I kept thinking something was moving behind me. I just kept seeing movement out of my eyes. So I'm like, is someone at my door? I thought I was about to have to get into a fight or some shit. Jesus Christ. One does not say God. Say man created the priests in Rome are like that. They believe in science and everything else. They still believe in the Bible. By the way, I've been here before. Just decided to definitely stay after that part. Huh? I feel like I missed something again. Who doesn't put ketchup on eggs? Everyone should put ketchup on eggs. Ketchup on eggs is fantastic. That's the brain in the jar theory. Salsa is better than ketchup. I've had salsa on it before. It was okay. I just felt like it was ketchup that was trying too hard. Because, I mean, that's what salsa is. Salsa is just ketchup, but with extra steps. You know, like someone had ketchup and was like, I'm feeling spicy today. So he like threw in some peppers. That's my thought on. That's what I'm going to go with on that. I have another option. Wait, hold on. I'm missing chat. First of all, we're under attack. Give me a sec. We're under attack. I got to progress this. Hopefully he dies. We're hoping Storm dies. Okay, Storm is indeed dead, which is great. Who was the other guy? Oh, God, I lost who got scratched. Is he still on here? Koaku. Koaku's been scratched. I did write him down. Okay, we got to keep an eye on Koaku. I don't trust him. Storm has been dead. Yep, we're aware of this. Also, petitions go away. Who discovered this? Like, where's the military right now? There we go. First military out is going to be Balrus Walsack. All right. Hopefully he puts this thing down. Balrus is getting into his fight. And shot is blocked. He misses. He's getting messed up by Balrus. He misses Balrus again, and he keeps missing. He cannot get into Balrus's... All right. Something weird just happened. I don't trust that one now. Balrus, you still okay? Misses, 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 misses. Misses, 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 misses. Okay, he probably got pulled in because his weapon got stuck. Yeah. Okay, I thought... Ooh. I thought perhaps... Shot is blocked. Oh, Jesus. Someone put this thing down. Because this Balrus keeps losing their damn weapon. Gonna get bit at this rate. All right. The creature is down. They're dead. Scroll to the end real quick. Miss, 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 miss. Can't get a hit in. Miss, miss. Miss. Shot's blocked. Miss, miss. Jumps away. Miss, miss, miss. I think this is where we were earlier. Miss. Strikes. Blocked. Misses. 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 Okay. You are not injured in any way, correct? Okay, that just leaves Koaku. Koaku, you better not be sick. Because I don't even think you are going to get medical treatment. Sweet. This means we can just wall you off. You need to be diagnosed. We'll allow the diagnosis to happen first. So I can get a better idea of what the hell's wrong with you. Because I don't think you're even that hurt. It's just cut open. Cut open's not an infection, right? Okay, hold on. Now I'm coming back to chat. Hold on. Best pronunciation ever. I know, right? Proto-chicken egg. Therefore, you define. Zero uncertain. That's what threw me off. Is an egg that contains a chicken but laid by proto-chicken not a proto-chicken egg? I do believe I answered that because therefore you define the chicken egg in being first, which I think agreed with me. I think you said what I just said, that if you're following either of those two evolutionary models that I was aware of, that the chicken could be laid by a non-chicken, ergo the egg was first. I dwarfed you. We started going the sunny side up. I'm catching up. Hold on. Fourth option, a 5 minutes ago option. Assuming chicken would emerge from that one. I'm not gonna lie, Canis Ajatus. I don't know what that means. Assuming chicken would have emerged from sympatric speciation. Evolution? I do radars and stuff. You're losing me on this one. The first chicken-like creature that took an ecological... Why are you giving me the ecological corner or behaved as a chicken was the first chicken. The first chicken-like creature that took an ecological corner or behaved as a chicken was the first chicken. I think you're saying that the chicken had to come first because it wasn't a chicken until it clucked like a chicken. I'm going to disagree with you in that one still came out of an egg. The whole point of this is literally the front of the line. The very front of the line. That chicken, by what you're saying, had an egg. It came out of an egg. And that egg came out as something that wasn't a chicken. Even if you're saying that my biological terms are wrong, which I think is what you're going with, because you say species is an ill-defined term and isn't very serious in biology, that chicken still came out of a non-chicken egg. Like the chicken egg came out of the non-chicken butt. Not a butt, but you get my point. So I believe you're arguing my biological definitions, but the order of events is still the same. Intelligent design. I'm not want to say God. Priest and Roman like that. Okay. Sauce is better than ketchup. I have another option. Schrodinger's egg is an egg chicken and a dead chicken. This is true. Why the fuck are you putting ketchup on eggs? Why wouldn't you put ketchup on eggs? It deserves ketchup. Why do you hate your eggs? Ketchup is delicious on eggs. Thank you for agreeing with me. 5 minutes ago, I posited the idea that the universe could have just popped into existence in its current state 5 minutes ago. The idea is that there's no way to tell one way or another if it's true or not. Yes, that's like the whole are we a video game thing. Yeah. And hash browns. Ketchup goes on hash browns too. Ketchup goes on every breakfast meal. Other than like something that takes milk. I'm fairly certain anything that takes milk. I mean, I've never put it on a donut, but I feel like it would work good on a donut too. Never tried that. That might be a good idea. But I'm fairly certain most every non-sugary based breakfast product deserves ketchup. I'll go with that. Every non-milk cream or sugary breakfast thing probably goes better with ketchup. Sounds like Team Chicken. Simulation theory stated the advanced intelligent species created simulation so it could simulate an entire universe, and then that continues indefinitely. Yes, there's no need for a chicken egg if a chicken-like creature takes the role of a chicken. There is no need for a chicken egg if a chicken-like creature takes the role of a chicken. What? If you're saying after the fact that there was a creature that simply one day clocked, it still came from an egg. Again, this all comes down to what was the first creature. You can argue the details of it, but even that is still egg is first. The only way that you would assume that the egg is not first, I believe with what you're saying, is that at some moment there was a creature that had live births mammalian style, and then that living creature in the middle of its life thought, you know what, hold on, let me rub some calcium on this bad boy and then abandon it. I think that's what you're going with, is that there is an evolutionary thing to a chicken first, which is that the chicken was live birthed and then itself laid an egg. Maybe, but if that's true, wouldn't that mean that there was something in between dinosaurs and chickens? Dinosaurs and birds? If that's what you're going with, that is a thought I had not thought of. I have no proof against that one. I think it's weird, but okay, maybe. He's thirsty. So we are X layers deep. Yes, I'm aware of I simulations, what they go with. I always call it the video game theory. that it's kind of funny that as soon as, if we were to ever develop the ability to simulate a universe exactly, or a galaxy or whatever, the actual scale is required, that we immediately become like way the fuck more likely to be in one. Because if it is possible for us to create or simulate a universe, right? If that's possible for someone to be able to do that, we have two options right now. Either A, we're at the top universe and we haven't simulated it yet, or B, we're at the very bottom because we haven't figured out how to simulate it yet. So we have a 50-50 chance of not being a simulation. But the instant we make a simulation, we could be in any of them because we have both been made and are making. The instant we do that, we go from like 50-50 to not being a simulation to no, there's a good chance. You're like 99.9% chance of being simulated. Good job, asshole. So what this tells us is video game developers are going to destroy the world. He is near. You ketchup goblet shut. Eggs exist with ketchup. Thank you, chat. Shakshuka is pretty good. Oh my God. I love shakshuka. I say I love shakshuka. I've only really had it like once, but I loved it. I sat there when I was working in Israel and we were wandering around and we bumped into, actually he might be dead by now. That's a sad thought. We bumped into Dr. Shakshuka and he liked me and my friends so well. He told us to come back. We loved his food. He told us to come back the next day. And he didn't shut down his restaurant, but he half shut down his restaurant. Like people could still be eating on the outside. And apparently he had made up like himself because it was like a family business or something. So I got a couple of pictures of that of me and my friends in the military breaking bread with Dr. Shakshuka. That's what he called himself. Or at least that's what the restaurant was called. And that was a fantastic time, but we about died. The end of that was torturous because you're sitting there, you're doing all this goodness, and you're in the military. Like you eat a certain amount, and then you're like done. But apparently, if you gonna break bread with Dr. Shakshuka and he gonna make that stuff for you, he gonna feed you right, and you are gonna eat every last bit. Like by the end of it, it was me and my buddies were sitting there like looking to each other for moral support as we sat there and we just chommed every last bit of that thing down. That shit was delicious, but it was also torturous. That was awful. The food, the mouth, great. Stomach by the end of it was like, please just fucking stop. Because that man fucking cooked. Salsa's ketchup doesn't try so hard. It's chunky tomatoes rather than liquid. Yeah, but it has like extra things, like the flavor of it. It has extra ingredients. It's like, oh, I want to be exciting today. Huh? Look at me. I'm gonna make some scrambled eggs and ketchup. Coca, you're proposing crimes against food you're not prepared to be punished for. Almost anything ketchup is good on, salsa is also good on. I don't disagree with this. Like, I think of the two, I would prefer ketchup, but yes. Like ketchup, anything salsa goes on and anything ketchup goes on, vice versa, should also be true. Anything and everything I've stated that ketchup goes on, I think that salsa would also probably be good on in some variation. Yeah. Hot dog, delicious. Eggs, pretty good. Quesadilla, fantastic. Coca, you're proposing crimes against food you're not prepared to be punished for. Now I want to make some scrambled eggs and ketchup. Ketchup on pan-fried sandwich with meatballs is goated. Thank you. I have said forever, ketchup goes on sandwiches. Ketchup goes on toast. Ketchup goes on bread. Why? Because burgers exist. There are people in this world that put ketchup on burgers. And burgers, at the very core, is a bun and meat. 2 ingredients. One of those is just shaped bread. Ergo, all bread gets ketchup. Ketchup goes with any and all bread products. This is how it works. Bologna sandwich, surprisingly good. Yes. Things are more like with that without the creationist part. Inside a black hole, there's a large chance there is a mirror of the universe. Inside that same universe, there's exactly that exact black hole that goes to infinity. So if the first black hole is indeed getting a universe inside, then there's a 100% chance that everything happens will happen exactly the same way. Am I in Bizarro World? Have I walked into the ketchup dimension? Yes. It's ketchup time. By the way, everyone, if you didn't notice, we have ketchup emotes. Objectively biased. It's like that stupid Twitch pizza dimension. Pineapple sandwich. Quarantine. What is something that ketchup is actually good on that salsa is not also good on? I don't know. I think you're talking to someone in chat, or you assumed that I was going to take a stance against it. I believe ketchup and salsa would be interchangeable. I just prefer ketchup. So anything that would have salsa, I would believe that ketchup would do pretty decent on. Actually, I had a friend introduce this to me recently. He was joking, and then I took him up on like the bluff, and it was actually good. Which is, all right, here's what you do. You go to Taco Bell. You get a quesarito. What you do is get rid of that sour cream. Sour cream's not good. Tell them no sour cream. Tell them extra rice. Quesarito, extra rice, no sour cream. Dip that bad boy in ketchup. That shit's delicious. That shit's fucking amazing. So a lizard that behaves like a chicken is a chicken. Eggs came first because chickens evolved from a non-chicken egg. Yeah, that's what I was saying. Yeah, that's what I think that's what we're going with, Dravis. Whose egg it was? I've always just assumed that a proto-chicken laid an egg. It contains mutations, put it over the edge. Yep, that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. Like the chicken or egg question, is it? It's just a belief system. If any version, whatever, any version of what you're going on with is an evolutionary themed idea, then the egg had to come first. If it is any version 5 minutes ago, whatever idea of an instance of a chicken was able to exist without the egg, then obviously the chicken came first. Non-sapient technology out here. Sociology. The first creature was a single cell, just like an egg. An egg is a single cellular thing. Do you guys still fuck around with AWACS? That was my stepdad. Yes, AWACS? You're talking about the plane, right? Yeah, AWACS still rocks. Why wouldn't we? There is a niche. Like, I don't think we're ever going to get rid of AWACS. AWACS is a niche that I don't think can ever go away. Not completely. We might end up with a different plane or something doing it, but the ability of AWACS to collect information on at such a height at a mobile scale basically implies you're always going to need the radar plane. Like, yes. I of all the things that the Army and the Air Force and everyone else has thought of getting or replacing or whatever, I honestly don't think AWACS can be replaced. Perhaps the plane at the center of it, maybe they change up the plane or they change up some of the gear or something like that. But at the end of the day, it's a plane with a radar. Not even a radar, but a plane with a electronic detection and communication system or whatever the hell the whole package is actually called. You're not going to get rid of that. Rose by any other name would still, sting when I grab it and fall into the bush. Why is the bush there? The world will never know. So yeah, AWACS is still around. The only way what they're saying can possibly be true is if it's against what the question is. If the question was what came first, the chicken or the egg? What? Some reptiles and fish give live birth. An egg is just a self-contained womb. But that's not the question. An egg by many species before came first. Giant kitty in the forest? Yeah, we have a dire jaguar that's tamed running around. I don't know where I got it from. I'm gonna be truthful with you. I do not know where I got that thing from. But so I just kind of ignore it because I'm worried if we try to tell it like, hey, come here, and maybe don't do that, it'll just, eat us. So if we just leave it alone, it'll leave us alone. How do you pet the giant friend kitty? Like that? That would be petting it. See who gets it as a pet. Otherwise, we'd have to sign a trainer and maybe hunt or war train it. Boop, 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 boop. We'll just let him run around as he stands right now. The idea assumes all possibilities. Salsa is hipster ketchup. I've always thought the question wrong then, because isn't egg way older technology than chicken? I mean, that's yes. Like that's kind of the whole gist of what our conversation was. That the egg is used by non-chickens. So if something led to chicken, then whatever was the egg creature that led to chicken caused chicken. Ergo, egg came first. The egg is a concept. It could be an egg of a woman or a single cell. An egg is a single cell with a calcium shell. So since the first alive thing was a single cell, then first egg, then chicken. While I agree with your idea. I think in this particular case, the argument is that the egg is to mean an egg with a shell. But yes, if we were to go with the actual just concept of an egg, then yeah, no matter what, because egg. It still comes back to the same thing, though. Is creationism or not? Because any variation of that statement means that the creature came from another creature. Ketchup in America isn't ketchup. It's just high fructose sugar. You're not entirely wrong. However, actually, that's you're not wrong that the ketchup as it currently is a rather large amount of high fructose. Though I will say and point out that differing ketchup, you can if you have a salt-free ketchup, you're going to taste that shit tastes wrong. Like the flavor of it is not just the sugar. The amount of high fructose probably not something that should be consumed in large quantities, particularly because I do get paranoid about high fructose, but I overlook that for my sweet, sweet ketchup. I was going somewhere with this. I've also had ketchup in other countries. It doesn't have to be American ketchup. It's ketchup in general. What was I building? Sandstone. Though I will say, if the idea of America ketchup or American ketchup, so many countries have so many of their ingredients that was based in the Americas that they now somehow claim it doesn't make sense. Ketchup-based mixes go well with steak. It's because ketchup's awesome. If you like Heinz more than salsa, you just haven't had a good salsa. Well, no, that's because sometimes you don't want the salsa, though. Like, it's not a Heinz versus salsa thing. It's that salsa just has a different flavor. It's like, okay, let's say you're sitting there and you're very thirsty. You're sitting there like, man, I'm parched. I could go for a drink. I have water. I have Gatorade. I have salty, sugary water. Or I have a soda. Sometimes you don't want the soda. That's salsa. Salsa's the soda. Like, it has the drink in it. And I know someone's going to be like, but soda doesn't even, like, rehydrate you. That's not what I'm talking about. Shh, quiet. Ignore that for now. Point is, sometimes you're like, I want something smoother. I don't want that. That's salsa. The ketchup is the smoother of the salsa. Sometimes you're just not going to want that. If you prefer the water or, say, juice or something over soda, that's the preferring ketchup over salsa thing. Wrong. Sour cream is great. I hate sour cream. Every time. Anytime I get any of those things where like you cook it yourself or wherever and you try it with sour cream, you're like, what is this? Oh, we're going to put the panko bread on, slather it in sour cream, and then smoosh the panko in. You're like, man, no. Sour cream is bad. Pet the kitty. Please pet the kitty. I can make it someone's pet, okay? I will literally, to the word, pet the kitty. We've lost the kitty. Oh, no, there it is. There you go. I am petting the kitty. The kitty is available as pet. We will see eventually who has decided to pet the kitty. I mean, it can hunt for the fortress. It could help the hunter. We could train it for hunting. I don't think you can do both, though. I don't think you can pet the kitty and hunt train it. There is no one flavor to salsa. There are 1 million salsas. But is there really? Oh my God. I'm sorry to the Great Salsa Coalition. Please call back your Hydra. I did not mean to insult the Great Salsa Lords. You didn't have to punish me. The Hydra Slet Cod 2 Dosp Zuko Kun has come. A giant dragon-like monster with several biting heads. Where are you? Okay, you're at the edge of the map. I don't have to worry about you. Click, click, click. Kill. You. Confirm. I want to see something. Why? You should all run out at the same time. They look like they are this time. So whatever, I think when I changed the equipment, I think it worked this time. Because it actually looks like things happen now. Now the real question is, where the hell is this Hydra? Oh shit, he's fast. He already made it around that corner. Who's he going for? Who's around the back corner? A human lasher. Why is there a human whip dude over here? Are we trading? Why are you here? Hey, Kogan, he bad guy. He's not a good guy. Hold on. We gotta interrogate this man. He does crimes. This man, we've tried to arrest him before. He's part of some of our cold cases. I forget who he is though. Like, I'm serious. You're like, we needed him earlier. It says somebody we're probably not gonna know, huh? Come on. What were you part of, you jackass? The Dismal Corpse, the theft of the soul of matches. So the guy who's still in jail? So, all right, I'll convict him of it. There you go. Disorderly conduct. Wasn't what I was trying to do, but all right, I closed the cold case. The guy who's in jail forever. Somehow he did a crime. Theft of the beards of roasting. I could have sworn that we had his name down for some other crime, didn't we? Maybe I'm just, wrong. Nope. Got his ass. This idiot stole the full Spike the Absolute Spirit. Go to jail. Do not pass $200. Got that ass. And these are older ones. I don't think we'll have him again. This one, we should probably interrogate him for. You never know what crime he committed. Interview. Oh, he was already interviewed for it. It said already interviewed. So we thought he did it last time, but he didn't. I'm on to you. Who's doing this? So much disorderly conduct. Holy crap. All right, he's coming back to fight some human lasher guy. And it looks like the Hydra's blood is on the ground. And he died. And he did, like, no damage to the Hydra. He bruised the first head. I mean, he bought time because the Hydra's not attacking our civilians, so I'll take that. That's something. Where's the military? Why are you guys taking so long? What are you doing right now? The forgotten beast Vacoon has come, a gigantic scaly snail. It has thin wings of stretched skin and it undulates rhythmically. Its amethyst scales are small and close set. Beware its deadly spit. Am I supposed to be doing Forgotten Beast Fight Club too? No, he's the only one down there. Oh, you a big boy. You chunky big. You're already bleeding? How are you already bleeding? You just got here. What the fuck? Its body is cut open. Its body is oozing his own ichor. Its body is bruised. Its right wing is cut open. Its right wing is oozing his ichor. Its left wing is cut open. Hey. Were there Omen down there? Oh my god, he spawned into a family of Ohm people and he killed them. he just spawned inside a bunch of people and just wrecked them. Oh, you poor bastards. All right, well, I'm gonna ignore him for now. Okay, who's getting involved now? Glass half empty. The fuck are you? Don't run towards him. Why is everyone dumb all of a sudden? Jesus. All right, glass half empty's dead. Oh, what? He died like immediately? I'm surprised. Random civilian dwarf with no training whatsoever charged a freaking 9-headed or whatever headed hydra. Died? Why would you just not go the other way? Dwarves used to be smart. They used to run from shit. Used to take effort to get them to not run. Now they're all suicidal. What assistant warden baby with giant cheetah as pet? We are coming for you. Jump on its back. Turn the cat on those elven scum. No, slowly covered. Let me try that again. I want to see some dwarven baby with giant cheetah as a pet. I can toggle it to be a pet, but I can't assign it because of the weird way the game works. The cat will now choose who its owner is if given time. Get him salsa kitties, protect the kitty, and acquire a mate. Fuck the Hydra. There's a criminal. Crafted Thunder was the vampire, wasn't he? You talking about the guy I just grabbed? Imagine coming to a fort you've been trying to rob to finally get it done to find yourself only to face a Hydra. I've never seen a Hydra before. Imagine get raided. I hear that. I had that near exact forgotten beast scripture just a second ago. What happened to Ivan? Vision lost. Beast battle. Rip. The fucker ohm people. I think they're like owls. Are the ohms owls or am I thinking of something else? Holy crap, blood flew everywhere, exploded. I'm glad that my dwarf has apparently been no trouble, being utterly remarkable. All right, first one into legit combat. Balrus Walsack, who's lost his name. Balrus Walsack the first into combat. And he's already splattering his blood everywhere. He has not yet gotten healthy. He is messing it up. Balsack is on the floor, or something is happening. They're in the same square. He's like messed this thing up by himself. To be clear, Balsack is 1v1ing the Hydra. Balsack hasn't been touched yet. The Hydra, meanwhile, as the rest of the military shows up, has her right foot is broken. Her front right foot is cut open. Her right front foot is oozing her own blood. Her right front foot is bruised. Her right front leg is broken. Her right front leg is cut open. Her right front leg is oozing her blood. Her right rear foot is broken. Her right rear foot is cut open. Her nose fourth head is broken. Her nose fourth head is bruised. Her fifth neck is cut open. Her fifth neck is oozing her blood. Her upper body is cut open. Her fifth head is bruised. Her sixth head is bruised. Her lower body is cut open. Her fourth head is cut open. Her first head is bruised. Her skull on her fourth head is broken. Her left lung is broken. Her stomach is broken. Her skull on her first head is broken. Her brain on her fourth head is broken. Her lower spine is broken. Her brain on her first head is fractured. She is fat. Her scales are gold. Her right eye on her fifth head is gone. She can't stand because her spine is broken, so she's paralyzed. She can't breathe because her lung is broken, and she's bleeding everywhere. And now, just now, the second dwarf, the commander of the military, Bai Wei, showed up to the combat. And as we have it surrounded, we see that she's been disemboweled. Her guts are flying wildly. She's become heavily bleeding. Surprisingly, I know, because now she doesn't have any sensory nerves. Her motor nerves are damaged because I'm assuming they hacked at some central point of her spine. She can't stand, she can't breathe, she's winded, she's bleeding everywhere. You know, if she has regeneration, she's fucking praying that shit to fucking end because her list of death and damnation is freaking huge. And if we look at any of the nearby dwarves, none of them are even hurt. As a matter of fact, where is Balrus? Balrus is tired. Whew. It's tiring to 1v1 a Hydra, everyone. There's blood is just everywhere. And she's finally dead. Balrus Walsack did not take the kill, though. It looks like that was taken by Mana Bandit. Yep, Mana Bandit is the one who stole the kill finally. Mana Bandit, where are you in this? Probably the one without a name. Yep, Officer Mana Bandit. Officer Mana Bandit at the very end stabbed the Hydra in the second head with his weapon, tearing the muscle, chipping skull, second head, tearing through the brain of his second head, and opening a tendon. I think that was his last. I think that was its last head. So they, the first one in, Balrus Walsack, clipped its legs out so it fell, then put a sword or whatever his weapon is. Hold on, let's confirm his weapon. I thought I said sword, but it might not be a sword. No, he put a spear through its spine so that it couldn't move thereafter, leaving only its 7 heads. And then they proceeded to head by head to destroy the heads because, I mean, the body can't move anymore anyways. And to make sure that the heads were going a bit slow, take out a few of those lungs. Just keep taking out those damn lungs. And then when it's sitting there woozy from blood loss, inability to get oxygen, with its heads drooping everywhere, then they decided to go head by head by head and finally kill the creature. Because it's really hard to regenerate when you don't have blood. Turns out. Weird, I know. You have to toss him and get the battle to a wheelchair. Now that fight is over, where is Holsky? You bring up an interesting point. How close does Holsky get now? Because we've technically moved him closer to combat. Holsky's not even paying attention. Holsky's in the barracks storing an item in the bin. Holsky's just putting his pick away like, Actually, no, Holsky was in combat. It says eventual when joining a conflict. You were in combat? What were you doing? He was near the bridge, so he crossed the bridge. He was near a waterfall. He got close enough to say he was joining an existing conflict. He said, "This is my fight too, I'll take revenge." And then, he's just good now. He shouldn't be, he shouldn't be putting that pick away, though. This is what's happening. Don't put your gear away, you idiots. But yeah, no, that dude, that Hydra's been put out to pasture. That Hydra ain't coming back. Well, these have all been suspended. I'm assuming because I civilian alerted. Nope, I didn't even civilian alert. So why were you all suspended? Now, someone did die because he ran into combat while not being militarily trained. Boo on him. Let me resume all these. And who died? Glass half empty died. Ohms or Blythe Cave salamanders. That's what it was. What was I thinking of? What was I thinking of? It's like an owl. Why, when I think of Ohms, do I think of owls? That's not right, but I don't know why I'm thinking it. Dwarf kill at Glass. Oh, Glass, you're here. You got to watch yourself die. Owl bear. That might be it. Fifth head is gone. The Hydra's about to get teabagged. Balrus is 9 kids. That's 1 functional wall sec. Just a scratch. The Hydra is 9 kids, I think. Better late than never, except me. I'm dead. Hold on, Holsky is halfway to the fight. This is your first for God Emperor Leto II. Didn't you get dwarfed last time, God Emperor Leto? Or did you just stop by? What did you roll, God Emperor? You got dwarf number 1. This guy doesn't count because he got to get his name back, so you're this peasant. God Emperor Leto II, the first. God Emperor Leto II, the first. Got you in, God Emperor? Hold on. Anyone else get dwarfed? Glass half empty did. After I name you, I'm going to save it. Just so we don't lose that kill. You got dwarf number 1 as well. Why does everyone just keep rolling 1s today? I don't know why. I think the little program's gone buggy. Glass. Like, I know the numbers are low, so it thinks there's only like 3 or 4 at a time, but it should be like rolling for them. Glass half empty 9. The second, I believe. The second. Glass half empty 9. The second. All right, and I've gone a bit late. I just noticed the time. Got you in. Okay. Was ever courteous, such a humble hero. Yes, Hydra Steak. Welcome to. Thank you for deading me. So maybe you're born. Just stop by. Peasant, it is. Is there a way to check if I'm alive? Conus, Jadis, if you haven't been dwarfed. So the dwarfing command is the same thing to get a dwarf and to see if you're still alive. I don't believe I've dwarfed you before, so I'm going to say you're dead because you never lived. But if you go down and redeem a dwarf, then it'll give you one. And if you already have a dwarf and it is alive, then it won't do anything. It's supposed to send you a whisper, but Twitch just cracked down on that or something recently, and it's almost too much of a fight. Like, I was half grandfathered in from a previous thing. Like, the bot was made specifically for that. They knew what it was doing, but I don't know. Recently, they changed some of the privacy settings or something, so I think if you don't friend the bot now, it can't send you a whisper anymore, which is really obnoxious. But whatever, I guess. I'm going to put a wall here and a wall there. What has happened? We have found glass half empty glass. All right. Here's what I'm going to do, chat. It is late. It's not as late as we've been going recently, but it is still relatively late. I'm thinking perhaps we end it here, because that was a good place to end on. And also, I got to get these videos out tomorrow still. This is what I'm thinking. Let me see who all is on, because I know some people don't come on till later anyways. See that Kit Fox is on. We could raid Kit Fox. Are they active or are they about to go off soon?
A way to pull it out of dwarf.
Yeah, she's doing a class.
Find out hardness.
Bruce Money is doing it tonight. All right, so that's what we're going to do. I'm going to end this game. We're going to get ready to raid Kit Fox. So we're going to save and... Nope, not save and continue playing. Save and return to title menu. Save and do this timeline. Today is Monday. I've got your statue request for next time. I just won't clear it out. And I still have EK Gladiator statue request as well. I believe I built it. I just never installed it. I'm going to close that. Switch us to ending. Trying to get our own chat back up because I've lost my chat. How do I get blood off the walls onto the floor for a vampire well? Stomp Donkey, you like that wouldn't quite work. You got to get like a pool of it like on the floor. Get the vampire in the well and injure the hell out of him. It's like it's an iffy position. Like it takes a bit and you also don't want to kill the vampire. That could be obnoxious. I think I've tried previously 3 times. Like in the grand scope of all my streams, I've made 3 attempts to do a vampire well, and I only succeeded on 2 of them. Sometimes you end up killing the vampire. You just got to get it in there and hurt it. Make sure it's a statue of 1 and not 2. Okay. Can vampires drink the blood of undead vampire? No. If you make your entire fort be vampires, there'll be no more vampire deaths. So when we get ready to raid in, we're going to say the circle is here. Or all hail the mighty circle. All hail the mighty water circle. Because that's what we're going to be setting up for. Thank you, everyone, for following, for subscribing, for resubscribing, but most importantly, for being active in chat. I've got all these videos that are now coming out. Everything is up to date. Everything is good. I will see you guys. For those of you on the YouTube archive, thank you so much for watching. I'll catch you guys next time.